Fiesta?
Wait.
Previously, much prep. Some concluded, some ongoing. And the adventure continues. Yes, here's Karts, who is at meet. And is moving on. Where, let's see, so... I have 3 magic dragons loaded. And yeah, I'll want to grab a 4th. Yes, good, you are holding the gourd. And I will have to do some adjustment of brain to buttons. If I could catch one of these, that would also work. Okay, got it in the grips. Let's see if it has any moves I can use to make it self-destruct.
That'll do.
Yeah. Majestic. Yeah, I'll have to do some adapting back from, the button layout for the remasters is different than how I've had things set up for playing GBA games.
This is standard GBA Fiesta format, FF5. The pixel remaster of 4, 5, and 6 are not.
Alright. Well.
Understandable. Have a nice day.
It does what it do. Probably not bother dancing at these. Yeah, so beasts load out. The deal 1/4 of health catch is, for general purposes, the strongest catch. It's just one of those... you would expect other JRPGs to just refuse to let you use this on stuff, but...
Yeah, no, it'll let you.
Here, much is permitted. I specifically want 2 magic dragons on 2 non-Lena characters for use later, because the fire element is important on that, so... Brill and Ferris, let's say, will be saving theirs for later. And then Karts and Lena will be using these more pressingly. Because elemental vulnerabilities and resistances also interact with those spells. So if something is weak to fire, it instead gets hit for half of its health instead of quarter of its health.
I enjoy interactions like that.
Anyway, we resume blasting. Chemistry.
It's just casual drain for over 3,000. No big deal. I swear Vacuum Wave never stopped being funny.
The follow-up vacuum wave, just always Hadouken. Crunch.
Yup.
A spell of bones to dust. Alright, arts. His past X death.
Is this real final boss hours X Death, or is this the other?
Oh,
X-Death?
this is fake out final boss.
Okay.
That is mid-game X death. Disc 2. You did it! You made it!
Can you just wander after doing that?
The bridge that would let you progress does not exist until on your way out you get news that the bridge is ready.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, I see.
Adventure! Which, okay, Ninja and Chemist, that's fine to do the move.
So how have positions changed since last time? Who is the different top and bottom, or is it about the same?
Karts Karts is still in the back. Karts has yet to finish making up the distance. But Karts is accelerating. Barts and Darts are kind of tied in terms of their position. They're both doing prep in or around the void. the power of dance. Yes, this team will also end up doing some Phoenix crime. Procure a full set of dancing gear. Child mode. Tiny dance. And with it, lost opportunity, I suppose, to draw attention to this fight and how it is built.
Yep.
Mechanics are here to convey that, at this point, this is a game.
Gil doesn't actually want to really...
Gil's just messing with you.
hurt.
He's pulling cool pranks. Now you're small. Now you're frogs. Flash bomb. You sleep now, etc.
Yeah, in other material with these groups of characters, it's always seemed like Gilgamesh really liked you guys.
Yeah, and this is the point where to him he's just getting ready to do a ruse and have a larf.
Yep, this is him building up his big prank, and the first real moment you realize that he's gone from being X-Death's henchman to actually, you know, like, spar fighting with you guys is a lot more fun.
And yeah, ribbon plus sandals in this almost shields you from every status. Not quite all of them, though.
Is it ever addressed how Gilgamesh became X-Death's henchman in the first place?
No.
Nope.
It's a mystery.
It's also never addressed how he learns to travel the void. He just does.
Well, it's more a matter
I mean,
of...
you make do.
Yeah, it's more
if
a
you're
matter
stuck
of he
there
got
forever.
stuck there long enough that it might as well found something. But yeah, Gilgamesh as a character before X-Death doesn't exist. He just shows up perfectly formed as you see him in 5.
Feels correct.
Yeah, like
The
Honestly,
general
we don't-
vibe I take from it is that X-Death just kind of collects anyone that seems useful
yep.
and keeps them around until they cease to be useful.
Yep. That's an MO of all of the manipulation he does in World 1. How
And that's
he's
why you
supposed
don't want to
do-
hang around in sand. We'll have to find somewhere else to pre-grind. Just darts things.
Honestly, what probably happened was that Gilgamesh tried to fight the tree full of Satans and decided this is sick as hell. I'm gonna follow it around.
Yeah, I don't get the sense that he's under anyone's control. He just kind of happens to people.
Yeah. Exdeath decided to let Gilgamesh just wander around behind him, thinking
If
that
any-
it was like a henchman status.
If any secondary consistent motivation sinks in with him quickly, it's treasure hunter?
Yes, it is sword robber. The second he hears that there is a cool weapon out there, he will go find it, and he will go rob it from anybody who's holding it.
That's right, Teeth is back! Number has to go up, and that means Teeth. All kinds.
Teeth.
Let's see, which weapon is Dart's wielding right now? It's chicken. We want not chicken yet. Thief knife will do for now. Not chicken
Yeah, my
and not
sense from-
assassin
my sense
while
from
we're here
Gilgamesh-
in Dead Zone.
Is that the only thing that, like, the closest he comes to actually being directed by Exdeath is he gets told, go to the big bridge.
Yep. I don't remember if he directly tasks Gilgamesh with guarding the prison, or if he's just there.
He
I
gets
don't
told to guard the prison.
Okay.
And then while fleeing from the prison, he was waiting this whole time to ambush
On the
you on the
bridge.
bridge.
Yeah.
Okay, so his one order is guard the prison, and everything from there is just him doing stuff.
Just him continuing to
Try and
rampage
get
about
us.
getting into misadventures. He may have been ordered to lead the attack on the boat. It may have just been his idea.
That may have just been Gilgamesh going, ooh, that looks fun.
Bird friend, we have a mission.
A very common thing in his appearances in other games is to basically have the Excalibur game that happened to him over and over again, where he thinks that there's a supremely cool weapon out there and tries to get it and tends to get a knockoff version, or otherwise screws up in attempting to, or doesn't
Or he
get it
just-
at all because he's trying to get it out of the player character who beats his team in.
Or he just shows up with a bunch of knockoff weapons from other
Yeah.
games in the series.
Yes.
Yes.
He has various iconic weapons, but if you look closely, there will be details that show that that's not the real one.
Yep. Oh god, don't... You're right, but don't do Gilgamesh like that by saying he would buy every product from Cold Steel.
Gilgamesh would steal every product from Cold.
Yes.
There we go. Okay,
Gil does
yes,
not
he would,
exchange money for services.
he would break into their uncle warehouse and steal all of their production equipment.
He may also make off with the pig.
Oh, absolutely, he eats the pig. He's not testing it on the pig. That's a waste of good food.
Thanks, now I'm picturing him fishing for carp with a katana.
Yeah, no, that is exactly the energy he should
Yeah,
have.
he would do that. Yep.
He is exactly that guy in that video. Alternatively, you find a way to channel his incredible energy for swords and other rare weaponry into bespoke, high-quality, rare fishing equipment and rods.
I mean,
He's
I've
the
seen
exact-
I've seen the high item level fishing gear in Final Fantasy XIV.
I've heard the real shit.
Yeah, Final Fantasy XIV is actually quite toned down.
I have seen selections of the real high-end fishing things out there, and that is the kind of thing that if Gilgamesh got really into a hobby, it would probably be fishing.
Once more, bird up.
Gilgamesh openly weeping as he watches the Spod Rocket commercial.
Also very true. The punchline of the Cold Steel robbery would be because he always recognizes their fakes after he gets their hands on. Like, he's terrible at identifying them until he uses them, at which point he very quickly realizes they're bad. So he would steal, like, several hundred pounds of swords from Cold Steel, spend about 5 minutes testing them, and then leave them on the side of a highway. It'd be just like, screw these things.
Free, please take.
Gilgamesh is the reason you could buy a bag full of military surplus machete.
He did briefly acquire guns.
And
Yeah, then he
immediately
decided
decided
they
they were
sucked.
for chumps.
This should actually be close to enough. When I'm doing close to 900 damage every mug.
Does Chemist get increased healing from when they use items, or is
Yes,
that just
one of their base
okay.
passive features is double the number value.
Double
On
numbers of all
restoratives.
consumed items.
Teeth.
Today, find out what an antlion actually is.
Yes, this crew has a lot of raw level more big to do.
So this is where the catch-up is.
Yeah, this is where Ketchup is beginning. Of just this is lower yield than some places they could go, but it's going to be very reliable.
No longer viable to just bribe all enemies into submission.
Well, we need the money with which to bribe. You can't bribe. You can't grind off bribery. They need to be tall enough to pay the toll. And there are abilities I would prefer they have. Teeth are reasonably valuable. They'll be able to sell the teeth.
I have now learned what an antlion is. And, you know, usually when it comes to insects and other forms of wildlife, video games tend to do them pretty dirty, tend to misrepresent them as, like, being much worse than they actually are. So it's kind of wild to learn that video game antlions are entirely reasonable in how they are portrayed, and they're actually that fucking terrifying.
Yeah, no.
Yep, they dig a
Real
hole,
world
and then
antlions
the
are
bug goes in the hole, and the antlion
horrifying.
kills the bug.
Yeah, horrifying little things.
One of nature's boss fights, the antlion.
I admire and fear them.
They're
I
quite
enjoy that the adults are really chill. Only the baby antlion craves murder.
Well, you know, it takes a lot of food to grow into an adult antlion. And to dig holes.
Like that. I really enjoy that nobody knows where the term antlion came from.
Well,
That's just what they
See,
are.
yeah, we don't know why they're called that. We know where the word came from, but it was not applied to them originally.
Really? I'd always-
No, they were Pliny the Elder
Of course!
described a creature with the head of a lion and the body of an ant.
Of course,
And that was
Pliny.
the antlion.
See, now here's the thing. I'd always assumed it was just named antlion because it's like, alright, take an ant. What's as scary to you as a lion? This thing! Got it.
But we don't know how that came to be applied to antlions.
Yep, and here we are back with Bart's, where team is in the early dimensional rift, collecting numbers, getting their levels checked.
But, yeah, the other name... Oh, excuse me, it was not Pliny the Elder. It is believed to be derived from a printing error in a Christian translation of the Book of Job into Greek.
Huh.
But the term there was the Myrmicolion, which is antlion. Then reappears in a Greek Christian book on medicine. Then in medieval bestiaries. Including one which describes it as a rock found in the ocean, because it is hollow, round, and divided into two parts.
What?
There is a stone in the sea, which is called in Greek Myrmicolion and in Latin Concanasabia, because it is both hollow and round. It is, moreover, divided into two parts, so that if it wants to, it can close up. The stone lies at the bottom of the sea and comes to life early in the morning. When it rises from its resting place to the surface of the sea, it opens its mouth and takes in some heavenly dew, and the rays of the sun shine around it. Thus there grows within the stone a most precious shining pearl indeed, conceived from the heavenly dew and given luster by the rays of the sun.
And sometimes
But
an
more
oyster.
so.
Yes,
Yeah.
but they claim that that's an antlion.
Oh, sure.
That comes to the top of the ocean to sup upon the morning dew.
Yes.
The fine salt mist.
But there is no explanation for how either the oyster or the made-up creature that is an ant with the head of a lion ended up giving its name to the antlion.
It's a novelty when it's not Pliny's fault.
Well, there's so much that is. It's easy to blame him.
Child deleted.
Is there anything that can protect you from the lottery?
Yes, there are things that make you death immune.
Okay, so it is in fact just death rather than a
It is
special
not destroy,
super death.
it's not super dead.
There's
We have
something
the
in my
Aegis shield.
brain.
Berserker will block it 1/3 of the time.
There's something in my brain that has just gotten stuck and is just trying to restart the engine over calling an oyster an land.
It's a swimming oyster, which goes to the surface of the sea.
What about it invokes ants or lions?
I don't know. You would have to ask the person who wrote the Aberdeen Bestiary.
What?
The
We're
book we were
arguing with
discussing,
ancient
which-
dead biologists about chromatics for what names should be things.
I
in this
entirely
case,
forgot it was Friday.
probably an Irish monk of some kind.
I wouldn't really want to argue with an Irish monk. They were mostly doing wild shit back in the day.
And
Well, the
writing about people who killed other people. Yes.
The immediate follow-up question I would assert into the abyss is, alright, so what original entity is Myrmicolian referring to? Or whatever word may have been, at some point,
Oh,
mangled into
that-
Myrmicolian.
That is believed to be a mistranslation from Hebrew to Greek of the word for lion or tiger. Because the Book of Job uses a Hebrew word which means lion or tiger, which somehow was mistranslated into Greek as Myrmicolian.
Is the word lion or tiger?
It can refer to either one.
Those are two very different.
But they are both beasts.
Like, I
But
guess
you only
If you
have
have
the one
one
word
if you,
for
if
both
you have
of
a
them.
word that means large cat,
That's
then
that
both
must be
things
the word
fall
for
under
big
that
cats.
category.
I guess, yeah. Cat but large.
I'm looking up details now to be sure we aren't unfairly roasting this ancient writer for writing of morning dew drinking oysters, because weirder things exist.
No, I'm not saying the creature doesn't exist, I'm just saying why it got that name.
But yeah, in ancient Hebrew, I suspect the people who were writing in it did not often encounter tigers. So when they heard about one, they were like, okay, yeah, that's also a lion.
I mean, if I was around then, I would go looking for cats. That'd be the only thing I would bother to do with myself. But I can't superimpose on everyone.
To,
so,
to
yeah.
locate this cat, you would need to devote your life to traveling a fair ways into the next continent over and would probably never return from your journey.
Yep,
To
that's what I
record
wanted.
the results of your journey in a book.
Someone will find a skeleton with a cat log, and who knows if that's going to make it anywhere into like a monastery. Probably won't. Also, I need to be illiterate to leave a log.
Yes.
So there's
Yes,
that.
and
Mhm.
fairly wealthy.
Very
This
wealthy.
sounds like
These
the
are
old
the
version
selective
of
factors
backpacking,
that
honestly.
prevent.
Like, I can imagine a noble stone just like, I'm just gonna go fucking look for animals. Fuck this. I'm leaving. I still want money, though. Bye.
And then the city was besieged by serpents of land and serpent of sea for 7 days.
So, incidentally, what's up with Lena's color scheme?
She is old right now.
Ah. On her, it looks more obvious.
Yeah, Lena's costumes often display much hair. Also, the punchline of Gil playing around is that unless you have a big old damage spike to drive into him, this fight becomes quite brutal. Because old
Yep.
completely sweeps the
Obliterates
legs
you.
out from under physical attack parties.
If yeah, as witnessed.
Old and sleep and a lot of other. Hey, wait, control is actually extremely good,
Mhm.
affecting your status.
The reason that nature would do such a thing is that nature has is that according to medieval bestiaries, animals exist for the edification of mankind. And this is a lesson from God saying, don't do this. God says, don't make antlions because they starve to fucking death.
Don't make this thing that in
I don't think
practice
jump
you
can
can't
miss.
make and only I made exist. God, I have questions.
Cat has demanded patio time.
Cat had best receive patio time.
It's open. The doors are open. She's staring.
I mean,
why
I can
the
give you
gates?
the alternative explanation for why they exist, which involves me having to extrapolate from some very bizarre rabbinic stories.
I mean,
Well-
I'm not gonna say no.
I report back briefly from Oyster Research and find out that for the first 12 hours of their life, they swim around looking like a tiny clam.
Okay. So, presumably, whoever wrote the Aberdeen Bestiary saw that and was like, that's an antlion.
Or
What?
heard from someone who had seen that.
Maybe. They're very small. Like, examples shown under microscope level small.
Oh, then they probably didn't see that.
Maybe they had special eyes.
But
Or some
Within
other
12
phenomena was
hours.
mistaken for it.
Yeah. Within 12 hours of their birth, they start to form shells, pulling calcium out of the water and depositing it as calcium carbonate on the outside of their bodies. After about 3 weeks, there becomes a point where the animal grows too heavy and seeks to settle down.
okay. But my extrapolation here goes back to a rabbinic story that attempts to explain why it was okay for God to kill all the animals that weren't on Noah's Ark.
Oh boy, this is gonna go places.
Yes. Because
Because these were
obviously
just
God
the worst
would,
animals.
obviously God would not kill these animals if they weren't the worst.
If they didn't. Okay, so step one of this legitimate argument is these animals had it coming.
Yes, these animals were horrific sinners.
Okay,
Step two.
sure, alright.
Step 2.
Ow?
Okay, what can
Which one of those
animals
birds
do
committed
that's not
adultery?
sin?
What kind of crimes can beasts commit?
Yeah,
Yes,
I
so
believe-
that is
isn't it a
in fact
thing that
step
sin
2 of
is-
this question.
Isn't it a thing that sin is a human nature thing?
Normally, yes. Most sins cannot be committed by animals.
Okay.
Now, hold. I remember Animal Court. I remember reading about animals
Well, no,
being
we're
put on
talking
trial.
We're talking about Jews here, not Christians.
Rabbinical, yeah, not
Okay, different things.
late medieval Christianity is much different, yeah.
Yeah. Now, these rabbis sit down and think, okay, what sins can an animal commit? And more specifically, what sins can they commit that are worthy of death? Because it
Treason?
couldn't be just any sin.
It would have to be treason, right?
The answer they come up with is that they made it outside their species and had forbidden children through forbidden sexual relations.
So treason.
Because this is forbidden, and it is in fact so forbidden that when you do it, you put the animal that did the thing to death. So obviously that's what all of the animals that died without getting on Noah's Ark did.
Mule crime.
So,
So-
I'm taking it that orthodox rabbinical ideas about chimerism are not very good ideas about that.
I don't honestly know how the Orthodox feel about that. This is an argument made several thousand years before the Orthodox are a thing.
Okay. More
This is
just
like
like
2,000 years before the Orthodox movement begins.
Okay, just more the idea of hardline interpretation of the rules, like naturally occurring chimerism, does happen. Wait,
yes,
hang on. How do they handle
but-
mules?
horses and donkeys are legally the same species.
Okay.
Like we're dealing with legal classifications here, not
Yeah.
biological ones. So at this point, we have determined how ant lions can exist, and the answer is an ant and a lion had kids.
I support them, and I think it's fucked up that God took that away from them.
And at some point, clearly, these ant lions must have snuck aboard the Ark. Somehow not starved to death because they can't eat anything. Gotten off the Ark, had kids, then starved to death. And this continued until such time as they were recorded in bestiaries.
Having kids and then starving to death is something of a tradition in the animal kingdom.
Yeah, there's a lot of them that do that.
Yep.
Pacific
Yeah.
octopus, please accept deliver easy.
God!
But
The octopi would be so powerful if they didn't tactically suicide to have kids.
I cannot tell you how sustenance reaches the ant lions at any point in their life cycle, but that is how they exist. That is my official medieval Jewish answer to that question.
Learn something every day.
Last oyster note is that they're gender fluid as hell.
I don't want to live in a world where I can't
That-
pet a liger.
I hadn't never considered that, but
I mean,
that
we've
also makes
already
total
determined
sense.
that lions
there's
and
only one
tigers
kind
use
of
the
beasts.
same word. Therefore, ligers are perfectly fine because they are the same animal.
Well, it's really shunning.
No, the
This is a
problem
very
is
neat
when you
system
try.
that finds a way to, like, avoid naming any extant animals as terrible sinners, because if they can exist and have not already died out,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
take
clearly
rightfully
it's
carried
okay.
Alright, this happened, so clearly God hasn't murked them, so we're wrong.
Well, no, we're not wrong. We just have to find an interpretation of the rules in which this works. So, legally speaking, lions and tigers are the same animal. Honestly, I think this is a very good approach to things
Yeah?
because it provides you with the flexibility you need to, say, make a legal argument as to why it is never okay to stone children, despite there being a law on the books that technically says you have to do that.
Yeah, like, I vaguely remember this conversation. Isn't like there's like 5 or 6 different ways of put to death? Defined?
There are, yes, 5 or 6 different words that, if you translate them directly to English, only come out to death. The one used in the law for disobedient children is stoning, does mean stoning. But this obviously is not an acceptable outcome. So one rabbi took a look at this sentence and said, hey, you know something interesting here? The word here that the disobedient child must disobey both parents. And because the word, it only uses one word for parents, we can determine that both parents must be identical in several physical respects. They must be the same height, they must speak with one voice, they must be the same weight. Therefore, we can never do this thing.
Unless we have somehow made legions start populating.
Unless you are the disobedient child of an alchemical rebus.
Yeah, there is
Then no
absolutely
crime
no
has been
way
committed
that we
here.
can execute children. Yes.
Yeah, and I remember the last time this conversation was around, when I was around, was one of those specific terms was God will put them to death, which the rabbis interpreted as, so nobody else touch them, or else God's gonna get mad, because that's God's duty.
Oh yes, yeah, that's another one. There are several crimes that can only be punished by God. So if you convict someone of those crimes, they get to go live in a special city where no one else is allowed to hurt them, because that's the city of people that God's going to kill.
Anybody else gets him first, then, well, now you're in trouble.
Yep, because that's still murder.
Also, to answer the question about octopi, I have looked it up, and then, yeah, it is to do with the hormone stuff, but specifically has to do with the optic gland behind the octopus's eye, similar to the pituitary gland in humans. In 1977, researchers removed this gland from an octopus and found that her mothering instincts disappeared. She abandoned her eggs, started feeding again, and went on to live a much longer life.
Okay.
So it does. Okay,
That's
so
interesting.
so it's a long-term species development switch that happens to murder the parent, but it's not disadvantageous enough that that's gone out of the gene code yet.
Yes, the maturation of the reproductive organs appears to be driven by secretions from the optic gland. These same secretions, it seems, inactivate the digestive and salivary glands, which leads to the octopus starving to death.
I mean, I suppose it's advantageous if you turn off hunger so that it can devote all attention to...
Yeah, that's what I was familiar with, is that they would starve themselves to death rather than leave their brood, but I didn't understand the full details of why. That's... When your eyeballs determine whether you live or die, that's a hell of a statement.
It is noted that they seem very distressed by this every time, so maybe they will eventually evolve out of it as a thing.
Well, I guess we'll find out eventually.
No, we won't. This will be long after we're all gone.
Yes. Someone
Octopi
will
can
find
have a
out.
little bit of gene editing.
Someone will find out eventually. And I just want to make clear that I am a Jewish person, and all these stories I tell you about rabbis making weird arguments, I want to be clear, I admire these people. I think their willingness to reinterpret their religious law is extremely important.
Yeah.
This is a good thing.
If you get incredibly dogmatic about your laws and don't adapt your culture or the laws to fit, social mores or things that are abhorrent, there are all sorts of things that I can point to that are bad, and you can make them up on your own time.
Also, no, this isn't a captivity thing. This is, observed in the wild as behavior.
Yeah, this always happens.
I added the giant Pacific octopus in particular, because, man, if they didn't do that, the world would be much different.
There's already that fucking octopus city that's getting going, despite that.
How's that thing going, anyway?
Yeah, there it is. I should check.
I haven't checked
Right
in
now,
on...
but I would check at some point.
It's been 2 or 3 years since I gave it the last check, but apparently people had been going, oh, it'll fall apart in a year, and then they look back and it's like, no, it's bigger now. So maybe it's still growing, maybe it fell apart.
Why are we doubting the octopi? They know what they're doing.
The Library of the Ancients? Now we unseal another book.
I'm really glad that the library has a button that turns their staircase into a table.
That it strands everyone on the roof.
Yep.
I mean, I've worked in a couple of buildings where I wouldn't be surprised if facilities did some dumb shit like that back in the day.
Yeah. I'm just going to point out that there is literally no reason you can't be Jewish and agnostic at the same time. That's a thing you can do. This is an argument that has been had and won everywhere except the Orthodox.
Baruch Spinoza is the guy's name, right?
Spinoza is a special case in that he predated the modern split and was excommunicated from his community and no longer considered himself Jewish, which, if you no longer consider yourself Jewish, most streams of Judaism
That's
agree,
pretty
yes,
hard.
you're no longer Jewish. Sure.
That's a pretty easy caveat on that. Yeah.
But again, most streams of Judaism have agreed not believing in God does not disqualify you from Judaism.
Which, in and of itself, is something that I find incredibly just kind of wonderful as a contrast to how a lot of people are raised
Like
in
my
Christian
mom,
households and things.
my mom is an atheist and Jewish. She has been an atheist since her father's death, for reasons related to her father's death. But he still considers herself to be fully Jewish, and so does everyone in her community.
Okay, hold on, just we have, well, yeah, that makes sense. Knife is at maximum power with this crew.
Yeah, that makes complete sense.
Knife big. Team did a lot of escaping from things. While acquiring teeth.
And one other thing I just want to bring up while we're talking about it, if anyone ever tries to tell you that the Orthodox are the oldest group in Judaism, they're lying. They are wrong. 100%. Modern strands of Judaism, Reform are the oldest.
Interesting.
The Orthodox came about 50 years later. Conservative movement was a little after that. Before all of that, it was local traditions.
I'd never looked up the timeline, and that's probably the direct opposite of what I would have supposed on, so yeah, good to know.
It's a piece of information that the Orthodox don't like to talk about, to the point that I've had to actually teach it to several of my Orthodox acquaintances.
Ah, that kind of deal. Okay.
Because the Orthodox really do like to claim that they are the oldest and most true strain of Judaism,
Yeah.
and they're not. I mean, they are not least true. They are exactly as true as every other kind.
Right, but that's the thing is
Yeah,
when
but-
you start claiming I am the most truest, and that's going to get people going, oh, well, are you?
Yeah.
Just thinking about when is the right time to move this crew further ahead.
Yes, the Reformed tradition first appears in the mid-1800s, essentially as an effort to assimilate further into various national cultures without losing Jewishness, in an effort to, in some cases, be more accepted, in some cases try to convince people to stop being horrible to Jewish people. But for various reasons, doesn't really end up working because the anti-Semitism in a lot of places was pretty ground in.
Yep.
Trench.
Yeah. But the Reform Declaration that officially begins the Reform movement comes first. Then the Orthodox respond by going, "No, you can't change or give up all of those things. We're going to collect all of our traditions into one big, forever unchanging thing," which doesn't work, incidentally.
Yeah, good luck with that.
The Orthodox have changed several of those traditions since they've been formed, but good luck convincing some of them of that. And the conservative movement forms in response to the Orthodox and the Reform, and essentially going, well, we agree that you changed too much. We think the Orthodox have gone a bit far.
I do not have further news of the Octopus City. I have learned about a 98 armed octopus, though.
Hey, hold on, what now?
A mutation in response to regrowing lost limbs, leading to many, many, many limbs.
Okay, Steve, so the first thing I just want to note about authority in Judaism is that's not how it works. The Orthodox are quite powerful within Israel, but that doesn't mean that they have more authority within Judaism. It means they have more authority within Israel. That is a temporal thing, rather than within the religious community of all Jews. Because we don't have someone in charge. There is no one in charge. Used to be at one point, and then the temple was destroyed. Twice. Can't make someone in charge if you don't have the temple. There's rules. And yes, let's not discuss the politics of Israel, please.
For as often as conversation in this venue slides freely into historic and academic subjects, there are limits to the venue.
Yep. Still thinking about that octopus with 98 arms. How do you even fit that many arms on a body?
How large are these
Care.
arms?
No, I should see if I can find a picture.
Yeah, do they have photographs of the
I'm
multiples?
guessing that this is a thing that came about at least in part because of arm trauma that healed in a weird way.
Oh, wow, this thing looks
Yep.
wild! Oh, this thing looks sick as shit!
Oh, it was 96, not 98. I got a number wrong.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a fractal limb situation going on.
No.
It looks like a rhizome!
It looks like roots, yeah!
Just a thing I would caution everyone against is do not try to point at a piece of nature and go, oh, that's where mythical monster or myth X came from.
Yeah. Mhm.
That it never works. Those things just, they may be drawn from nature in some cases or in part, but it's never a very direct line.
The ones that are direct lines are the ones that are very incredibly screamingly obvious, and if it is not, then shrug.
There are a few cases where you can draw a direct line. The closest I can think of to one that really fits the criteria of no, we're very, very certain that this somewhat nebulous story is about this thing is a Babylonian story about the destruction of Babylon by Nergal.
Oh, yeah.
that one is linked to a specific collapse period in Babylonian history. And the only reason we know that is that collapse is incredibly weird and happens to everyone in the region at the same time.
We have a pretty good part of the historical record where things just fall over. Fun fact, by the way, there is a huge part of the history of the region, Samaria, Babylon, Acadia, etc., the land between the rivers. There's an enormous chunk of the history that we only know because there were an immense amount of it written on clay tablets in a palace and temple that got burned to the ground as an attempt to destroy the history of that culture.
Yeah, it turns out
and
when
baked
you burn
those clay tablets into rocks.
Yeah.
And we found the rocks later. Nice job.
Yeah, it turns out that clay bakes.
That is
Yeah,
just
it's
one of my...
further compounded by, so like, soft clay tablets were a reusable writing surface.
Yep.
So those were things that are meant to be temporary. Those were sketch pads that were then solidified into permanent historical record.
Yep, you basically took someone's scratch pad and made it the most durable form of information preservation available to humankind.
I mean, this is like how we deciphered one ancient language entirely because we found a sealed room full of financial documents.
Yep.
So now we know vast amounts about the mercantile situation in one city in Greece. We don't know much else about what that city did, but we know so much about what they bought and sold and what was stored in their warehouses. And yes, the reason we know about Ian Nasir is because he kept all of his complaint letters in one room.
I have posted down the image of the fractal octopus. Darren, if you find a better one, let me know, because, like, the only ones I could find were in the middle of actively laying eggs and is dead, which showed off the limb situation clearest.
Yeah, that was one of the best pictures I saw, and the other one was like a piece of it pressed up against glass from the bottom that is basically the same transferment. Yeah, anybody clicking that link, that is prepared to see some body shapes in the shape they should not be by default, but in a really fascinating to look at way.
Yeah, that's an octopus who got in a fight with something several times.
The whole upper right situation is just... fractals are beautiful. Fractals are all over nature. Sometimes where they shouldn't be.
Absolute champion who went on to have many successful children before perishing.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a guy who had a fight with what appears to have been a boat motor and won.
Yeah, you can see like the trauma marks across the mantle. The head bit.
You can see that statement is clearly not true, as normally we step into the ring. You got a 50-50 chance of winning.
And yes, Ian Nasir is a merchant in Babylon who is renowned for selling shitty copper. And we know this because we found his house and dug out his special room full of complaint letters, which accused him of selling shitty copper.
Yep.
In his special room where he kept all of his clay tablets for accusing him of shitty copper.
This was a man who not only ran a hustle, but had a trophy room of people who he would probably say die mad to in parlance.
If he had not preserved all of his letters,
we would not know of his existence, let alone the fact that he was a scammer.
It's wild that this conversation started because I wanted to know if an antlion was a real thing.
Yeah.
Look, you stick this group in a room and you start bouncing an idea around in an echo chamber, we're going to end up in fucking space. The train of thought is a wonderful, horrifying thing when it does not have factory standard rails.
Yeah, like, it's perfectly linear to me, but...
Yeah, same.
Yeah, I fully understand how we got here, yes. Oh hey, it's Ghidra! From Godzilla!
They save Ghidra.
God, yeah, looking up more details about the fucking man-fern and just the slow dawning realization of how much more fucked up it was than I initially thought.
Yeah, I saw the picture of that. I thought that was a palm tree until I read that that was a fern.
Growth forms!
I'm not entirely sure that ferns and palm trees are not the same thing at this point.
At this point, I accept that.
Growth forms!
At this point, I just accept that I look at a plant and I go, I will not understand you. Be free.
I love that just one kind of fern decided it wanted to be tall, and it had no better way to achieve this other than modifying its rhizome to point upwards, and then just furiously extending upwards like the gif of Grommet laying track, perishing to form a ladder.
God, yeah. Like, leaving its own rotting body as the root substrate.
What if I climb my own skeleton?
What if I sloth off my own flesh, and then I grow off my own flesh?
And that's how trunks are formed.
And that was patio time with the cat.
Welcome back!
You miss anything?
No, that is
You
not
missed
what
so
mushrooms
much.
do.
Goes to this
Mushrooms
room
do
to get numbers.
mushrooms do their own thing, which is much weirder.
So define what mushroom you're talking about, first of all. That's
There we
not the
are,
simplest
see?
question as you know.
So, that's some fungi do that. Not all fungi produce fruiting bodies. In fact, most of them don't. And it is increasingly thought that producing a fruiting body in some species may be a stress reaction, because otherwise they just chill out under the ground, minding their own business.
Wait, so mushrooms happen because the fungus is feeling upset?
Sometimes.
Okay.
Other times not. It's some species may produce it under stress and in response to complex signals they receive through their networks.
Of course.
It's not very well understood.
That's
But
going to be a repeated sentence in this mushroom talk, huh?
look, I've had the tome open, and a lot of this is like a cutting edge latest book that I'm going through, and a lot of it has been quiet screaming from the co-authors of this is poorly understood and we need more funding.
Help me!
In an interesting break from usual audio problems, you're a bit loud today, Morgan.
Oh, sorry.
Like, it sounds like you're, like, speaking at the usual volume, but are maybe closer than usual to your mic.
Yeah, that was...
Signal is
Is
stronger.
this better?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
that's good.
closer to normal.
Okay, thank you.
There we go.
There's so much about life on this planet that we just do not understand.
Well, I mean, you can ask questions like I asked why Big Wheels is a threat in Australia.
And I
Turns out it's because of
asked...
class warfare.
And
That's
I
why
asked...
a lot of things are a threat in Australia.
That's why Australia.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, you have time for the entire history of England.
No.
That's
No.
why Australia, I said.
Ah.
Yeah. I had a moment where my brain just went on total hold because it had an association before getting interrupted, and then I remembered it was the fucking poop rockets from the fungus we were talking about with the tiny Chuck Yeager parasites.
Yeah, that one fungus that just is
Yeah.
a cannon for nematodes who use it as a fast travel point? Yeah!
Yeah, the ones that go that effectively, if they were human, scope at like 500 Gs.
Just shoot out these fucking nematodes with 4 times atmospheric pressure like it's no big deal.
Well, it's
Why
fine.
not?
They're small. Small things are very good at that.
Yeah, like, the reason fleas are so ridiculous is because they can be that way with the scope. But it's still... You gotta visualize what it is like to be that nematode, and having the instinctual urge of, I do not know why, I'm not where I am, I know not what I am, but I know what I must do. I must climb this thing, and then you get launched into space!
I'm
Jeff,
sure it
what
makes
fills your
perfect sense
fibers?
for the nematodes.
That among the strong pieces of writing in Star Control 2, here are the mushroom people, and nothing they say makes any sense because they're trying to describe fungus emotions to you.
Yep.
Well,
I love them
that
so
and
much.
they're trying to describe the fact that they were terraforming machinery that got left alone too long.
And
Exactly,
are all-
that they're fungus and I'm trying to describe it to you.
They're trying to
And
describe fungus.
Well, yes, but
Occasionally-
someone made them
and
specifically.
occasionally having the echoed ghost neurological
Every
voices
so often
of
they
their
blurt
creation.
out some ancient sounds that are recognizable.
They make meat noises they recognize
Then
that
they
were their
get back
creators
to,
in the lab.
for the 100th time, trying to explain to you the difference between void and non. You
Yep.
weird skeleton creature who cannot grasp this simple precept.
Jumbo what fills my fibers and I grow turgid.
Yeah, see, forming a fruiting body can sometimes be a stress response.
Yeah, they also
God, I
can't
love the
explain
mic
to you
on.
why they want to kill planets, but it's a thing they do. Or I guess it's terraforming the planets. So
Yeah,
they
it's
like
not
it.
really killing it, it's making it more lively for them.
Yep,
If
killing
there's
everything
anything else
that
there,
is
that's
on
their
it.
problem.
It's a proper environment for the egg.
We put the deep child in, and then it breaks through the planet's surface, and then it's a nice planet.
Yeah, all your planets are wrong. It's like, there's things here. What? Do I care?
Blink Bexon.
Fucking Dwink Bexon. That's my favourite thing to come out of the extended version of that song, is that as a name that lives in my head now.
He's got an M22.
I'm so glad you enjoy those. Yeah, okay, I've scrolled back through the fungus tome to get to chapter 1.2 on mycorrhizal symbiosis.
On what?
Mycorrhizal symbiosis.
Fungus what touches other things and they have a relationship that is mutually
I'm gonna get
beneficial.
I'm gonna get Kleiner to say that.
Alright, but if you can get like a cameo of Kleiner's voice actor going off about fungus like that guy who did the question in New Zealand, I would shit my pants.
Mycoheterotrophy cannot be discussed or appreciated without a basic understanding of mycorrhizal symbiosis. The term mycorrhiza is derived from the Greek words for fungus and root, and implies the association of specialized soil fungi, mycorrhizal fungi, with plant roots. In general, this association is mutualistic because both partners benefit. Mycorrhizal fungi improve the nutrient uptake of their host plants, and in return, they receive photosynthetically fixed carbon that is essential for growth and reproduction of the fungi. The mycorrhizal association is probably the most important symbiosis in nature and plays an essential role in the maintenance of most terrestrial ecosystems, such as grasslands and forests. Over 90% of all plant species form mycorrhizas, including most crops. Despite the literal meaning fungus roots, mycorrhiza also occur in primitive plants that do not have true roots, such as liverworts and hornworts. Primitive there was in big, quotation marks also, because that's a bad term for it.
Yeah.
Literally in the text, acknowledged.
The worst.
Moreover, fossil evidence indicates that the earliest land plants were also associated with hyperfungi, and it is now generally accepted that the colonization of lands by plants relied on a symbiotic association with fungi. The main diagnostic criteria for the types of mycorrhizas formed in nature are the identity of the fungi engaged in the symbiosis and the morphology at the symbiotic interface of plant and fungus. The two dominant types of mycorrhizas are the arbuscular mycorrhizas that involve nearly all members of the glomeromycota and a wide variety of host plants, and the ectomycorrhizas that involve some members of the Basiomycota and the Ascomycota and several woody plants. Which, scrolling down through some bits there, arbuscular mycorrhizas are the most common mycorrhizal type. They are formed by fungi of the phylum Glomeromycota and the majority of land plant species. The arbuscular mycorrhizal symbiosis is extremely ancient, and AM fungi were probably important in the colonization of land by plants, although some evidence suggests that some members of the Mycorrhizomycotina predate the Glomeromycota as the earliest mycorrhizal fungi. Which, just kind of sit with that for a second, and the fact that, yeah, we probably wouldn't have plants if not for the fungus, and if we didn't have plants, then
we wouldn't have anything.
Yeah,
we owe quite a lot to the fungus and algae of the world.
We owe everything.
We sure do!
Literally everything to the existence of fungus.
Yeah, that reminds me. Do you want to hear John D. Clark take down a poser? A rocket fuel proposer?
Oh, you're reading Ignition, yes.
In a letter to El Comercio, maybe, of Lima, Peru, one Pedro A. Paulé, a Peruvian chemical engineer, claimed to have experimented in 1895 to 97 with a rocket motor burning gasoline and nitrogen tetroxide, which was the second choice for an oxidizer after the first one. I think it was just oxygen.
Gasoline and oxygen is a great way to have a fun time.
If this claim has any foundation in fact, Paulette anticipated not only Goddard, but even Siolovsky? I can't know how to pronounce Russian names.
It's alright.
However, these facts, Paulette claimed his motor produced a thrust of 200 pounds, which is, I think, a delta V of 200, basically, close to that. And that it fired intermittently 300 times a minute, as continuously as conventional rocket motors do. He also claimed that he did it in Paris.
In the city.
In the city of Paris.
You know, casually firing off a, at the time, contemporary function specs 1960s rocket in 1890 Paris.
Okay, now John Clark agrees with you because he goes on to say, now I know how much noise a 200-pound rocket motor makes, and I know if that one were fired 300 times a minute, the rate at which a watch ticks, it would sound like a whole battery full of automatic 75mm anti-aircraft guns. Such a racket would have conceived the Parisians that the Commune had returned to take its vengeance on the Republic.
Yeah.
and would certainly be remembered by somebody besides Paulette. But only Paulette remembers this.
I forgot
Incredible.
that line. Fuck. Just a Spectro, just like, shit, the commies.
They're back! Shit!
Robespierre has returned from the grave!
Guess what, motherfucker? It's that time of the French calendar. It's the Thermidor.
God, found it! The other note I was looking for. Arbuscular mycorrhizal fungi are obligate symbiotes. They cannot survive as free-living organisms. They are also puzzling organisms for taxonomists because they are asexual, multinucleate, and difficult to cultivate, and therefore species diagnosis and identification remains under debate. In regard to the current morphological and molecular concepts, there are no more than 300 species of AN fungi known. This number strongly contrasts with the number of potential host plant species. Perhaps 80 to 90% of all land plant species are able to form arbuscular mycorrhizas.
You gotta love anything that makes taxonomists very, very annoyed.
Oh yeah, one of my favourite notes on this book when I opened it up was, okay, so we've thought about it really hard and we've decided to drop Linnaean taxonomy. We will now be using barcodes based off of our genetic sequencing.
Taxonomy is a nightmare.
I had a vague memory of I had a vague memory of a quote and looked it up to get the full thing, and it is as funny as I remember. It is. There is one disconcerting thing about working with a computer. It is likely to talk back to you. You make some tiny mistake in your Fortran language, putting a letter in the wrong column, say, or omitting a singular comma, and your entire 360 comes to a screeching halt and prints out rude remarks like illegal format or unknown problem, or if the man who wrote the program was feeling very nasty that morning, what's the matter, stupid, can't you read? Anyone who uses a computer frequently has had, from time to time, a mad desire to attack the precocious abacus with an axe.
Yeah.
It's spoken of, like, 1950 mainframe computers still applicable today.
Yes.
Nothing has changed.
He had even worse. Precocious abacus.
My abacus is precocious because all of its beads are in rainbows.
Hell yeah! Another quote. Most of what the Navy worked on Peroxide was not towards missiles, but was towards what they called super performance for fighter planes. An auxiliary rocket propulsion-based unit that would be brought into play to produce a burst of very high speed. So that when a pilot found 6 MiGs breathing down his neck, he could hit the panic button and perform the tactical maneuver known as getting the hell out of there.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Related to earlier. The cleanliness required for such tasks was not merely surgical, it was Levitical.
I love Kryle's tiny little hat.
Yes.
Kryle's outfits are all joys. Behold, small child. Small child
we've
goes
got
into
some
battle.
intense air coming through on your end.
Ah, sorry, fan pointed in the wrong direction. I need to maintain airflow in this room. Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay.
And last one for right now, because this one is also intensely funny. I will summarize it. This is a little bit big. So the quote is talking about how The Air Force has always had more money than sales resistance, is the start of the quote. It's a very good quote. And bought a bunch of supercomputers from IBM to print out structures that basically it was a very early attempt to use machine computing to automatically put together a parameter for chemical compounds. And then landed on, if the compound depicted had been synthesized, they would have infallibly detonated instantly. The machine's prize contribution to the cause of science was a structure to which it confidently attributed the specific impulse of 363.7 seconds. The Air Force, appalled, cut off the program after a year, realizing they could have gotten the same structure from any experienced propellant man during a half-hour's conversation for the total of $5. For drinks, of course. I would have been afraid to even draw the structure of the chemical without at least 5 martinis under my belt. Just very vividly reminded of that nitro lab out in Germany that keeps finding new ways to make a new explosive go boom.
I'm just wondering what they were doing with the computer to even make it produce that.
Brute forcing it somehow, probably.
Hawken and Summers shuffled IBM cards to print out structure. Yeah, basically they were probably like given pieces of chemical compounds.
Yeah,
that would have been
some sort
combinate.
of
Yeah.
procedure. Have some sort of data structure that describes your molecule bits that you have available, and then having a procedure rub them together exhaustively and evaluate the results in some manner, and then spit out the strongest atom.
It is like, here is a combinatorial amount of stuff that is ridiculous to do by hand. Here are all your pieces. Here are what the rules are for what is legal. Give me what is the most legal and explosive chemical. And it followed orders. It gave you the most explosive chemical you can get with those pieces. It's so explosive it will blow up the moment you look at it. And then they had spent hundreds of millions of dollars on getting the answer of, I mean, yeah, if you just want something that goes boom, you do that. But then it goes boom.
Yes, if you want something that goes boom. And then we tap back to Gilgamesh, finding out that his body is dead.
It's fine. I'm sure it's fine.
Enough expository banter.
Meanwhile, in chat, someone is going on about taxonomical arguments in the birding community, and I am all here for this.
Taxonomy, I'm getting the impression as I learn more, was generally unprepared for things to be as complex as they are.
Yeah, that's a lot of science, but
it was
especially
invented by Victorians, so yes.
That is
We
a lot
look
of...
at these things and they look the same, therefore they must be in the same family, do the same kind of thing. Several decades later. Okay, so this mushroom has 60,000 genders and we're not sure what to do about that?
Help me.
These two things look the same. Then we looked closer. They are no longer the same. Help.
Help.
These two things look the same, and we looked closer and they looked the same, and then we did analysis on their molecular structure, and now we're very confused and alarmed. Please send help.
They are functionally identical until you get down to the molecules, at which point, how the fuck did this happen? We thought these were literally the same thing, and then we did DNA testing, and it turns out this one came from whales, and this one came from, like, what we think is some sort of ancestor of dragons. Also, yeah, the other classic of these two totally different things are actually the same.
That's fascinating. My table lamp flickers when I change models in a video game.
That's some weird shit going on with your wiring.
That's some kind of very strange power draw
That's
stuff.
not as
Okay.
ominous as it sounds. Light fixtures
that's
respond
the
very
set-
acutely
that's-
to changes in voltage.
That's
Yeah,
70s wiring. This is just this is a 50-year-old building I live in.
Then, yeah, that makes total sense.
Eventually, I'll have to worry about that, but not today.
You do a thing, and the power supply on the machine draws more power, and everything else responds as, you know, as the bits propagate. Alright,
prefer
time
to
for
think
another
that
team to do the move.
The lamp is giving Morse code opinions on your fashion choices in the game.
So this X-Death has 32,000 health. 32,000 and some change. He has half of 16 bits of health.
Yes.
So if I deal 16,000 damage to him and then release some beasts,
16 grand and then
That will
Twilight
do the job.
Dragons skip his entire deal.
You know, I'm thinking about the fact that X-Death used to be a massive tree filled with demons. I'm thinking about the fact that he wants to return things, like, to the void and such. And I'm looking at my fungus tome, and I'm looking back, and I'm just like, did you misinterpret your instructions? Did you Metal Gear your fungal instructions?
I want a world without borders. Got it! Okay, let me make this mind control. That's not what I meant, you dumb asshole.
The grand tradition of everyone trying to figure out what it meant, as reported by the one least talkative man on the planet.
But just like, we would like our two worlds to be reunited again. Got it. Void? No. Void.
Void!
No. Okay, he's gone.
Okay, so first, I put the two worlds together. Yeah, good. Okay, and then in the empty space left behind, there's the void, right? I guess. And then I crack it open, and I have access to the infinite power of the abyss. What? No, that has nothing. Ah!
Also, we get to destroy the planet that's made when we put the two planets together.
That's the opposite of what we want.
But now it's in the way!
I think you're really going to like the sprite for X-Death as a final boss. One of the sprites. You're gonna like all of them.
Excited.
Cake
There
is
is
here.
Form 1, the usual Form 2, and what we will be observing in Form 2.
My mind very routinely returns to thinking about I'm into the abyss.
Que significa?
I am unfamiliar, I think.
It is a old Dark Souls. Was it originally in Italian?
Are you familiar with I'm at Soup?
I'm not.
A comedy sketch of a misunderstanding over a phone call.
Yeah.
Ah, I see.
Anyway, I'm at the Abyss is, yes, it's an Italian animator who made it, of localizing that sketch into Dark Souls.
And the voice acting and the model
The voice acting for it
animations
fits incredibly well for the
incredible.
characters of Dark Souls to just be two Italian men shouting at each other over the magic phone. Che significa
Wait,
tutto boio?
Now is the challenge of finding the damn thing. There we go. Here it is.
Reached in a paragraph in my book and I'm having existential thoughts. positive ones, but no fear. One fear.
Alright, hit me up.
Are you sure, my dude? Are you sure you want the fungal gnosis at this time and place?
Yeah.
Okay! So, in continuity from the notes about how about 90% of all plant species are able to form the arbuscular mycorrhiza, studies show that an arbuscular mycorrhizal plant typically associates simultaneously with multiple AM fungi, and an AM fungus often associates simultaneously with multiple plants. This allows for the formation of mycorrhizal networks, linking plants of the same or different species by a shared mycorrhizal fungus. Yep, okay, I knew that part.
Yeah, that's...
Sure. These arbuscular mycorrhizal networks are essential for the existence of mycoheterotrophy because they allow for physiological continuity between an autotrophic plant, its arbuscular mycorrhizal fungus, and a mycoheterotroph. Mycoheterotrophic interactions through AM fungi occur in lycophytes, sperms, and angiosperms. Over 230 species of fully mycoheterotrophic angiosperms are fully dependent on AM fungi. Which, yep, okay. Trees in the family, Panaceae, Facaceae, Dipterocarpaceae, Myrtaceae, and Fabaceae, which, okay, I didn't know that Fabaceae came in tree form. That's the pea family, for those paying attention at home.
There's tree peas?
Found in both temperate and tropical forests, associate with hundreds of ectomycorrhizal fungus species of Basidiomycota and Ascomycota. Therefore, EM fungi are essential components of the world's forest. The ectomycorrhizal habit has evolved multiple times independently in the evolution of plant.
Okay,
And while
hold
the
on.
EM symbiosis is considerably younger than the AM symbiosis, fossil, biogeographical, and molecular clock data suggest that EM associations have a long history. An EM root is characterized by the presence of three structural components: a mantle of fungal tissue which encloses the root, a labyrinth ingrown growth of fungal hyphae between the epidermal and cortical cells, the Hartig net, and an outwardly growing system of hyphal elements which extends into the soil, extra-radical of external mycelium. There may be considerable variation in morphology and development of these structural elements. In general, the EM symbiosis is considered to show a low level of specificity, and it has been demonstrated that an individual tree may have 15 or more different EM partners simultaneously, analogous with the AM symbiosis. This allows for the formation of common mycorrhizal networks, linking plants by a shared ectomycorrhizal fungus. Besides ectomycorrhizas, Ascomycota and Basidiomycota are known to form other types of mycorrhizal structures, often characterized as ectendo, ericoid,
Morgan.
arbitoid.
The sound of
Morgan.
making sanity checks.
Morgan, take a second and breathe if you need to.
And orchid mycorrhizas.
It's like a dwarf repeating dwarven history. Dwarf Fortress.
It is terrifying. It is inevitable. It is terrifying. Felt nothing after reading about fungus. Felt nothing about reading about fungus. Felt horrified after reading about fungus.
Remains. I can do this. I can do it.
I did check on the whole pea tree thing, and it does exist. It's in Siberia.
Of course it is.
God.
Last sentence. I can do it.
Okay, yeah.
However, the type of mycorrhiza formed can be influenced by the identity of both plant and fungus. It is known that the same fungus can form different types of mycorrhiza depending on the identity of the plant associate.
So, wait, they have fucking regional variant forms depending on what other plant they touch?
Yes.
And this is a convergent evolution that has happened a bazillion times with this kind of fungus because it just is the most efficient way of doing things.
Yes.
And our biomes would not function if that was not one of the easiest shapes for these things to follow, too.
Yes.
That rules! Like, I'm not filled with terror at that. That's just, I kicked ass.
It's the fact that this is the baby one, right? This is the new one.
Okay. Yeah, that this is like the intro 101 baby fungus text is, here is what you would expect to be.
Not even. No, when I say it's the baby one, I mean ectomycorrhizal symbiosis is the new kid on the block. This is the latest developments in the lineage of fungi.
Oh, right, okay.
This is less complex than the ancestral ones, you know, where decay came from, because that didn't used to be a thing at one point. Trees used to just fall down and stack on top of each other until it was figured out how to decay them.
Until some brain genius was like, wait.
Until a mushroom got ambitious and decided to eat them.
Today's messed up decaying agents compared to sophisticated detritivores.
God damn it!
Detritivores?
I'm imagining a Statue of Liberty with a fucking fruiting body crowned on her head. Thanks.
It's a powerful symbol. You can't overuse it.
Okay, but is she crying?
Of course she is.
I'm crying.
Man, fuck.
I'm fine. I haven't had my understanding of the world rapidly reoriented in the space of a paragraph. It's fine.
Yeah, whoever made the shout out to the "this is not really happening" quotes from Eternal Darkness, yeah, that really had that energy listening to that. I feel like I either botched or succeeded. I feel like I either botched or succeeded in my role to understand that, because I understand what it's saying, and my reaction is like, huh, neat. And also an understanding of like, wow, we ain't shit. But also, I kind of knew that.
You're right.
It's a new way of doing it.
It's genuinely neat. Now apply that for a second. Think of what that would mean if it had decided to happen to meat instead of plant.
Okay, there goes the roll. Okay, failed it. It's like the G virus all over a landscape in my head.
Meat noises.
It's fine. I'm sure it'll be fine.
God, it's like fucking Carl Sagan's Meat Planet's playing in my brain.
Which, to be fair to the fungus, it kind of has. We do have extant fungi on our own personal biomes.
I mean, yeah, we have bazillions of microbiomes in our own bodies full of bacteria and fungus and all sorts of important bits and pieces.
And it's helpful. It's friends.
It is friends, and turns out more psychologists look at it. Turns out a huge amount of our thinking is in gut. In your gut. But yeah, no, like, turns out all of those weird ancillary nervous system stuff that is in your intestines and your body that a lot of people discounted because they don't have gnosis of that, a lot of your actual cognitive thinking gets tied into those neural circuits.
It turns out the body does not, in fact, have just random shit that it's not supposed to have. Except for the appendix. And the tonsils.
Do I need to circle back around and get my pyramid map out? Check what that box over there is.
I
Because it
don't
might
know
be an
why,
atom.
but the hyphenation and fungus of that citation of fungus really hit me in the funny bone.
The so-called fungus.
I think that's just a formatting error in the paste, but
It's probably it was probably
that looks like
concatenated
it came
off
about
page.
because
Yeah, it may have been a line
that
break
happened
in the original text.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that happened at the end of a column or something.
also thank you, Shrike, for we live in a bacterial society, a culture, if you will.
God fucking damn it! I missed that. Ah.
Here.
I think I'm gonna have some of these crews push a bit deeper into the
Yeah.
abyss.
They could probably go a biome or two further in to get.
We could go fight first Void boss with some of these. Make our way to first Void save point. Welcome to wood. There's wood in the void.
Oh boy, I love both the
Here's
void
moss
and
fungus. It's moss and
Oh!
fungus.
Fucking hell! All right.
Yeah, okay.
No, I remembered these guys and I remembered their spread. I just, of all the times, folks.
moss fungus or lichen.
It's Spanish for more fungus.
Live moss.
Yeah, ribbons is here, although this team doesn't use it. None of the teams are going to have a chance to use 3 ribbons. 2 is enough.
I like how the white flame looks like there's an eyeball throwing hands.
I love the tiny little speck of an eye in the moss fungus void.
Is that what that is?
Is that? Or is that just
I
like
choose
fitting?
to think it.
Yeah, honestly, yeah. I'll go with your I'll go with your opinion on this one.
I'm putting the book down. I can't deal with learning about orchids and Zapatros at this juncture.
Oh god, the book starts talking about orchids? Yeah, put that down.
Orchids, which are not flowers.
that is what blew my brain up the most recently was I just like, but they're flowers. My dad grows orchids on the windowsill. They're flowers. How are they not flowers? Hell. Aha! 2 people in chat are also having that revelation.
They are flowering plants. They are not flowers.
That's made up. That's bullshit.
Welcome to taxonomy.
Unfortunately, this is more than a taxonomic distinction. It's
Yeah,
very
yeah.
important that orchids are not flowers.
The way you phrase it is that it is very important makes it sound like if they were there would be some sort of cosmic consequence.
Dude, you've seen the fern sex triangle.
Yes, I have! But at the same time, like, if a wizard waved a wand and was like, oogity boogity, they're flowers now, would the world explode?
Yes.
It would be fucking wild. Like, okay, imagine for a second the orchid. Like, take what you generally know about orchids, and then give them the ability to hybridize with things that are not orchids.
This is a deliberate silence, by the way. I kind of got
I'm
struck.
thinking about Power Ranger right now. Just hybridize.
But, I don't know if I want this or if I fear this.
Actually, I want to step away a moment here. Back shortly.
Both? But both.
The other main family is Asteraceae, which everybody knows Asteraceae because it's fucking everything. It's like 32,000 known species of flowering plants, but orchids are different. They're...
Botany shit
Hang on,
posts.
let me just be sure I'm doing this correctly. Bearing in mind that I am only baby botany and mycology knower. I'm ahead of the curve in some respects, but I'm entirely self-taught with the materials I can grab together.
Mm-hmm. Which is leagues above me, so it is always a deep and terrifying and entertaining rabbit hole. And yeah, Botany Shit Posts
So-
is a wonderful blog.
Yeah, they're fantastic and my favorite botany blog by a fucking mile. Yes. Okay, to just borrow from Wikipedia briefly, all orchids are perennial herbs that lack any permanent woody structure. They can grow according to two patterns. Monopoidal. The stems grow from a single bud, leaves are added from the apex each year, and the stem grows longer accordingly. The stem of orchids with a monopoidal growth can reach several meters in length, as in Vanda and Vanilla. Sympodial. Sympodial orchids have a front, the newest growth, and a back, the oldest growth. The plant produces a series of adjacent shoots which grow to a certain size, bloom, and then stop growing or are replaced. Sympodial orchids grow laterally rather than vertically, following the surface of their support. The growth continues by development of new leads with their own leaves and roots, sprouting from or next to those of the previous year, as in Cattleya. When a new lead is developing, the rhizome may start its growth again from a so-called eye, an undeveloped bud, thereby branching. Sympodial orchids may have visible pseudobulbs joined by a rhizome, which creeps along the top or just beneath the soil. So, to crack open the other mycological text that I have open at this juncture because I love dying and being dead. Mycorrhizal associations with saprotrophic fungi. The Orchidaceae is one of the largest and most diverse plant families and contains an estimated 22,000 species. Almost all orchids produce extremely small seeds, dust seed, which, one second, just checking audio, is there background noise coming as I talk?
No.
Okay, cool.
I just want to very briefly aside mention that I just looked at Botany Shit Posts for a front page for the first time, and there is a mention of multiple documented instances of feral movie theater popcorn sprouting, and I love that.
Yeah. But basically, like, almost all or all orchids are dependent on mycorrhizal associations to live. They can't do without them, and that is a key distinction from Asteraceae for one thing, because, like, generally you can just plant a flower and it will grow. It might not grow as well as it could if you were to stick it in like hyphae filled soil. But it will grow. But orchids, they need it. They can't do without it. That's why growing them is so fucking finicky and is such a like niche hobby.
God. That kind of explains my dad's luck with orchids. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah. Like, a lot of the time you're trying to replicate an extremely unique biome, which is often, like, rainforest-based or old-growth forest-based. If you're trying to grow a parasitic orchid, you gotta replicate...
The thing it's parasitizing.
Yeah. Like, there are some that only grow on or around specific kinds of tree and jack into the matrix to steal from.
You call him an electrician.
A guy I know transferred out of social work services to being an electrician and ended up a lot happier.
Make sure my house doesn't burn down.
Sensible.
Generally a good thing, yeah. Oh yeah, trees aren't real. That was one of the first things I learned, and that set me off down the path of cobbling together as much botanic knowledge as I could, was just trees aren't a formal thing.
The cat has now fully adopted the new place.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
She has found spots to go sulk in. She has found a rival cat to hurl glances at, and she has found local birds to threaten.
Well, that's nice on that last one, but so long as there is no violence actually being ensued.
Nah, she's just hurling glances at them. I'm pretty sure she's too old to actually want to jump up a tree and go get someone. Like, she probably could, but that's more of a life or death situation.
Still love that advanced ichthyology textbook that just had a note about how fish aren't real, and the entire field of study is hampered by the fact that trying to explain it to people who aren't ichthyologists needs to be front-loaded with the, so okay, fish aren't real, and that usually stops the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll actually put that towards that phrasing of the sentiment that is inside of that phrase being counterproductive.
Yeah. It is, but also I don't...
Fish is a category. It's not a very
Fish is a
robust
category.
category.
But it's also not, like,
It's not a category that, it turns out, is built on any particularly rigorous or grounded rules.
It's
It's
a
an
very
informal
exclusive
category.
community.
is I guess a summary.
Like to also say that trees aren't real. Trees are what trees are.
Yes.
It's just that tree is a growth profile. It's a form. It's something that it's a destination tree. Many roads
Yeah,
converge
okay,
on tree.
I like that much better. Fish is a shape, like dog. Fish as a shape is much more robust than dog is a shape.
Dog is no shave.
So apparently it's an unspoken rule that every electrician is done after 5 o'clock.
I
Until
mean, a lot
Monday.
of them are union jobs, so that's probably a very spoken rule for a lot of areas.
Oh yeah, right. Unions are a thing that some professions have.
It is a trade job, and that is one of the last stalwart parts where unions didn't really get pushed all the way out.
Oh, it's 3D art.
What?
So it's 3D art. Where's my
And with
union?
ore.
Oh, this is Califasteri, Orb Lady.
Orb Haver.
She shows up as the boss of one of the FF14 raids, and they didn't really have too much to go with, so they basically has Orb, and what do we do now? I guess her hair is also knives.
His blue has Orb. That's the character.
Mm-hmm.
I've in the past described the boss rushes in the end games of FFs as just kind of emptying out the drawer of concept sketches. Anything we didn't already put somewhere else, just throw it on the table.
Yeah, get in the mono part that we didn't put a full concept behind, give it a gimmick or two, and then throw it at the player at the head.
Start drawing and we will tell you when to stop. She has mechanics. We will establish barriers. We'll bounce things off of barriers. As you do.
A whole bunch of the bosses in 5 show up somewhere in 14. It's a matter of who's where. Like Catastrophe, Halicarnassus, Califasteri, Altaroy. Quintani, is it all of them now? I think it might actually be all of them now.
The Snakebird.
Snurb is Altaroy.
Okay.
What is with... so, your balls look ill.
Cataplepid. That's a
Do you have a
Cataplepid.
concern about Longbore?
Yeah, I've got a concern about Longball, namely white.
That's the name change version of a Catoblepas. That is...
That answers none of my questions.
It's Longbore.
That is blame.
board
That
that's
one is
long.
a blame medieval mystery situation.
Hey, it's Golem.
Again.
Can we not spare a moment to aid the poor golem?
He knows what he did.
Nope.
Alright, so Darts is the team that is not equipped to deal with either bonus boss.
Why is the word Cataplepus ringing in my head? I feel like I know it from somewhere.
Probably it being mentioned on Pit Crew streams as a funny word and a slight mispronunciation of Catoblepas, which is the actual name of the creature that shows up in a lot of Final Fantasies. Anyway, there's Omega.
Beep.
We will not be touching Omega with darts. We will be
Just
torn
gonna
into
leave him
fine meat
alone.
confetti.
Okay.
But his friend is not friend. Is angry robot?
His beep.
Is
Every robot in a Final Fantasy is angry.
There we go. That's why I know Cataplepus. I know it from the actual mythology aspect described by Pliny the Elder.
Yep, there we go.
Oh hey,
And-
Book Demon.
Oh,
Part
hey,
two,
Panda is here.
A panda's in Google Hard, I think?
probably.
Said to resemble a Cape buffalo with its head always pointing downwards due to its great weight. Its stare or breath can either turn people into stone or kill them.
Yeah, the FF enemy is usually beefy enemy that has petrify. and if they have gaze attacks as a mechanic, it is a gaze attack.
So this
It-
team
it
probably actually
also
wants to
showed up
stop
in
again
D&D
here and get
for
even more
various
numbers.
incarnations.
Yeah, it's either Google Heart or Anti-Tower, because both Apanda and Biblos are in.
This team is not tall enough to brute force
Yeah,
through
Apanda's
Apanda.
kind of cracking you open like a cannon.
As
Ooh.
Biblos 2, Apanda is punish physical attacks, be very flammable.
And guess what we don't got? Oh, hey! Also, I think this was mentioned when Biblos showed up, but with Apanda around, it's a good time to mention. There is solid reason to believe that several of Apanda and Biblos' stats got shuffled, because Biblos is very weak to Holy. At a point in the game, it is impossible to have Holy damage. And Apanda is incredibly weak to Fire, when that's supposed to be Biblos' gift. Which Biblos is weak to Fire, but not as ridiculously weak.
Well, weakness is just yes or no. It's not a matter of different flammability. The thing that it's weird that Apanda has, but Biblos doesn't, is Apanda will actually react if you summon Ifrit.
Right, that's the difference. Thank you. My brain was scrambled. Right, okay. Biblos is the mid-boss in Google Normal, and Apanda shows up as a trash pool enemy in Google Hard.
Well,
Oh, this is a situation.
thank you, Zombarts.
Nice!
I'm sure it's fine.
You have holy water.
Do you game over if the entire party is zombied?
Yes.
Yep. You do not game over if you are entirely berserkered.
Well, you might manage
would you
to
like the option
win
to
that
play?
fight.
Well, you might.
Oh, hey, Doom!
Yes.
Yeah, Doom is in this game very rarely. I believe
Is
XS.
there any way to cure Doom, or is Doom
Die.
just a death sentence? Okay.
This is one of the FFs where Doom is no. Actually, this is literally Doom. There is no avoiding it.
In 30 seconds.
Yeah, I think the primary source is X Death and Math. Yeah, there's no cure to Doom because do you see any glowing tiles in the room? I don't
Alright.
know if Dragoon can die off screen
Let's
from
have
Doom or
Lena
Sap. I feel like the
release
pause.
her dragon.
I feel like the timer pauses on that.
The timer is only moving when the fight clock is moving.
Yeah, but the idea of Dragoon dying in midair from Doom.
How do I stop my computer from burning down my house?
Seems
Move
like
it
something you
away from walls?
check
Well.
the power drain it has from the actual voltage of your house.
I don't think your computer's gonna burn down your house.
Yeah. Goodbye.
Like, it's the only high-stress thing I'm running ever. And even then,
And-
I turn it off overnight.
Just don't
Then
add
you're-
like 16 Christmas lights to the array and you'll be fine.
Yeah, you're probably going to be fine if you're not even running AC or anything, and it's just the computer that's up negligibly low.
Well, okay, so that's another weird thing happened, actually, now that you mention it. So,
Mhm.
late one night, I was like, it's a little bit hot, I'll run the AC. And I put it near the kitchen. Put it near the kitchen, because it's the only window that pumps it out. And I also decided to make toast at the same time.
So you
Oh,
blew
no.
a circuit breaker, didn't you?
Yeah, I tripped a fuse. I just set it off and on again, it was fine.
Okay, so that's definitely worth consulting an electrician over.
In
Yeah,
that case, though, that is the same circuit that the fridge is on. So I also put the AC on that, and then a
And
toast.
then, yeah, no, okay. Number one, don't
That's
do
just
that.
me Yeah, that's just me going like, okay, lesson learned. You're certain you can't handle that much juice. Gotcha, buddy.
Except, I love that several corpses just morphed into like a many-headed dragon for a second.
Yep. There we go.
I'll just go through releases. There is something I can recapture to get another Blaze. That's just a slight inconvenience in exchange for winning the damn fight.
Yeah. But yeah, as someone in chat mentioned, and my own caveat of I'm not an electrician. Your computer's not going to burn down your house. The wiring in your walls will, if anything.
Yeah.
So that would be.
I physically don't think that my computer could draw enough power to cause a circuit to burn down.
Not on its own, probably.
On its own, no, unless the wiring is real bad.
It'll be fine.
And yeah, that was the last FTX deaths.
We did it!
The computer will accumulate enough weight to catch fire. Yes, I've witnessed it.
Man, the neck on this thing, though.
Yeah, they reduced the neck when they put that thing into 14.
Yeah,
in 14, they're just a cow with one giant eye.
They have a very short, thick neck rather than weird extendo spine.
Other than giraffe with connective tissue problems, yes. This guy, though!
Yeah, I love these weird fucking, like, Eldar Harlequin clown-ass things.
They're farfarellos!
Yes, we're not that much
Which
further off
is-
from rapid fire.
Apparently that's an Italian word for elf, goblin, or evil spirit. Based on one of the devils that shows up in the Divine Comedy.
Makes sense.
My place wasn't built in the 50s, 60s, 1975. It's not that old.
Okay, so one of the few things that I do know about electricity, due to my brother-in-law, who actually built his own house up in Lake Michigan.
Yeah, that's hardcore.
Yeah, he just kind of did his own thing, and apparently it was completely up to code and livable, and his family still uses it. But there is one type of wiring that I have been trying. I know nothing about wiring except this: if someone says that your house has knob and tube wiring, run the hell out of it and get an electrician in to replace it as fast as possible.
Fuck is knob and tube wiring?
Apparently, like, the first kind of electrical wiring back from, like, the 1800s into the 30s, and it is every kind of fire hazard.
I bet it's just not even insulated.
Okay,
at all.
Looking at the initial, just the Wikipedia stuff. Historically, wiring installation requirements were far less demanding, etc., etc. Here are the technical shortcomings of knob and tube wiring methods in the modern day. Never included safety grounding conductors. Ungrounded wiring!
That's incredible.
Also, would allow wires to splice each other without a junction box in the middle of a wall. Openly.
We will
yeah.
never draw enough power for this to be a problem.
Who needs a, like, how many volts can one person need? 10?
We're gonna power the world's weakest light bulb and nothing else.
Well, I'm
I mean,
definitely
yeah,
thinking about the phase of the development of household wiring where light fixture was invented. Electric light fixtures were mostly set up into the same places where gas light fixtures had already been installed. And then more electrical appliances were invented before anyone thought to put outlets anywhere, before outlet was a thing.
So
Every
you had to
electrical
hook it up
appliance
for
of
your
the first
gas
generation was set up to hook into a light bulb socket. Here is something to plug in to a light bulb spot.
Also,
Here's a series of
simultaneously,
chain
we're having
adapters to extend
giant-
down from your light bulb.
Like, this was in the middle of the current wars, wasn't it?
Probably, yes.
So we're having giant fights over whether or not we should be using batteries for everything as well.
There's not yet full standardization as to what voltage, what frequency, what amperage, what anything is going to your house. You have dozens of competing independent power grids.
Yep.
And also, you're just chaining every electrical appliance in your house to the light socket in the middle of the room, in the ceiling.
Also, somebody in chat mentioned that the most recent notorious electrical fire hazard in a modern home is the stab lock circuit breaker. And if
The
you
what?
want me to ever... Yeah, again, if you told me that there is a threatening thing in electrical wiring called the stab lock breaker, I would believe you on the face of it without looking up. Because, like, yeah, if you want to market something that sounds like it's going to kill me, stab lock breaker is a pretty good name for that. It is a circuit breaker panel used from the 1950s to the 1980s by the Federal Pacific Electrical Company. And let's see, what is the problem with it? Fails to trip at least 25% of the time, poses a considerable electrocution hazard, and will overheat itself to the point where they catch on fire and need specialists to remove them because of those factors. Holy shit!
So you know the part of the house circuitry that is the only part, ideally, that the person who lives in it will ever interface with.
What if that killed you, apparently?
What if it was the deadliest part of the entire rigmarole?
God damn! Yeah, thanks to the person in chat. That's a genuine public service announcement. Jesus.
Horrifying. I'm also just reminded of the fact that there are old houses with razor blades in the wall, because for a portion of human history we decided, what do we do with our used razor blades? Let's make a special slot in the wall and put them in there. This doesn't go into anything. It's just a slot in the wall where you deposit your razor blades.
You could use a trash can, or you could put it in the wall and never have to think about it again.
This
Look,
is a
if you didn't
problem for
want that to
someone
be
2
where-
generations from now.
This is just where razors live. Everyone knows that.
Yeah, look at.
What the fuck
I have
are
a
you
lot of
talking
respect.
about?
Okay, I have a weird quantum respect and hatred for people involved in building houses, because the people who do it well and they do it right are incredibly brave people who need to do an incredibly difficult job to exacting standards, or else everything goes wrong. And then the people who don't do that are the people responsible for McMansions and shit like that, and they should all be thrown out a window. But that goes double for people who have to do renovations or demolitions, because either they are going to be the catastrophic fuck-ups that cause your house to burn down because they were the person who thought it was a good idea to do some retro wiring on their own, or they were the brave geniuses who were willing to take the risk of knocking down this wall that might be full of razor blades because I need to fix this.
Thinking about the guy who tried to sink a bathtub.
Doom bathroom guy.
That was a fun.
As the son of someone who did a lot of interior decorating for rich people, Doom bathroom gave me like a fucking primeval physical response.
My favourite thing about Doom Bathroom still, which went largely unremarked on by most of the commentary on it that was floating around, is that, like, when he put into place that poofle and mirror setup, ostensibly for the woman he thought would somehow love him despite it all.
Yeah, that whole sub-story.
The theoretical, purely
The theoretical woman who would need this for makeup was that he put in the worst possible lighting for that, and it shows that he probably hasn't actually interacted with many women in any way that's not antagonistic, because it was just absolutely useless. It was a makeup station that would literally make your job harder than just doing it by natural light in the evening.
Wasn't it like a bunch of light bulbs in a ring around the thing?
Yes.
I mean, my
And
favorite
that was my
part of it.
favorite, like, small, subtle touch to
Oh,
all of
subtle,
that. Was just...
subtle, yes.
In comparison to the rest of it, yeah.
My favorite part was not subtle.
Is it
was
the rock?
It was the eye beams.
Oh yeah, no, that
The eye
That's-
beams were very good, yes.
I think the simple funniest thing was just the rocks. Just the rocks. For so
yes.
many reasons.
Yeah, let's put a giant thing of rocks all around this thing that you get into and out of naked, which are
And-
going to get very wet.
Yeah, number one, you enjoy breaking your legs and shins and ankles and everything. And yeah, they were all very non-smooth. Like, they were outdoor rocks rather than, like, smooth paved river rocks. And number two, hey, you know what's good in a bathroom? Incredibly surface area dense porous material. That's going to go real well in a bathroom.
My other favorite, not subtle thing about it was the fact that he had a full-sized oil portrait of himself in formal wear. That he hung up.
Yep.
I did see the Doom mod of the Doom bathroom, and yes, I know they made the rocks into damage floor. It was the best touch they did.
Good, correct.
The only thing that could have improved that painting was if it was on black velvet.
God.
Now, see, if it was on black velvet, it would have tipped too far into, okay, this is hokey and cheesy, and they probably know it. Like, there is exactly one demographic. Like, there is exactly a very specific set of demographics that go for black velvet unironically in the modern day, and it was not this guy.
Yeah.
Like, a black velvet in that bathroom would be like, okay, this is an incredibly long-form bit. That would be your signal.
I once had the opportunity to purchase a black velvet painting of the Big Show, and I foolishly chose not to.
Why?
Because at the time, I was not thinking.
Fair. Valid to not think. Yeah, it's very specifically important to mention to people who have not been made familiar with Doom Bathroom. It was not just formal wear, it was an imitation Napoleonic, like, military leader style portrait.
We don't have to go into the rest of Bathroom Guy. He was a miserable person. We can just
Yes.
enjoy his architectural failings.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, there's nothing we need to discuss that is not architectural.
Imagine,
Good rule for life, to be honest. The
wanna
truth
go-
is approved.
like, here's an idea. What if we built free places to live and then turn them into content mines?
I was with you up until you said "and."
Yeah, that's already a thing.
No,
No, I wanna hear where this
we'll
goes.
call them influencer pods. You'll have a streaming computer and a connection to YouTube, and that's it. Maybe
Are
a bed.
these pods mounted in a system of vacuum tubes that allow them to
Yes,
be
they do
rapidly
have vacuum tubes, so
repositioned?
you can go to different. So you can have crossovers easily. So we're gonna use the porn company as contracts to make underground vacuum tube for YouTube
What?
influencers to go to major cities for conventions and cross.
I think Sana lost it.
I'm great.
Yeah, I lost the thread there a little bit because he collapsed, similarly to me reading the Mushroom Tome earlier.
We're gonna make an underground network of vacuum tubes that hold people and influencers, and we're gonna send them to YouTube Con and also the Thunderdome so they can do crossovers and shit.
And are we going to hire Elon Musk to build this?
We'll contract out the Boring Company, yes.
Now you're going to screw him on the check, right?
We can. Our lawyers say that it's probably likely that we can trick him into just funding this by giving him a premium channel or some shit. I don't know. Look, you gonna do this or not? We got the drills warmed up.
Yeah, what's your ball pit situation?
Mm-hmm.
We actually spray contagions into the ball pit in advance to preheat the oven.
Nice.
There's, I think, a bit of Ebola in there, some flu, some detritus and fecal matter.
See, I'm not sure I want to go for the Ebola. That's an expensive virus.
Well, I mean, we could make that like a Twitch, like you know how like
a
Twitch
subscriber
plays.
incentive to throw a vial in there.
Yeah, well, you know, we could say that you can infect your content, your favorite creator, with Ebola if I give it for the fist.
You've been reading too much. You've been
Did
reading
you
too
just
much Shadowrun, man.
accidentally Omega, or is this a deliberate?
I think I just invented a horror movie.
You invented a fucking what's that dungeon crawl game?
X-Crawl?
Yeah. You invented the smart part of X-Crawl.
But was this was a deliberate Omega fight, or
Yes. Beep. Witness beep.
Beep.
Oh, wait, did you just heal him with poison?
Yes.
Why?
Beep.
Beep.
Okay.
5 to 6 minutes at a time.
Wait, we really
So
No.
we are taking advantage of a certain. Okay, all right, okay.
What's
Everybody get
people-
up and stretch. Grab a
Why?
drink. We're doing
So
this.
this is
going
the
on?
Omega, right?
This is Quick Leak.
Okay.
Oh my god.
This
So
is
he's
at
dying
least
Time
slowly.
Quick
Mage
Leak.
has no weakness.
This is at least Quick Leak with a fast forward button. You son of a bitch! I
I
knew you
can't
could. I
believe you're
didn't
doing
think you
quick
would.
leak in a shuffler. What the fuck is wrong with you?
How far ahead is this group compared to the rest?
Very.
They're close to the
There's
front
your answer.
for now.
Do you think anyone's gonna pass them by the time it takes for?
For now.
Sorry, I zoned out for a moment. Are we quickly
So-
in the hospital?
Yes.
So, the chat just put it best in that our current strategy is dissociation with malicious intent. This is the Quick Leak
Great.
bug.
I love this.
This is for those who are not familiar, Quick Leak is quick as a time mage spell that lets you take 2 actions. It is modeled by stopping everything until you queue them up, and you can do 1 and then stop, and the game will not go. And for most things, the timer will not progress except for Leak. Leak being the damage over time status effect that very few things can resist, including Omega is not. Yeah, so what you do is you cast Quick, you cast Leak, and while it waits for you to cast the second spell, you just sit there and you time
There's
it
a tiny
until...
damage over time that is occurring within the frozen time.
Yes. So you sit there and you wait, and you do the approximate math for how long it should take, which in Omega's case is, I forget the time, but a while.
It's about 2 hours.
Yeah, 2 hours-ish. So we're going to be doing that 5 to 6 minutes at a time at double speed. So we're going to be going back to Omega's dimension probably 10 or 11 times in the frozen time.
Okay.
No biggie.
Oh, I in my heart of hearts, I was wondering if you would, and I'm so glad.
Beep.
So, there are multiple other ways of handling Omega. This is the cheesiest one by a long shot. Other ones include rapidly petting it with rangers and beastmasters to calm it down, to make it very calm and compliant and not murdering you on the spot, as well as Bard, singing the songs to make the robot not murder you, while you throw as much damage as you can, or very, very careful application of laser surgery.
Good. Correct.
Omega is very excitable and very friendly and will throw you into the abyss, out of the abyss, if you actually let it take turns. One of its abilities is White Hole. It will literally throw you out of the abyss and
Gina
remove.
has come to say hello.
Hello, Gina.
Nice.
And
But-
what happens when you get thrown out of the abyss?
That character is no longer in the fight.
It is
Okay.
Encircle, which is the move that you're thinking of.
Oh, wait, yeah. White
White
hole
hole
is the...
kills you and petrifies you.
Yeah,
Yes.
White Hole is Death and Petrify.
Which is
Encircle
just a
is
jerk
Remove
move.
from Fight.
White hole is instant death, but it takes 2 items to come back.
You are twice dead.
Yeah, Omega has very resistances, very reflect, hits like a train, has instant death. Is just a real hassle, unless you can
It's
find ways of manipulating the AI script, of very carefully disabling its ability to act and then dealing things to it, or quickly. Right, also, is incredibly, like, one of the fastest enemies in the game. Yeah, quick means that Berserker is going to stand there the whole time, rather than Berserker. Berserker
Time
has a
has
lot of time to
frozen.
think.
There has been an important development with my cat recently, which has now solidified into a pattern, so I can be very pleased with it. Of, like, when she comes over, I will typically give her a little boop on the snoot, and she responds positively to this, usually with purring and seeking more boops. But recently, if I boop her on the snoot now, she will rear up and, like, apply her nose to my chin and return the boop. And that's perfect, and I love her. That is all.
Yeah.
I
Damn.
believe I can hear the purring through the microphone.
Yeah, she likes coming over to say hi and is currently insisting I hold her like shotgun.
Well,
I'm doing it.
Yep,
Who
definitely
am I
can hear
to
it.
like deny her this?
what a good cat.
It's
You
your
okay?
babe.
No, congrats! I
Loon,
have been
I
psychically
mean,
sucker punched.
Loon, you've already played Final Fantasy 1 during your last Quick League thing. What are you going to do during this Quick League?
I don't know.
The rest of the shufflers.
Speaking of which,
Think how many Mega Mans you could beat.
This is really inconvenient to hold you like this. Are you sure this is what you want to be doing? Well, I live here now.
Just a lot of time to really appreciate how much I like Omega Sprite.
It's
Very
very
angry
strong.
kidney bean.
Yep.
I'd say less angry than like suspicious.
Yeah, suspicious.
Someone in the chat earlier put forth that the like robot soldier art for FF1
Oh yeah,
might be this from the front.
I could see
Might
it.
be the intent of it because it's got like the lens on the front and then like the secondary head up top and its various pointy stompy legs.
Yeah, the periscope on the back and from the side.
Sentries are back. Again.
Creep.
Drink it in. Trial Solus eyes just stare down that robot until it eventually collapses.
Yeah, Kryl is the one disassociating violently in every sense of the term.
Kyle has earned it.
Yep.
If I sound slightly muffled, it's because she's now climbed up onto my chest and is pressing her hip into my throat.
Yeah, Alice will do that all the time.
Alright, we rejoin this team, who were back to walking in circles after bouncing off of a panda. Yeah.
I wasn't paying attention. Is the shuffler running off of fast forward time, or is it running off of real time?
I think it's fast forwarded time. I don't see how it would operate on anything but frame count.
Okay.
For deciding
I just didn't know if it was tied to
when to
system
zoom.
clock or emulator clock.
Forgot how much I hated these monkeys.
Why? They're perfect.
Then why wouldn't you love a Dr. Seuss creature that plays roulette with lives?
Status update on teams. Everyone is in World 3 now. I believe 3 of the teams are in the Void? 2? 2 of them are, by definition.
I think it's 2 in the Void, 1 in the Pyramid, and 1
Yeah.
Is
just...
birding
It's
up.
just arriving.
Yeah, the current trailing team is on their way to Antlion.
Tony has yet to be faced with Void time.
You can steal angel rings from those
You can
things?
steal just about anything in the void.
Huh.
Nice.
Like you said, you can steal just about anything. Holy water. We'll need that?
Yeah.
There's stuff in the crystal town that does it, I think. The zombification.
I can answer for free for the person in chat wondering if all teams are doing Omega. Good lord, no. 4th team, Ranger team, is absolutely not capable of either bonus
This
boss
team
in
does
any-
not have bonus boss fighting gimmicks.
Yes. They just do not have the ability to do the workarounds, and there is no universe in which they could fight them fair.
Wait, why does Baldanders have a turtle shell?
That has a spine.
Are the steel tables in the Void just randomized, or what?
No, everything has defined stuff that it has.
Okay.
And those have spines, just like turtles.
Okay.
They're usable for medicine. Here's our rare throwback encounter.
The Ronkin Knight's like, can you please
Let's
tell us
die.
where we are?
How did we get here? Why are we here?
We were stuck in an underground ruin for, like, millennia, I think? And now we're in space. Please help me. In theory, and like giant air quotes in theory, Team 4 could grind enough to do Shiryu through brute force. Brute force categorically doesn't work on Omega, ever.
Alright, good.
Right, and then a thing that set us on several tangents.
Several trains of thought later.
It is both ant and lion.
Why would God do this?
Behold the criminal.
Omega tends to destroy in every game Omega shows up in. I can actually say, for once, the MMO that was not 14, 11, actually had Ultima and Omega weapons show up as an expansion pack brick wall boss in Chains of Promathia. You fought them on an airship as part of the storyline missions, and that's where a lot of people stopped playing Chains of Promathia, because that fight's just... You know how FF11 has the reputation for just hitting you in the knees with a hammer and just being very rude? To the player base of FF11, that fight was described as a little rude.
You know, I never hear anyone ever talk about the plot of FF11.
It was actually pretty alright. It's one of those things where it is very simple, and it is an old-ass early MMO, so there's not much archival of it in a format that is not watchable, in a format that has been squished to shit and back and is in approximately the level of Crunch in a bag of Captain Crunch levels of resolution. But it was fun. It was fine. The music is fantastic. The storyline writing is okay. The general core storyline for the release version is based on which nation that you came from. So it varied depending on who you were and where you were from.
I have my understanding of it is entirely taken from Opera Omnia. And
what are they even doing that?
The
Probably
villain,
Leon Tampopo.
the villains of it show up as just very upset that they have been taken to this fucking stupid world that they have to share with everyone else, and try to kill all the heroes.
Which villains were? Which was it? Eldnarsh?
It was two brothers.
Okay, so the ones from Rise of the Ziller, the two Juno ambassadors.
And I also know time travel was involved.
Oh god!
Because
Wings of the Goddess was weird.
Yeah, some of the heroes are from the future, and some of them aren't.
Okay, so that depends on the expansion pack you're talking about. Because, okay, first caveat up front, I never finished all the story content of 11 at the time that I was playing it, because, again, it hit you in the face with a hammer.
Yeah, the heroes that they use, there was a pirate lady.
Okay, yeah, that's... Oh, I don't remember her name, but that's the one they use all the time now.
An elf that punched people a lot and had purple hair.
Yep, that's the protagonist of Chains of Mafia. She's basically, yeah, small elf.
Shantoto,
because Shantoto, yes.
Yep.
Alright, Shantoto, that's her name.
And a red-haired dancer elf lady from the future.
Yeah, that's the Wings of the Gods one. Or was that the last expansion? Because there was a... Chains of the Mafia. No, hang on, I'll type it out.
But Shantoto is notable in Opera Omnia for being one of the few people who seems to understand what's going on, and being one of the smartest people in the room.
That's her. So in 11, her gimmick is basically being a shotgun wizard that speaks entirely in rhyming couplets. Except that's basically entirely an act to make people go, oh, like, the 2-foot-tall wizard that speaks in charming couplets and is just irresponsible at everything must have no brain cells. No, actually, she's like the smartest person on the continent and will run circles around you, but will gladly make you think that she's an idiot.
Yeah, when she shows
magical
up...
Columbo Lalafell is how I understood her.
When she
Columbo,
shows
if
up
Columbo was extraordinarily violent.
Yeah, when she shows up in Opera Omnia, she joins the party briefly, is like, I'm gonna help you out, solely so I can find out what the fuck is going on, then abandons you in the middle of the FF7 haunted mansion to go and interrogate Sephiroth.
That sounds very right.
Then shows up again shortly after that and is like, okay, I'm back and I'm on your team now for good. and no one's going to question any of this, or else I'm going to set you on fire.
Yeah, fire was her preferred element. If I remember correctly, she invented flare.
Well, her mechanical gimmick is she has tri-elemental attacks.
Yeah.
And builds up stacks of tri-elemental buffs until she can cast flare.
Probably that's the way they're modeling skill chains, which were an interesting idea, where basically imagine it so you have a meter that can build up to 300%, and you can spend the meter at any time, either in 100% chunks or all at once, to spend on weapon skills, which are basically your cool move button in any other MMO, or at least a large number of them. And each of them had an element, and if you used the right skills in certain orders, one after the other, they would create skill chains, which were giant bonus effect damage. It was actually quite a neat mechanic to synchronize when you had a group that had good skill chain synergy. I played Monk. Monk did not have good skill chain synergy until the very end of the game, and throughout most of the game had the worst damage type of once, because you know what most of the leveling was on the time I played? Crabs.
Which I assume resist punch.
75% less blunt damage, universally, for 50 levels of leveling.
Good. Correct.
No one wanted monks. Also,
and my understanding of 11 is it is impossible to solo.
Yes, no, you cannot solo in 11, at least at the time. You might now, because they basically said fuck it and
private
turned
servers,
off
you can solo
balance.
stuff now.
Yeah, like, the level cap is 99 now, they've detoothed a lot of things to make it soloable because it is, a game on life support, and is there for mostly historical purposes. But yeah, at the time, no, you weren't getting any progress done unless you were in a level. And by the way, you would be getting a level an hour if you were in a really good group of 6 people, and if you died twice, you lost that level, which could be done in about 2 or 3 minutes.
Okay.
FF11 was a game that really aggressively hated you. There's a reason that anybody who played FF11 heard about Eureka being like, we're gonna make it like FF11, and had a response of, like, primeval horror. Beyond, like, the callbacks, which I did part of Eureka, and I was really entertained by how many very specific callbacks there were in Eureka in 14. Like, very specific ones. But, no, like...
Most of what I remember about playing Eureka was, oh, I can't solo anything here, and this isn't fun.
Yes. Mm-hmm. The unbeatable raid boss. Which one is your question? Yes, apparently the final expansion that I was not around for because I had left, like, probably 5 or 6 years earlier at that point, if not earlier, had some sort of tie-ins to 14, and there is an occasionally recurring crossover event between 14 and 11, where both of the MMOs have a event quest that you can get some items and cosmetics from the other one. And it's basically like one of the characters isekais into the other one.
And in 14, it's Shantono.
No, it's actually who's it? Red-haired pirate traveler.
That's weird, because I remember...
Shantono did show up in a separate event that has not...
Ah, okay. Because I distinctly remembered there being Shantono fates.
Yes, there were. That was very time limited, and I'm kind of sad that those never came back. Oh, Samurai Girl's also... Yeah, okay. Time Traveler and Samurai Girl are different ones. They're in different crossover events. And yes, as people are mentioning, Absolute Virtue is probably the one people are thinking of. I've told this story ad nauseum to probably several people listening or reading or whatever. Absolute Virtue was the first unbeatable boss. I was on the server that had the first guild, Link Shell, etc., that beat it. And they beat it, air quotes, illegitimate, by not doing it the way that the developers intended. You see, Absolute Virtue had the ability to use every 2-hour ability in the game, by which I mean every class in the game had an ability with a 2 real-world hour cooldown. And when that happened, usually you would do something really wild. For Monk, it was remove the cooldown in your attacks. All of them. You will hit as fast as your frame rate goes, basically. Or as fast as the server ticks go. And this leads to immense comedy when you have, like, multi-hit weapons, such as the Kraken Club, which is like, okay, now all of your punches are 8 punches, and then there's a very wonderful, like, 2005 YouTube video with bad Mortal Kombat music dubbing of somebody using 100 Fists in Kraken Club, and the frames just stop. The model just starts to fidget as the entire text screen just starts rolling back. But yes, the first time Absolute Virtue was beaten, instead of engaging with the direct mechanic, because the direct mechanic was, I have every super ability in the game and I can use them whenever I want, and by the way, one of those is a full heal from nothing, they just lured it over a wall where it was not actually able to aggress on the people involved, and its AI broke, and then they slowly beat it to death. And then they were basically told by the GMs, congratulations, that was very clever, well done. Don't do that again or you're banned. And then they patched that. And repeat like 5 times with different ways that people found exploiting the fight to beat it. And certain of them was not even like exploiting, it was just, okay, let's break the game's mechanics as hard as this fight seems to want us to. In terms of like, okay, what if we just have 16 Dark Knights with multi-hit weapons and regeneration and soul steal, which is percentile health damage, and we just beat the living shit out of it, and then we rotate in 16 people to do it again. You have 32 people synchronize their time schedules to do this, and have one shot at it, and you might win. But no, that's not doing it right, so it's patched out. Like, it is good that the Absolute Virtue in FF14 is not a faithful recreation of the fight, because the fight in 14 was bad. Like, I need to emphasize this for you. There wasn't interesting mechanics to it. It was learn the gimmick or you don't win. The right way of doing the fight was eventually hinted at by the developers in a video of them beating it, air quotes, the correct way. And people found out eventually what it was supposed to be. It is when Absolute Virtue uses its 2-hour ability, a character in the Alliance currently fighting it must immediately, within 5 seconds, use the same 2-hour ability, and it cannot use it again for the rest of the fight. This means that you have to fight it with an alliance of every job currently in the game. Or at least
Didn't this also mean you had to be physically in Japan?
No, they gave it a little bit of laxity. They gave it a little bit of wiggle room, and it was enough of a window that delay did not jeopardize your ability to do it, but it was like, you need to be very tight on your time. Like, the second you see it on your screen, you need to be hit. And then once you did that, it was just an incredibly boring tank and spank slugfest that had no actual gimmick to it. Beyond, it has some pets and it uses some really powerful spells, and that's about it. Like, all of the interesting gimmicks it had were when it used the 2-hour abilities, which were interesting, but you wanted to make it stop doing them because it would slaughter you if you did them.
Hey gang, you want to play a fun game?
What?
I moved the table lamp to a different outlet, and now I'm going to start up the video game that caused the issue and see if I can replicate it.
Replicating bugs, interesting.
Replicating bugs in my real house.
The other boss that people will remember as a big deal in the history of FF11 in terms of unbeatable bosses is because this one almost got them in legal trouble, was Pandemonium Warden. Because Pandemonium Warden had a group of people spend over 16 real-time hours without resting, sleeping, or leaving their chairs trying to beat it, to the point where several of them actually
Speaking of
passed
taking
out.
opportunities to leave your chair.
Yeah. Yeah, take drinks, stretch, etc. Make sure you
It's
take
less
care of
noticeable,
yourselves.
but it's there.
Interesting. But yeah, Pandemonium Warden was they were trying to find out. It was basically solve my riddle Batman as boss again, and this time people were so dedicated to it that they just didn't stop until people were having medical problems. And that hit international news, and Square Enix pretty much immediately went, "Oh shit, that's a bad look. Nerf it, nerf it." Pandemonium was the end of, I am not kidding you, if I remember correctly, 64 different bosses that you had to beat that had random drops that would drop. Basically, imagine a pyramid where Pandemonium Mortem is at the top, and you need 2 drops to spawn Pandemonium Mortem. And for those, each of those need 2 drops to spawn them. So you need to fight 4 bosses in total, etc. Down until there's 64 total bosses. Which, again, the drop rate was random.
So you would have to fight some of these bosses multiple times.
Dozens of times, yes.
Seems bad.
I am okay.
FF11, I really, every time I talk about it, I will say it, but people really don't seem to really understand unless you were there. FF11 hated you.
Wasn't
This is
there
not me
some
being
crazy
hyperbolic.
shit with like stat growths? I remember Zoe telling me about that. Just like there's something about stat growths in general
Yes.
that just doesn't make any fucking sense.
Yes, and stat growth was tied specifically to. Okay, so you know how you can play a Lalafell Samurai and there's no problem at all. What if playing a Lalafell Samurai was objectively terrible because you had minus 15% to your damage stat?
Oh, so old MMO design.
Yes.
Terrible.
Yeah,
'Cause
if
EverQuest was like that too.
I made the mistake of playing an Elvon Monk, which was not the worst choice I could have made, but a really bad one.
Oh, you know, this thing that we made one of the signature characters be.
Yes. Turns out their
Fun.
stat growth is best for mind. They should be white mages.
I have a fun game in return, Sana. Hey, what do you think yeast is?
A virus.
Incorrect.
Well,
My
shit, I don't know.
friend?
The fungus.
What do you mean yeast is spores?
It's part of the fungus kingdom. Do you want to know a fun fact about yeast?
Sure, Morgan.
This is payback for the fern thing, by the way, just so you know.
I deserve this, but go on.
Yeasts are unicellular organisms that evolved from multicellular ancestors. And some
What do you mean
species
they
have the
cell?
ability to develop multicellular characteristics by forming strings of connected budding cells known as pseudohyphae.
So what, wheat beads? Weeds?
But yeah, yeast were multi-celled and then decided that sucked, and then went to being single-celled, but could mimic being multicellular under the right conditions.
And I wish I could just decide to be single-celled.
God, fucking same. Have you ever seen the largest single-celled, like, algae, by the way? Because it rules. It's like the size of a fist, and it looks incredibly edible.
And it would probably kill you if you tried.
No, actually, if I remember correctly, they are edible.
Ah,
Just don't taste like much.
Okay, now I'm not sure about anything anymore, because when I close one of my eyes and change characters, the flicker isn't there. I don't understand anything. Maybe the light of my TV is causing me to have ambient room changes. Maybe I'm lampshading this.
maybe you're being haunted by ghosts.
How reproducible was the lamp flicker in the first place?
Ah,
How many times did you cause it to occur?
every time I change. Then maybe it's because it's an outlet that has the router and also a lamp on it. But that wouldn't be great either. And that's a question for an electrician.
Alright, boat acquired.
That's a handsome pyramid.
Mm-hmm. So, Ferris is already two-handing, so I just need to remove the shield. Shield is already off. Alright, Ferris is good to go. You are good to go, and you are chemist.
You know how
If the
anime
fight goes
has...
long enough, the chemist has to do the thing, then chemist will do the thing. Nothing will prevent this.
Wait, what's the thing? Make cocaine?
The thing.
Which of the things
The
chemists
chemist
can do?
will do the thing.
Which is that? I've never played this game. Did Lena eat grass again?
No, she got full of demons.
Lena has tasted the void.
Genuinely didn't see this coming.
This has happened 3 times already.
Look, I
This
have
is the
memory
third time
issues.
that
Yeah.
it has
Okay,
happened.
that's fair.
Happened 2 previous times.
This is the third. Okay.
Sometimes I observe things and it gets filed away for exactly 5 seconds and then it's gone. So I genuinely didn't see this coming.
Okay.
Yeah, valid.
But yeah, now we have to kill the demon that was inside her.
Yeah, see, I've got no memory of this place. I love the expression on the leftmost thing.
Snake. Cat.
Dog snake. Cat snake?
Beast of some description. She has identified the threat.
No,
Yeah, I
see,
mean, correct.
However, the damage is done. Sword big. The eternal meta.
I want to actually say this bit out loud for the commentary crew and for the sake of the recording. As someone mentioned, the temptation to solo FF11 now that it's much more possible to do so. Back in the day, there was an avenue for soloing most of the content in FF11, and it was being a Beastmaster, because you could actually do Beastmaster things like go grab the things in the random areas and throw them at enemies. This is why a lot of people want that in 14, despite having the same problem with Blue Mages that isn't the same MMO anymore and it wouldn't work with the same design
Allow
paradigms.
Beastmaster to only queue up with Blue Mage. Create
Yeah,
more,
Create-
add more
like,
classes
that is
to
the
the
compromise.
Sickos queue.
Yeah, that is what I want, is if they ever do actually make another limited job, it better be Beastmaster, and it better just let you do some sicko shit.
Clown content.
Yeah, Beastmaster, very notably, didn't just have an ability to solo the game, it was almost required to, because your pet leveled up with you, and you would be changing pets, obviously, as you went through zones, but, your pet actually counted as a separate party member in terms of experience gain. So, if a Beastmaster was in a party of 6 people, you're getting the equivalent of 7 people in your party experience, which means no one wants a Beastmaster in the party under any circumstance. Which means that Beastmasters would just kind of like be strange cryptids that you would see wandering around the zones on their own with a monster, beating things up and wandering away and scuttling away to some god knows where they're going and what they're doing. Do you even play the same game? Who are you? Which I feel is an incredibly...
It sounds like the class I would have ended up playing if I had played this game.
Yeah, it is an incredibly apropos niche for a Beastmaster in an MMO, is you just end up a cryptid. You just end up the weirdo that no other player ever has contact with. You just kind of exist in the liminal spaces, punching things and hissing at people when they offer
shouting into
contact.
the global chat, has anyone seen any frogs?
Yes! They would actually ask where rare mobs would spawn. That's like the only thing you would get out of them.
I place a bounty for any who locate Fjord.
I love Fallout 76, but I kind of miss the stupid bullshit of just like the weird cryptid world that MMOs end up being.
This team doesn't have great options for trying to actually play with the gargoyles here.
The biggest MMO cryptid thing that I ever encountered was I was on the server for City of Heroes that Go Hunt Kill Skulls came from. I was logged into the game when that happened.
Gargoyles.
God, that's good. As I mentioned, my server Remora was the one that had one of the most prestigious raid groups in the entire MMO across all data centers, and they would consistently find new ways to irritate the developers. And I can tell you, from first-hand experience, the entire server took great pride in them. Like, they were mascots. They were fighting the man. As for the other person who said Red Mage could solo content, no, they couldn't. Also, they wouldn't if they wanted to, because you know what everybody, literally everybody, in every party that exists wants? Refresh. Refresh being the only spell in the game that lets you recover mana at a combat speed, which is available only to Red Mages as a primary class, because it could not be cross-class, because it was a, level 42 ability? So, for most of the game's lifespan, Red Mage was the... Okay, Red Mage Ninja could solo. But Red Mage was like, okay, you want a party and you want to queue up for a group that wants to do leveling. If you are, say, I don't know, a monk, that might take you an hour or two. Red Mage, you put it up, and 3 or 4 seconds later, you're going to get an offer for somebody who wants Refresh. The game did not have balance.
And yes, the story of Go Hunt Kill Skulls is there was a dude in the newbie zone who invited a full party of players, and when asked what they were going to do, his only response was, go, hunt, kill skulls. That's it. That's the whole thing.
14 has a... Go on, sorry.
Just a guy in the newbie zone who wanted to kill a bunch of newbie mobs from the skulls. No one knows why.
Yeah.
Chaos.
14 has a fair share of cryptids in the sense of you will get a lot of good screenshots of fashion and names, but not really any cryptid player behavior, which is kind of a sad artifact of incredibly hostile design that forced people to live like cryptids.
Says you. As I stealth my way to much higher level areas to go fishing.
Okay. Amendment. There are some people who go to Fisher level 60 with no combat jobs, and they should be respected.
Damn right I should, thank you.
There is also the other kind of 14 cryptid, which is the silent, mostly naked Lalafell who contributes to groups during random pickup, dungeons, but never speaks.
I mean, that's basically silent, weird glamour anybody.
Yeah.
In my mind, that is the Rogadins with the shirtless glamour, the denim jeans glamour, and the snowman head. That is the rando in that slot in my mind.
Where are the actual jeans?
They are the pants from the special outfit you get that looks like Zidane's from Login Relentless Rewards. If I remember correctly. It's either Zidane's or Squall's.
It would be Squall's, I think, because Zidane didn't wear pants, he wore overalls. And a vest.
It's one of the Login Rewards glamours.
I think I have both of those.
Also, yes, the chicken suit glamour is very rapidly entering the incredibly high tier shitpost outfit content.
At some point, I will have to tag those in.
Chip was ahead of the curve on that front, riding around on the egg mount dressed as a chicken.
Yes, the egg mount. I remember during that Easter season in Idleshire, where people discovered that the light effect from that mount stacked and did not have a cap. So everybody would just kind of noodle into each other's mesh on top of the slab in Idleshire, and there was just this blinding, blazing sun of eggs.
Papaya.
Papaya.
Nothing will
So
stop it.
just, I need to ask Chip for more specific details, but on the server we're on, Fairy, there's one person who is always at the casino area, which I'm blanking on the name right now. Golden something? I don't remember.
Golden Saucer.
That's the one, yeah. Just, there is always one person, all hours of the day, never logs off, dancing silently, and like...
That's a tradition in servers.
They're such a fixture that one time they vanished and all of the chatter in the zone was just focused on, are they okay? Can we get in contact with them somehow and verify that they are okay? We've never had a direct conversation, but we worry for their safety.
We need a wellness check on the stripper.
Throw wide the gates!
Let Eon become instant. Where are they?
Fairy, it's a good server.
Yep, I enjoy all of your stories of it. Someday, cross data center visit. Someday I will hang out with my buddy. And my other buddy. I just suddenly thought, oh wait, hang on, multiple buddies.
Yeah, and Cryptids in 14 is also just Chip, who will, like, never speak to another human being for extended periods of time, and then spot a new player or someone who is having a little bit of difficulty with crafting, and then just deposit their wildest dreams upon them, and then leave. Like, oh, you need gil? Here, have like 1.5 million. Do you not need that? No.
Here are all of the new materia and 2 million gil. Goodbye.
My favorite thing was when he asked you to name a number with no context, and then was like, okay, right, that's how much money I'm gonna earn.
Yeah. Yeah, Chip is an incredibly powerful person. He is able to horrifyingly efficiently manipulate the auction house, and not in a way that is just screwing with other players. It's just, I see opportunity. I take opportunity. I have more gil than I can ever use. Time to use it to help friends.
Oh, this actually reminds me of a Fallout 76 cryptid story of like player behavior. Okay, so there's legendary enemies in Fallout 76, and you kill them, and you get credit, and they drop a legendary item, which is very useful because you can throw it in a blender for money. It's the primary use of them. Sometimes you get something good, it's very rare. So the way people signal that there's a legendary enemy nearby is they will stop everything and use the come here emote. And like, people will form an orderly queue to take one pot shot at a fucking dog or something. Cycle around. Like, it's just accepted behavior. It's reliable. I've seen it
Oh
happen
yeah, the hermit crab exchange.
for like 100 hours. It's just a thing that we do.
That's remarkably similar to a similar behavior in FF11, where world bosses would have people just kind of wait to have everybody get a slap on it.
Now, the best part is that fucking... There was a new player, he was like level 54. It's definitely like... someone who just doesn't know better. Shoots a legendary, poor Isles get to him, and then we all just kind of like... quietly pull him aside and give him the rundown over speech, and he's replying with nothing but emotes, just like, "Oh my god, I'm so sorry, I did not know."
Alright, so Arts has weapons to unseal someday.
Whenever we get back to that.
That'll be Excalibur, Assassin Dagger, Sage Staff, I suppose.
Sounds about right. I have absolutely been an accidental cryptid to somebody, but not a story I'll be sharing on my audio.
Probably Sasuke's over Assassin's Dagger, because Chemist is there to apply dead. I'll favor the raw attack power over the,
Almost certainly been a cryptid to someone, but I've had more encounters with just wild shit than the other way around, I think. Horse Guy is really, like, number one on my list there.
I think earlier today I
Go
ambushed
on.
someone coming out of Vault 76 and just said, "Have some drugs," and then gave them a bunch of fucking mentats.
Yeah, if I played 76, I'd end up being somebody who sits outside of Vault 76, just like, hey,
Kid, you want a gun?
it's dangerous to go alone. Take this. Hands over fat man and a bag of drugs.
No, please. I hand over the naval cannon that's been detached into a heavy gun.
There we go.
Horse Guy was a
Horse.
phenomenon that I experienced for a couple of years in the town where I used to live in Australia. Yeah, Horse Guy. I'll get
wait.
there.
Yeah, wait for
So,
it.
like, I have like paralyzing levels of insomnia. I could often go for over 40 hours without sleep. And for a while I thought Horse Guy was a, like, outgrowth of that. I thought I was hallucinating when I couldn't sleep at like 3 in the morning. But it kept happening, and it kept happening when I was well rested for a given standard of... It kept happening, and what kept happening was, at between the hours of 1 and 3 a.m., I would hear, just slowly coming down the street, the sound of horse hooves, and I lived in, like, a little suburban offshoot that was just a loop, quite a ways off the main track, but not, like, out into the back roads of the city or anything, but just... There would be horse hooves, and they would come closer and closer and closer, and then stop. And I would hear outside my window horse breathing, and like the swishes and flicks of mane and tail. And one day I decided, like, okay, I'm gonna look out there. I'm gonna see what awaits me. And I sat up and leaned out and looked down, and what I beheld was a man wearing a black hoodie and black tracksuit pants upon a black horse parked on my lawn in utter silence, where he stayed for several hours before leaving.
One of the Australian fair folk.
And this would happen at least 3 times a week for like 2 years.
What was he doing? Was he casing your house?
Nothing! He did nothing!
He was just riding his horse at night on someone else's lawn.
And like for a long time I really thought I was hallucinating it. Like, what? Until one day I go downstairs and just see horse shit on my lawn and going down the road confirming that no, it has been very real.
taking the rare opportunity there to demonstrate there is exactly one enemy, this guy, who counters jump.
Oh my god.
You jump at Mecha Head. Mecha Head has anti-aircraft weapons and tells Ryu to get back on the floor. This doesn't deal any damage. It only cuts off the jump.
I did think a couple times about trying to exchange words with Horse Guy, but like, I feel it is reasonable for me to have been intimidated out of going downstairs to try and strike
You're a
up a
fucking kid.
conversation.
What if ghosts are real and if you talk
Also,
to him,
like-
that's the trick and you get pulled into hell?
The entire build-up to you looking out the window is just how every story about don't look out the window or the fair folk get you goes.
Also,
I
this
should
is
feel
just
like
a
an adult. I was an
terrifying
adult when
person.
this was happening.
Yeah.
No, this is just a terrifying person.
Yep.
Oh, okay. I thought you were like 8 or something. No, then that's just tome intrusion.
It was... He never did anything wrong, and I guess he just liked... The horse must have liked the grass?
Maybe that's
He
what
just-
that stop where the horse would regularly take a shit.
Why
to
do these
wherever
mummies
he
know
was going.
Kiraga?
Why? Maybe that's what they did in a previous life. Maybe they were doctors.
Maybe it's in
Cracked
case
open
they
the
ever
doctor
decide
tomb.
they want to stop existing.
Damn. Potent.
They have enough MP for exactly one Kiraga.
Yeah, they have a loaded gun with one bullet. Just in case.
What if he was trying to like impress people by standing mysteriously outside? Like, what if you're one in a string of horse crimes?
It wouldn't be out of character for my area for someone to decide to go about. Other local cryptids included a lovely man with incredible hat collection, who would often just ride a horse down the roadways. The man who builds sculpture out of collected trash off the side of the road. I interviewed him once, he was lovely. And the assorted machete men.
A breed
course.
of their own. The Machete Man.
Very much so, yes.
Same genus as Florida, man.
Right, so. Arts has weapons to unseal. Excalibur. To be a sword.
And this is the real one, right?
Yes. Sword big. No, not you. You.
Yo, eagle eater.
Tell a lie, I remembered one other cryptid, and it's the time I got incredibly startled while trying to retrieve my very upset cat from the backyard because the ground was hissing at us. And I learned, after seeing it rise majestically from the soil and then sink back down, that it was a rare example of the giant hissing earthworm.
Oh, you found one in the wild.
Yes, I don't know why it was there. It should have been out of its range.
Well, no one told it that.
It was like nearly 10 p.m. at night. It was raining a storm, and I go down there and the ground just starts screaming at me.
And those things are like the thickness of your forearm, aren't they?
They're very chuffed, yes.
Alright, so after clearing the pyramid as well, just to note, this team has 10 atoms of dark matter. Very up in the air as to if they will need more. You always appreciate more atoms. The necessity of them, though. That's always an open question. This team has selling off and purchasing to do. And will certainly always appreciate seeing more cash. Yes, let's see here. Great Sword can leave, Ancient Sword can leave, Mithril Sword has been obsolete for ages, Mithril Knife similarly. I feel reasons to keep the Mangoshas around. Twin Lance can go. These Mithril Hammers, they are on their way. This mummy, though.
I still very deeply appreciate the Pixel Remaster concept art bundle, showing that that squat from the mummy is because it's supposed to be coming out of the sarcophagus. It is both good as the snaps in an alley squat, and also just the I woke up for this.
Yeah, damn punk kids. Okay, hold on though. Zephyrus, this team wants to interact with. If you summon a bio soldier, that's not a bio soldier. I think any given Zephyrus only has one creature that she wants to show off.
I like just the mental image of her just working her summoning magics and be going, behold! And then they see Corral in the sheep outfit and then turn around and it's like, oh nah, fuck you. I ain't beating her up.
Child applies the power of the Hypno Crown.
They're immediately summoned to do violence on tiny sheep, and they cannot countenance this and immediately turn on their summoner.
Did you do this to Cryle?
Okay. Zeph, what do you got? No, Zeph.
I don't know what this thing is, but I kind of love it.
That's what it is.
That's for the best. I don't think it was meant to be loved.
Okay, next, Zeph, what do you got? Impressive, but also still not what I'm here for.
Sit there, nod. Pretty good.
Lost the path I'm supposed to be in. Anyway, arts here. So, Knight Ninja, Chemist, Thief. You don't need the Partisan for anything. Don't need Warhammer, don't need Gaia Hammer. Ashura or Wind Slash. Do not need Classic Flail. Or Morningstar. Or just a stick. Gold. Diamond Shield. Element ones can stay around. The Twist Headbands, those go away. This is a team where no one casts spells like a weirdo, so Gold Hairpin is out. Other armor. I think Black Robe is preferable to White Robe for Chemist. The more raw magic instead of some stamina boost. So we ditch. Both Moonring Blades are also obsolete here, so those go out. Whip has never belonged to this team. Hayate Bow, that never belonged to this team. Nor did this Frost Bow. Armlet is nothing. Mithril Glove is nothing. Power Armlet is nothing.
Can this team use rods? 'Cause you got a bunch
This
of
team has no future use for rods. These rods are legacy. These rods were found, like, as proceeds of crime. Get rid of all of those. Healing Staff can stick around for, you know, historical significance. I can ditch the Protect Ring. That's almost 3 pairs of sandals. Well, that's almost 4 pairs of sandals. It is 3 pairs of sandals. Which that can do just fine for getting everything started here. Just take Thief Knife. Yeah, they'll take the complimentary sandal in the Void Castle. You are two-handing your weapon for now, but the Aegis is there for when it is time to put a shield back on you, which might never happen since we do also have defensive chemistry going on. Instead, the things to buy here are the rare time to actually use a circlet. Interesting. Set of garb. Just take that raw magic power up. And the rest of that money turns into supplies. Okay, Zeph. Show me what you got. Creature of Darkness. Nope. Okay, try again. Let's confirm if you repeat yourself. Yes.
The Zeph summon is predetermined, apparently.
Yeah, there are different variations of this fight that already have a creature in them to show.
Yep.
Reference to the ongoing side conversation in chat, a lot of organic life is just tubes, and more and more complicated ways to arrange those tubes
Yeah.
to achieve different goals.
Also, this conversation in the side chat is also dancing around what the nature of consciousness is, and if you want to sit down and have like an 18-hour conversation that goes nowhere but leaves you more confused, frightened, and enlightened, I'm willing to do that, but, you know, it's its own very long tangent.
How
I feel like we
Scope
did that on
4.
the ACS
Probably.
streams.
Watching Fiesta.
The short
Yes.
version is brains are fucking weird.
Yes.
Hey, Steel Fist, where'd you learn Rocket Punch?
Oh, you know, around.
You mean you
Appreciate
don't
the
know
fashion.
Rocket Punch? Because I think everyone should know Rocket Punch.
I mean, you learn Rocket Punch by
Steel Fist,
growing up
demonstrate
in the
your secret
sacred
technique.
mountains, in the secret city there, and not qualifying to be the Iron Fist, so you turn evil and become the Steel Fist.
Steel Fist are your two different copies of Attack. Okay, Attack and Attack.
Capital.
Punch like a bear.
I love ragdolls.
Okay, this Zeph.
The longer I stare at the tunnel, the more I appreciate the eyes, and how it looks like they have three peoples in a triangle position around it.
It looks like it has stayed up for the past 28 hours and is trying to talk its way around to going to bed, but is stuck on the I'll just finish this paragraph.
Go ahead, Mary.
Wait, why were we on the opposite side of the screen than usual?
Ambush
Ambush.
attack.
Ah,
I got a cursed shovel.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Alright, number one, it's 76 or what?
Yeah.
Dude, who curses a shovel?
Earl.
what does the curse do?
Improved damage, attack rate, low durability, plus 50% more damage when your target is below 40% health, 40% faster swing speed, 9% reduced weight. It's actually a pretty okay shovel.
That's not a curse!
Yeah, none of that is curse.
Well,
That's
it's
also
cursed.
not a shovel.
Yeah,
You said it's reduced
durability.
speed?
It breaks way faster.
Yeah.
It swings faster though, so as long as you've got duct tape on your pants, you're good.
I wouldn't expect a shovel to last very long when used as a murder implement anyway.
Well, if you're a genius when it comes to
If it's a
taping bats
military
together, you
shovel,
can
it
give it
probably
200%
would.
durability, so that's a way to fix
Okay,
that.
like, sure, well-made shovel, fine, but it's not designed for the stresses of, like, being swung like a bat.
As add metallic military-grade robots usually, yes. It makes a great clonk noise, though.
It would make a great clunk noise.
Look, when you uppercut a rat and its jaw gets forced open and there's a really funny clonk and you survive and it doesn't, that's pretty great.
Alright, I can describe to you the exact clonk noise in my brain. It is the demo frying pan noise from TF2. That bonk.
A little bit more metallic twang, but that's basically it.
That is one of the pinnacle of comedy sound effects to me, because my brain is poisoned by Gmail shitpost videos.
You should hear the thunk sound that happens in Dark Deity whenever someone uses a mace attack in that game. It is the bass turned up to max, just thunk.
That and just any strange noise when someone's body moves.
Now I can get rid of my aristocrat's shovel that I keep around.
Your what?
Aristocrat's shovel. It scales with your caps.
Characterizes an aristocrat shovel.
Oh, aristocrats as in apostrophe S. I was thinking of the infamous joke.
No, it's not a comedy. It's a shovel that when you're richer, it does more damage.
Alright, how does that... Yeah, I'm with Morgan. What characterizes this? What?
It's magic.
Look, I jump 8 feet in the air, and hold on. I'm going to read you all the mutations I have right now that I never get. Well, right now I have confetti mess because someone, whatever. I've got bird bones, eagle eyes, an egghead. I'm a marsupial, a speed demon, and I have adrenal reaction enhancements.
And those are all temporary?
No, they're permanent.
Ah.
A
What
marsupial.
What does marsupial even do?
Makes me jump 8 feet in
Additional
the air. And gives me more.
carrying
It gives me
Wait,
more
what?
carrying weight, and I jump 8 feet in the air.
That's not what... Okay.
The
leave
carrying
kangaroos.
weight I
Yes,
get?
that's correct.
And bird bones makes me small, like fall slower. So I'm actually always gliding when I jump and fall at 76. So there's just
You made
So
a
there's just some
camel-
fucking cryptid stalking the halls of Appalachia, like, you know,
Halls of Appalachia.
the hills, whatever.
I know. But also...
From the halls of Appalachia to the shores of Tripoli.
God damn it. You basically just made a Gamma World character at this point.
Oh,
Yeah.
also, I've got a backpack with the Mothman plushie on it.
That's adorable, and I want one. I want
Sounds
one that
weird.
isn't Fallout 76 brand.
Well, I mean, I swap between that and being the mailman a lot, so.
Okay, is there a Mothman outfit aside from the backpack?
Yes, and one of my friends that I play this game with abuses it horrifically. He made a small murder shack out in the Cranberry Bog that just has a giant neon Mothman sign with individual letters spelling out the word real. And he has an ally there that has a giant novelty Mothman hat that just surprises the shit out of you when you go to buy something. It's really funny.
Darren, are you okay?
Have I introduced you to Nelson? I feel like I should have.
So what?
To my good friend Nelson, who made Dog Airport game.
Oh yeah, I played like some of Hypnospace. That's the one.
Yeah,
I should play the
I
rest
feel
of
like you would get along.
You would vibe real well with them, from what I know.
I should do that. I will do that at some point. It feels like something that's mandatory for existence in the world.
Also, just the fact that it is a cranberry bog and a neon sign, and the only word is real, and it's just the hat.
Yeah.
That was such a
Like,
strikingly, searingly vivid mental image. That's why I couldn't stop laughing.
He's so committed to the bit, he has no, like, amenities or luxuries outside. They're all in the instanced interior that, like, got added a few patches ago.
Oh, they finally did that.
Yeah, you can actually... So it's cool because you can make a door to an instance shelter, and then you can, like, construct small, like, basements. You can, like, have doors to more pocket dimensions, inside doors to pocket dimensions, and they keep between towns. It's pretty cool.
Interesting.
But, like, yeah. I've also seen... like, most of the joy out of Fallout 76 really is just walking around collecting garbage, and then you come across someone's fucking masterpiece.
Yeah, that's for all of your discussion of the game, it is... This is not the game that is delivering the good experience, it is the people within it making garbage into gold.
Yeah, since they stopped being, you know, commanded by ZeniMax, they've actually been doing good things to, like, foster it into a game that is mostly about building and co-op shit. Which is, you know, the entire, like, narrative is now about building town. Like, it's kind of cool, actually. If I played this game before the NPC update, I went to 2 locations, there would just be nothing there.
Yeah.
And then now there's, like, 2 entire actual towns with, like, NPCs and infrastructure, and I thought, like, well, where do they go to bathe and shit? Where's the town hall? Where's the mess hall? Where do they keep guests? Where do the caravans go?
That's...
And, like, that kind of keeps happening. Like, we found a fucking Thunderdome that some raiders made, just introduced in Steel Rain, I think, and it was unmarked, and there's nothing there. There's just in the location.
That's really neat, and that's a lot more environmental design than even New Vegas usually got up to.
And yeah, it's got the
Yeah,
benefit of, like,
I've heard that 76 is actually good now.
I've got 500 hours in it, and I'm probably not going to stop.
Yeah, Sona has been playing since the beginning, so...
Someone
since
has
Wastelanders.
Archage, which...
Oh boy, oh boy.
Oh, that game would be perfect if it wasn't... I played that on, like, a Russian private server, and it was the best experience I think it's possible to have with that game. It's very much a game about farming and trading that had normal MMO bits stapled on the top, which were terrible. Do not engage with those, but the housing and the farming and the crafting was some of the best I've ever seen in games, and also it let me have a pangolin mount.
I wish we brave enough to
Someone
make
is
a
tweaking.
crafting exclusive MMO.
That was one of Tom's pipe dreams for a while, and why he wanted to like Wildstar, I think is the name of it, because it had it had an innovative crafting system, and then Wildstar happened to him.
We all know about Wildstar. Now there's a fuck up.
Yeah, Tom has got several white whales of gaming that he would like to have someday, and good crafting game is way up there for him. Specifically, in his case, crafting that he can be like Santa Claus but with high-level stuff to other people with. And he's gotten a good way there in the experience of FF14, but not quite in the way he wants, from what I understand.
I mean, like, it does have an economy, but still function around the idea of, at best, an equivalent exchange, at worst, gouging people.
What I want, like, my dream game is, okay, I would like you to, like, just let me make an Ars Magica settlement. I would like Ars Magica, the video game. I would like to have a settlement that I can just have people making stuff in and existing with each other in, and wizards are optional, honestly. I would just
The
like
slow
to run-
boil thread of you have adopted a wizard, or the wizard adopted you, other way around, who knows.
Yeah.
In 10 years, something horrible might come out of that tower, but you're gonna be confident until then. You won't see either hair of him.
And you know, just the important task of, okay, we make books here and there's weird shit going on around us, but mostly we just want to exist here in this place that is like a monastery, but isn't.
So basically, you just want a medieval, like, life simulator, except every once in a while the supernatural wanders in and gets weird.
Yes!
Really want.
I really want that, too.
Dwarf Fortress with multiplayer.
Oh god, that would kill me. I would never leave my chair again.
Okay, no, seriously, what is that noise?
Oh, sorry.
Cat playing.
The squeaking is my cat toy that I am trying to entertain my
Okay.
cat with, because she is up on the desk and giving me a surly look, and I
Okay.
am rotating through my options. To see
I
which
am
one she
fine with
wants.
it as long as I know what's happening and I'm not just hearing a bizarre noise.
Yep.
Because I wasn't sure anyone else was hearing that.
No. It's valid to ask. I had forgotten that this was not everyone on the call was familiar with the squeak toy.
Now that Rapid Fire is here, Monk can do thief-like amounts of damage that take 8 times as long to animate.
Yep.
It's nice to watch though, and the sound effect for it is satisfying.
Yeah, it's nice to see Ferris decide that she's going to beat up a computer.
I know that a game where you are the wizard's familiar is ringing a bell on the back of my head. I want to say that there's like a queer narrative Twine game about that I heard of, but I don't remember the name.
Wait, which one? I didn't hear for a sec.
A game about being a wizard's familiar?
Yeah, I feel like I've seen a Twine about that, but I don't remember off the top of my head.
I remember like there was a trans narrative going on in it, and I remember it was suggested really highly by someone I know, but it was so long ago at this point that it has vanished from my brain.
Yeah, ultimately, I think what I want is just like a smaller scale medieval city builder sort of thing, where instead of building a city, it's just a bunch of people in a small settlement, and each of them is important and has like a plot or story going on. Just people you know and care about and do alchemy with.
Also, I'm so sorry if you tried to play Arcade by engaging with like the fighting and what passes for a plot. That's like, yeah, that's no. You play that game so that you can obtain a plot of land, and you pay your taxes, and you farm rice, and then you wait until you observe that the high-level players in global chat are complaining because they're too important to go and pick rice off the side of the road, and they think that farming and crafting are like pleb activities that they're above, but now they all need rice and there's no rice on the auction house, and you rock up with your like 600 barrels of rice and you say, well, it seems like I am the answer to your problems.
My, how the
Then you
tables turn.
extract a strict non-aggression pact out of them and form a trading company that will travel the seas with your rice.
Okay, so basically you were a medieval merchant. That's
Yes.
just okay.
Yes,
That is
that's
exactly
why I
what
played that
happened.
game so much, because you were just doing that, and when you were doing trade routes, you couldn't do fast travel. You had to actually like
Do it.
go the way, and people would form like ad hoc trading caravans, usually completely silently, like communicating in
safer?
emotes, if anything. What was that?
Just to make the travel safer?
Yeah, because you could do piracy. You could decide to become a pirate and face the wrath of the legal system, because there was a legal system, which would have been fascinating and way better if they'd have just set aside the standard MMO trappings and leaned all in on it, because you had to do jury duty and shit, and if players were shits, you could put them in timeout for several hours. But naturally, when you're
It
on a
sounds
small
like an
private
extremely
server,
fascinating system that wouldn't, like,
Immediately fail.
yes.
Yeah.
This is what Pathfinder Online wanted to be.
This is what Wakfu's MMO wanted to do, and then it immediately basically turned into a bounty board that people could press gang into getting unpopular players murdered.
yeah, that's kind of what happened in Arcade as well, which is such a shame because there were like investigation mechanics. People could come and steal your crops and they would leave footprints, and you could follow them and track down the culprit. You could also falsely accuse people, and then like that could be a black mark on your record if you were caught.
The single, and I do mean single, kinda good idea ever had by any of the doomed attempts to make the Vampire the Masquerade MMO was the idea of, okay, on each server, the person who has gotten the best at PvP is the prince, and the prince has the authority to call the blood hunt, which means that this person is now targetable by the rest of the server for hostility. If you want to get that turned around, that makes the person who has the blood hunt able to murder you back. So basically just have players have control over Thunderdome. That sounded hilarious. That was the only thing that did.
Yeah. Yeah, everything else to do with the Vampire MMO was just bad ideas.
They had no idea how to actually make a video game and not a fashion simulator. And, like, derogatorily, I mean.
Well, I mean, they knew how to make a video game. They made a video game. It's still going. They didn't know how to make the other video game.
Yes. Also, that was a completely different team.
Yeah.
Which game?
The VTM MMO versus Bloodlines 2, which is its
yeah,
own.
no, that's yeah.
But
that was
the Vampire MMO was being designed by the same people who make what's it called, the Starship game.
Oh, Star Citizen, yes.
No, not Star Citizen.
Eve Online, yes.
Yeah. And Eve Online is a successful game.
Quite.
One
Eve
of
exists.
Iceland's biggest things. Period.
Yeah, Eve certainly exists.
How the fuck did I miss a nuke in the time it took for me to go make a snack? What?
Just good out of context quotes.
Look, there's a lot of bats underneath Appalachia. We gotta get rid of them somehow.
The other thing I really loved was that, like, you had to pay taxes if you owned property. This was weekly. You could own more property, but your taxes would be higher. You had to craft tax certificates to pay your taxes. Or if you didn't want to fuck with the real estate rules, you could take your plots and your gardens and fuck off to an isolated part of the map and put them down there and do unlicensed gardening. But if you did this, anyone could take your shit or burn it down.
You wouldn't have legal protection.
Yeah, so there was often the situation where on trade routes when I was on my own, because Chip wasn't online, I would be doing as I do, so like hopping up the side of a mountain to avoid being accosted by brigands on the roads, and I would just find somebody's garden like tucked away in an area that you had to vibrate up to via collision to access.
Did you ever loot those gardens?
I did not. I respected them greatly. Sometimes I would leave trade packs there as like little, hey, you did it. Because if you put down a trade pack, anyone can pick it up.
So it was just a notification of like, hey, I found it. Nice job. Didn't rob it. I know where you live. Like,
Yeah. You know, just like a little friendly threat, as you do. But because also trade packs were persistent and would not vanish, that led to an issue several times with me and Chip, where we would be on airships to cross over a mountain range, and then a lag spike would happen, and we would fall off the airship and die, and our trade packs would remain as fabulous prizes for anyone who wanted to go down and retrieve them.
Holy shit!
Fell through an airship, died, and left treasure.
Okay, Zeph.
That is the most fucking mid-thousands MMO-ass MMO story I've heard in a while.
Is this the correct golem?
No.
No. What are
What
we
are we
looking
looking for from Seth?
Yeah.
Biosoldier. It is
A
man with
perfect
axe.
plant soldier. Where did you
Right,
kill
yeah,
him?
I remember Biosoldier Sprite. Do let me know, by the way, if I'm hollering about things that nobody is interested in. Low spoon day.
Morgan.
That
Yes.
the statement
Oh,
is
come
always
on.
in mind. You can trust us to do so. We haven't yet.
It is polite to ask.
I will put you in a fucking headlock, nerd.
See, here's the
Fuck
thing.
me.
I understand the urge, and I think it, but I don't say it out loud sometimes. But yes, I understand. the same.
Oh, I don't say.
Fuck you, don't use that against me.
Just thinking about having.
Suddenly all of the chatter goes mute.
So they didn't show up, but that's not necessarily a problem.
But this is still a fine enough team without one Bio Soldier.
I could instead bust out other stuff and see if I still get the rush down. Still have a button that removes half of this fight.
Elm.
Made of wood.
What's carved to look like mahogany?
No, his label clearly says elm.
Well, yes, but it's elm that looks like mahogany.
I want to let you know that it was an active act of will there, not to just hiss at you. See, this time I remember it.
Okay, so now everyone is here or beyond.
Yes. Carts remains at the back for now.
Don't you fucking do it.
Now, Chemist can fight Omega. How reliably Chemist can fight Omega depends on numbers.
When it depends on how much math they have, like, in the tank. You know, like chemicals and shit.
Yeah, brew. Reagents. But we have plenty of ingredient going on.
And we have
Oh.
3 people who can mix ingredients.
So since I've started Final Fantasy 3, I can tell you about the Scholar and why its absence in Final Fantasy 5 is actually the only con I will ever assign to this game. It's a class that hits people with books.
Yup.
And they're very good at it.
It's also dedicated labor, which is nice. But the more important thing is books.
Just dome a motherfucker with a book.
Correct.
Random anxiety question. In FF14, if you are not playing with friends, how on earth do you choose guilds? You can do anything in FF14 without a guild.
Yeah,
Flat out.
there is no reason that you ever need to join a guild.
Yeah, if you don't have friends who play the game, there's no reason to join a guild.
Honestly, I would advise events just joining a random guild because
Yeah, random guilds are a very high hit rate of do not.
it's just usually
normally
erupting into a
depends
toxic
on server
environment.
culture.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, one of the reasons I prefer Fairy over other ones is, like, the density of other queer people is through the roof. We just decided collectively that Fairy is where we would live, and sometimes there's
It's
just
called
random
Fairy.
pride parades. Huh?
It's called Fairy. I mean, come on.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, it was gonna happen. But we just have, like, random pride parades through the Gold Saucer and towns at times and such, and the various just random guilds. I've never encountered one that sucked.
But
Yeah.
like there is guild content technically.
Not really. I mean,
Mostly it's
there.
just like there are
It's
some
there.
minor buffs that you can get if you're in a guild,
And
as long
you
as
can
someone
also
remembers to put them on. But
you can also have a one-person guild, if I remember correctly,
probably
or like maybe like a two-person. So
if
yeah,
you are looking specifically for a guild, like that's an experience that you want to have. The way I've gone about it in various games over time is just to like shoot out a general message in the biggest chat I'm comfortable doing so, just saying like, hey,
So Varus no longer exists,
yep.
well, F.
as will happen.
This is what happens when Omega does Omega things.
The Duty Finder kind of solves that conundrum to a certain degree, except for things that are like, you need 8
And-
professionals for this.
If you
all
are
of which is
doing-
optional content.
all of that
Yeah.
is completely optional in every way, and most of those also don't need dedicated groups. You just need to know what you're doing.
Yeah.
The toppest end you super need.
Yeah, but anything
Well-
you absolutely need to do in 14 is something the game will give you a way to get a group for and make it not so difficult that you can't get through it with a pickup group.
Yeah, so the mistake there was making any aggressive action against Omega before I had complete invulnerability up. Because there are counters at work here.
You were saying, Morning?
Oh, it's just say hi, say what you're looking for. Like,
Yeah.
if you want to just have a chill social experience where you can get to know other people who play the game, just say that. If you
Yeah.
want to get involved in like highly organized and regimented raid schedules, just say that. Like,
There's also the Party Finder, which helps. Like, PA Master, whenever she does content for that stuff, she will usually use the Party Finder to find
Yep.
like groups that are figuring out on the fly.
Yeah.
It
It
doesn't
is
have to be,
entirely
like, you
possible
know.
to do the hardest content in the game. Well, entirely possible to do the hardest content in the game most people will ever touch with randos. It is just you need to know what you personally are doing and trust 7 randos.
It will take probably a bit. It'll take several attempts, and you will join a session and probably just go nowhere and have nothing to gain from it, and that's going to happen sometimes.
Yeah.
But eventually you'll get there.
my number one advice for joining guilds in any MMOs is if it sucks, hit the bricks. If you
Yeah.
get a bad vibe, just leave.
Yeah,
Don't let
just
yourself
leave.
be
Yeah.
drawn
Mhm.
into like entrenched politics of like 12 people who all know each other IRL and then like the 10 people who have joined just off on the side. You can just leave.
Yeah.
Also, well, this shouldn't need to be said. I've seen horror stories. Never join a guild that requires money to change hands.
Yep, never.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that is a scam. They are trying to scam you. There are guilds that try to run rackets on new players, saying that there is a guild entry fee, and that basically turns into a racket on that player. That is because people will be assholes. If there are assholes in life, they will find assholes to be in game. Now,
See, I
luckily
meant
in
actual
14,
money, but like in-game money also. Yes.
You can also
also
be the change you want to see in the world and make a guild yourself, which can be a really fun and rewarding activity.
Or a nightmare.
It depends what you want to do, yeah.
It'll be a journey.
Unless you already
But
have friends who want to share the
if
game
you
experience
just
with.
want to do
Just don't
your
do
own
that.
thing and not interact
Yeah.
with other people, you
Yeah,
can
the
do
game
that. That's fine.
the game will absolutely cater to the hide and explore the game world without ever talking to a cynical other person. Like, it is designed so you very rarely even have to speak to somebody else in terms
Like,
of what
The
you need
one
to do.
thing that I would suggest that you do, in fact, do to talk to other people is if you get when you do a new dungeon or new trial, just mention, "Hi, this is my first time here.
What do I need to
don't
know?
know what to do."
Ask what do I need to know, and you will get a good explanation. Because 14 is very smart. It incentivizes new players to help old players to help new players. Because if you are an old player and you help someone clear content for the first time, you get a huge bonus reward.
Yeah, the baby bonus is very, very nice.
So people will. There are people who will be shitty, but overwhelmingly people will be patient and understanding if you are going through content for the first time and you need advice because they want to get through it quick, and hey, we've got a bonus prize for doing so.
some
But-
really fun interactions with that system when I was running through.
Oh, yeah, you will.
Like, oh, it was just like, I forget what it's called, but the run up to such devastation was not my intention.
Oh god, people have so much fun with new players in Praetorium.
Yeah, because I was actively engaging with the story, and like it made people who hadn't done so for years like actually stop and tune back in and think about what was going on, rather
Yep.
than just going to get a sandwich, which was apparently the normal routine.
So,
Yep.
for those who have not played the game in the chat, the final dungeon of the base game is for a
Cutscene
long
heavy.
list, very cutscene heavy, because this is before they were really in the groove of how they should design things for pacing. And there was a problem for a while where a player who wanted to go through and witness the story was going to have a 45-minute long dungeon experience, and the people who were doing the roulette to go through it to help the new players wanted to get it done in 5, because you could do it in like 5 or 10 if you skipped the cutscenes. So there was a massive, just kind of begrudging ugh if there was a new player in the final dungeon, because now you had to slow down, or you would pressure them into skipping all the story and telling them to watch it later. To fix that, the developers say no one can skip the cutscenes anymore. I don't care if there's not new people. We're watching it every single time. So now, every time you run that dungeon, you are watching the whole thing. Again. And again. And again.
So yeah, the standard experience for most players is that they only pay attention for about 10 minutes and spend half
most
an
people-
hour zoning out.
Most people will have out or stop paying attention, do something else, read a book. But, yeah, and like, if you have heard any meme that is not the advertising pitch from FF14, it is probably one of the quotes from the Praetorium, because I would generously say 2/3 of the player base can recite you most of those cutscenes by memory if they have played long enough.
Well, it is not really possible to make a cutsceneless queue version.
That
Because
defeats the point.
Yes, the reason it's in a special queue of its own is so that new players going through it can actually get it done. Because no one would be there by choice otherwise.
I forget which one it was, but there was one fight that was talked up to me as being like this massive deal.
I
And
think
I
it's
was,
what,
I was
I think it's what Cosmic is talking
Captain
about.
Grace, and yeah, I think it was like Cape
Cape-
Westwind or
Yep,
something.
Cape Westwind, the most dangerous boss in the entire game.
Yeah, I was very confused.
So Cape Westwind, for, again, those who have not played, is what your first 8-man content is, and it is built up to be this big, dramatic, important story fight. And then you fight it, and the scaling of the game has gotten as such that this is the very first fight that you have with 8 people, so they deliberately lowball the difficulty in the first place, and now everyone is at the absolute maximum of number that can possibly happen for this instance. Cape Westwind usually ends in about 45 seconds tops, and that's being generous.
But so usually in the build up to it, when everyone the everyone get ready, a fight is coming up, everyone stand in this little circle period, the older players will give very, very complex instructions to new players on what they will have to do for the fight.
Alternatively, they will just immediately start shitposting or saying jackpot, because if you get that as your roulette for the day, you get your reward you would usually get for about an hour, half hour to an hour of work in like 30 seconds. Like, there's usually an air of absolute jubilation if you get Cape Westwind, of just like, oh, how many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? Come in with a macro explaining positions for mechanics that don't exist. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, I've seen some very complex explanations of mechanics that don't exist.
It's been long enough since I did it that I'm a little foggy on it, but if I remember rightly, I expressed disappointment on not being able to hear all of the dialogue in the fight.
You didn't miss much.
And somebody gave you a summary
Yeah.
because they felt
yeah.
bad for just atomizing the boss when I was here for story.
So,
Fortunately, there isn't actually a ton of story at Cape Westwind.
no, there's almost none. It is shouty Imperial man gets loud and then is like, oh no, I'm getting my ass beat, and then loses. The funniest experience I've had with Cape Westwind, though, was patch 5.2 or 5.3. Good friend of mine, Million Sandwiches, Samurai player, for those who know the game. The Samurai, class of the big number. Do you want biggest number? Here you go. Here is the button you press to make the biggest number in the game come out. And I was playing Dancer, which is the class of I will make your numbers bigger. I am here to make all numbers bigger. So we decided, okay, how fast can we do Cape Westwind? Turns out the answer is 6 seconds. 5 of those seconds are running up to Ritinaten.
Also weirded out by the idea of caring about story in an MMO. I am a narrative designer. It is my job to care about the story. I, up until the point where I stopped playing, had viewed every single piece of text and dialogue in Final Fantasy XIV that I could find. I talked to every incidental NPC. I went and I took notes on the environmental storytelling. It's my job.
14 is also notable for having a really good story by MMO standards.
Yeah, there is a ton of really subtle and fun recurring storytelling in just out-of-the-way NPCs that most people don't look at.
Or very subtle call forwards that are easy to miss unless you're looking for them. Or characterization that people don't notice until it gets loud that's actually been there for like 30 hours if you pay attention.
Okay, I'm just going to take a moment and say Stormblood is not inherently a bad story, it just has bad pacing.
Yeah. Stormblood was written in a way that made both halves of its story suffer. And it's less expansion wars in my viewpoint, because, like, you want me to pick any expansion, I can either say it is the best one or the worst one. Like,
Oh wait, hold on. I have to put Ferris back in.
And I will fight with knives to defend the honor of the steppe against all comers.
Yeah, no. Even if you don't like if you don't like Stormblood, you got to admit the Azim step's pretty cool at minimum.
I found my experience of A Realm Within was, like, greatly heightened by going around and talking to every NPC possible, because, like, yeah, the main story's kind of a drag. It's because they put a lot of the character building moments just in randos, just sprinkled around.
Yes, like, all of the cutscenes where you walk out of it and you're expected to go right to the main storyteller, or story quest NPC with the head icon over their head. If you talk to like the 18 people in the room, you're going to get the actual story they want you to see. They just don't say that.
I made it a recurring habit after every major story quest to check back in with the bartender in Uldar.
Good.
She always had something new to say. There was always some new commentary on current events, and she cared about you and worried.
I'm glad 14 exists, even if I find no personal joy in it.
That, and again, like, for all that I will embody that is, even if you're engaging in Final Fantasy content that is very relevant to a lot of it, and I will embody the mean of not shutting the fuck up about it sometimes, there's a lot that you can say, you can point to and go, that sucks, and I will say, yeah, it does. And if it's not your vibe as an MMO, it is, at its heart, an MMO. So it is entirely like, yeah, no, like, if you're not here for that, then it's entirely fine to not vibe with it.
Yeah,
But if
like,
it
I just don't
desire-
like hockey MMOs.
But if it provides that much in a person that they will not shut up about it, then obviously it has something that's going to be sparking a lot of different people. So it has something in it.
Oh yeah,
it's highly
but I'm
valuable.
also saying, like, I try not to be the asshole who is like, no, everyone in the universe will like this, and there is no valid criticism of this thing, because Lord knows I'm the one who bashes it on the head the most for some things.
I tend to explore the story in every MMO I play, which I've played a lot of MMOs. I've played a lot of really like obscure, now long dead MMOs, and I always tried to engage with the story to some degree because somebody wrote that.
Yeah, somebody put effort in that.
And while like trying to study for my dream of perfecting my craft, like one of my fucking big goals is to write for an MMO. I would kill a man to take out the lead writer of Shadowbringers just for a coffee and a chat because I want to know how the systems work.
Yeah, she seems cool.
Yeah, she seems amazing.
Okay, there's a little bit of a sideways turn there for me because you said you kill a man to take out the lead writer of Shadowbringers. Through a coffee.
No, I don't have enough faith in my own ability at that point. Also, no, we are quick leaking.
Yeah,
Omega.
this is a basically there is a damage over time effect going on in the background while time is otherwise frozen. So we are waiting for a while for that to finish.
But yeah, a lot of MMOs have really neat just character nuggets tucked away in just obscure places. One of my favorite things is finding the random NPCs who get stuffed in dungeons. Because there's usually like one or two, and they often have fun little things to say, and it just informs the world building a lot. In a way that you will utterly miss if you're only focused on the grind.
11 is actually quite good at that at the time. It was good at sprinkling story in weird places or environmental parts.
So we're not going to be settling in for doing this, but while this is happening, I'll just point at that, yeah, so Shield Dragon here, this is the ascended form of prototype grind.
Yep, this is...
These are controllable, they can be made to destroy themselves in 4 easy actions.
If you need even more grind on your Beastmaster, here you
They
go.
dispense much number.
Is that one even a recolor, or is it just straight up just changing the name on the zombie dragon again?
I think
It is a
slight
recolor. The zombie dragon is more pink, whereas that one is gray.
Congratulations on beating FF9 for the first time, including beating Ozma.
So over my ear. Get better, goddammit.
What?
My fucking ear infection is really annoying me now. Whatever. Shouldn't pick at it.
Hopefully you can just get some drops for it.
It is generally
maybe.
not great to put your fingers in your ear, yeah.
Well, if I'm trying to tune out some asshole.
Then just cover your ears with the palms of your hand.
Yeah.
What if I need...
My mom is an audiologist, and she has hammered into me from youth that nothing smaller than your elbow should go in your ear.
So nothing should ever go in your ear, huh?
Correct!
That would be the point of the phrase.
Earbuds are an exception. She's not a fan of them, but they are allowed.
Alright, I did the thing. I looked at my elbow for like 5 seconds and went, but how the hell do I get that?
No, during that whole silence, I was counting how many people were doing it.
I mean, I'm pretty flexible, but I don't know if I can get that far. I mean, someone could.
I am more flexible than the average person, and I cannot do it. I do know someone who can, though.
What about someone else's elbow? But that's not your elbow. That's cheating. And cheating, like stealing, is wrong. How much have you stolen in this game, Loon?
Yes.
We do not promote the cool crime of theft here.
The thief's gloves do not have the mechanic of the chicken knife, so we do not have an exact count.
The stealing is wrong comment is from the original English translation of FF6. Locke says it at one point when you're trying to steal the key to let sell it out. And I believe my brothers and I, when we saw that, we all had to walk out of the room. We were laughing too hard.
There are, 6 has a lot of choice translation points, but a lot of old that era RPGs had some very... Breath of Fire 3 has some translations that I still reference to my family every once in a while. Yo, smells burnt. Just every single fire in the game, you think, this one's going to have something. Nope, smells burnt. So I will just say, just very casually, if it's like you're looking for something and you don't find it, or it's like a very disappointing thing, I just kind of mutter, smells burnt.
One of my favorite translation things is in Legend of Heroes, Trails in the Sky. Every single treasure chest has a unique message if you examine it once it's empty. All of them were added in translation because apparently the translator got bored.
They get increasingly more desperate and like, oh god, why did I do this?
This sounds like
find more of them.
This sounds like the Splatoon joke in West of Loathing.
But
I actually think every single Trails game
got
has
ported
this.
to Steam, they put in an achievement for reading every single empty chest notification message.
Better fucking believe I have that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the translator went through an existential crisis halfway through doing that, and then found some strength within themselves. Went, no, I will finish this. I'm not going
one
to.
of them is overtly a call for help.
Yes.
I love shit like it makes it in.
So, what did the original release have multiple separate copies of the same message?
Yeah, I think that like each chest of the game just had the same "there's nothing in there" message, even though they all had unique, like theoretically,
locations.
like the string was
But
in
they're
there.
all being
so
stored
whatever.
as different strings instead of
Yeah.
referencing a common string.
And then
Yeah.
someone probably went like, well, this might as well do something. And then an error occurred.
That sounds like the way I program my twines, and that's terrifying to think of in a larger scale game.
I don't know why every chest has its own string, but they do.
The fire engine is a bad engine.
God, I'm just thinking about dead MMOs I've played now, and one of the highlights was the first attempt at the Conan MMO.
I've heard
That one
weird
was
things
fucking
about
weird.
that.
It
It left an
It was
incredibly
weird.
sour taste in my mouth the second I started, so I installed it.
I don't mean the newer one for the record.
Oh, that one. Okay.
Yeah, the one without so much nudity.
Don't worry, you don't suck crucified and have a dick slider. Good.
Yeah. A massive endgame point for that was like building castles and economy stuff, but similar to Arcade, the means by which you had to develop non-combat activities was stamina gated and stuff, so people ended up just breaking the economy over their need to speed it up. And it was really ambitious, and I wanted it to do well on
But
that ground. Like, it promised us siege warfare and stuff, and it nearly got there. But it didn't quite. So that game had like the most prolific gold sellers I have ever seen in any video game ever.
So one of those things where they were very ambitious but couldn't quite pull it off.
Yeah. From what I remember of the story, it was generally quite generic, but not nearly as... not what I had braced for going in. There was like some actual good points in there.
Not what you expected from a Conan MMO.
Yeah.
Wonky MS Paint star, an attempt was made.
Yeah, pretty much.
MMO
But-
design scares me because any decision you make is permanent forever.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, I love them as little time capsules that can say a lot about
A lot.
surrounding games
Like-
in
like,
that
okay,
niche space.
Let's all glance back at 14 and talk about its technical debt and how each system it has probably has its own, like, normal video games worth of technical debt for each system inside of that game. Like,
Every software engineer working on 14 at this point is braver than the fucking Marines.
and you can't just dump it and make a new game because, fuck, that's a really bad idea.
Hey, we
It's
did that
all
once and it
built-
nearly killed us.
Yeah, it's all built on the creaking skeleton that was 1.0.
But, like, I just think about, like, you know, how they can't add new races because they're fucking, I guess, armored stuff is so archaically programmed it would just destroy everything.
Yeah, it's armor.
And then that's a Pandora's box, and then housing, all of it, is probably another Pandora's box.
I mean,
think my
I'm still
favorite-
amazed that they managed to way to add male Vieira to the game.
I think my absolute favorite thing about like the technical debt things that have emerged is they've discussed, okay, so why is it that you can't access your glamour chest anywhere but your housing instance? Because in theory, no, specifically I think it's the armory, it's one or the other.
The armory.
No, the armory can be in
a
a house, but the glamour
Yeah.
chest is only in the inn or your room at a house. This is specifically because if two people used a glamour chest at the same time, the server would crash. Not your instance, the server.
Do we know why? No. But
That's-
it's reproducible.
In any other situation, I'd say the only solution here is to just scrap some shit and build it correctly, but that's not an option.
I would generally
FF14.
say also that, like, when an MMO developer says they cannot make improvement X, it's probably not an excuse. Like,
No,
sometimes,
like,
in
sometimes
some
it is that
very
bad.
rare situations when it's like, oh no, we can't possibly add women as playable characters to our video game. That's bullshit.
Yeah,
oh,
no,
that'd
that's
be too much
bullshit.
animation bull. Yeah, that is when you know it's bullshit. When it's like,
I mean, with
no,
with 14 specifically, the thing I remember was that the reason there were all female Vieira and all male Hrothgar was they only had what they
2 slots
could-
left.
they only had 2 slots left for adding new player character options, and the way those were formatted, one of them had to be male and the other had to be female.
And originally they were only going to do Hrothgar, and then Fran showed up in the Evil East raids, and people would have rioted if they didn't get playable Vera, so there we go.
And so somehow, I don't know how, they have found a way to backport male Vieira into this horribly
they have-
broken system.
They haven't explained how, but they basically said, look, this is a miracle we got this one to work. We'll try on female Hrothgar, we make no promises.
It's probably them piggybacking off of another race that has a similar height, and then
Yep.
doing Phantom Code to make another free slot that is really just one slot with different variables.
Yeah. Also, yeah, with every new race and every new gender presentation of the race, you need to redo every single piece of equipment in the game for every variation that race can have. That
An
is
example
an ungodly amount of manpower at times.
To be fair, that is if I was in a game with that system, I would probably fire whoever designed the system because that's just insufferable, and it was clearly made by someone with the head up way up their ass, and now they're just suffering for his asshole.
It is one of the cases where I would put bets on the person who made that choice having been fired or not hired again, unless it was the guy who was in charge of 1.0 in the first place, at which point he's already been kicked into trash can.
Like, it's such a backwards it's... Let's put a ceiling on everything we can do, just in case. What? Why? Yeah, just in case.
An example of the level of this that a lot of people don't think about is actually in the browser-based game Flight Rising, which is a pet collection game. You've got dragons, you breed them and such, and they added fashion to the dragons at one point, and then they added genes that you can breed in, and then they changed the color range, which took over like a year and a half of going through and adding manually more colors because you need to paint how each color looks on each breed, and if you're adding new genes, you gotta go back and you've got to do like how that looks in every pattern in every color on two
And that's why the
presentations
old
of a
dragons
dragon.
can't wear hats.
Yep.
Yes, they ended up in such a layer of deep debt for it, where like each new dragon breed needed something like 24,000 unique pieces of art.
Yeah, it's a combinatorial explosion every time you add a new option to a character creation system.
Yeah, so they added in the ancient breed system so that they can continue to introduce new dragon types, but with the caveat that they can't have fashion. And even that is still a gargantuan amount of work.
Yeah, like, I really cannot... Yeah, it's a scaling problem. This is where the idea of the mythical man-hour comes in for software programming or business of, like, well, just throw more people at it. That's not how this works.
Hey, it's your friend Son of Boza here with an important declaration. All of this is to avoid clipping. What if you just didn't give a shit? What
I
if it just
turned
clipped
and I
and that
looked
was fine?
Genshin Impact directly in the eye and saluted.
What
Yeah.
if things just clip and it's fine?
Yeah.
It's a video game. Stop to go take a fucking nap.
Square Enix's perfectionism hasn't completely lost it. Hasn't been completely lost, even if they got rid of the 14,000 polygon bucket of flowers or whatever the hell it was.
Does it make sense if hat ears poked through his hat? No. Should they? Yes.
In fact, I would say that players would be angrier if the hairs didn't come out of the hat.
That is the defining feature of the bunny girls, the bunny ears. Come on, bitch.
Do you know how many people I know personally who have the Red Mage mod for the hat with the bunny ears coming out of it because you're letting me play Red Mage without the hat? Also, I can guarantee you, hey, if you let things clip, that's just upping the fashion game for FF14's players who are already eyeballs deep in the fashion game. They will find new ways to do looks if you let things clip together, and they will be used for beauty and terror.
Meanwhile, the level checker.
Yep.
It's checking your levels. Gotta make sure your levels are up to code.
I bet the actual issue they're trying to avoid in Final Fantasy XIV, though, is that there's, like, usually going to be a couple dozen players on screen at a given time. So
Yes.
you would have to tell the CPU, okay, you see Maximum Dave over there? Okay, first we got to render his head, his ass, and his torso. All right, what is he putting on his head? That hat, cool. What is he wearing? All right, that, cool. The CPU has to hold all that and do that for every motherfucker on the screen.
Alright, hands, now, axe, now, etc., etc. And
the
then,
yeah.
if you are a maniac who has left battle effects on, then there's all that going on, too!
You can consolidate it by making.
You want to know
your
when I turned
character's
particle
hat
effects
and
down?
First time you did a
No.
24-man raid?
About a month ago.
why? You should have done it sooner.
Because I was dumb.
Fair enough. Anyway, go on, son.
Where was I?
The CPU
Oh,
rendering.
yeah, right. The only way you can really consolidate that is to have the player's head and the player's hat be the same model instead of two different models, and that's terrifying. That's how you get into the weeds of making individual character models. Of, okay, this Viera face with this hat, this Viera face with this hat, this Viera face with this hat.
Which is its own horrifying nightmare considering how much customization there is of the head in FF14 characters.
That's not really that much. You just, like, it's mostly mix and match, honestly. It's not that robust.
Mhm.
So, like, for a certain Gant, you would have a safe zone where, like, the cheeks will never go outside this area, so that's cool. For this race, anyways. So you'd probably do it racially per female head. But that's still, like,
Yeah.
an exponentially too much amount of shit to hold.
Again, combinatorial problems. Also, shout out to the person in the chat who mentioned that there's a good screenshot out there of a warrior with the inner beast buff on, sitting down at a wedding in FF14. Some of the best screenshots are from the weddings in FF14 because people will do one of two things. Genuinely show-stopping, beautiful high fashion, and the shittest posts you've got. I was the latter in the one wedding I was ever invited to, and I was one of the most popular people in the audience because I showed up in the Pookie suit, not Pookie, that's monster. Pig suit, dyed behemoth purple with the behemoth head helmet and Ifrit's claws to look like behemoth hands as a monk. So I was basically showing up in a behemoth fursuit, and I just took a seat and I was like, hey, how you doing? And everybody was just like, who is this? Who invited? What?
Sorry, I just got pinged and found out that Yoko Taro has played the game I wrote on and
What?
has thoughts about it, and I'm going to die.
Hold on, what?
What, Dreamscaper?
Yes!
Oh, cool. Good for you.
That's awesome.
Wow, okay.
Now I'm going to die. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Sorry,
no.
that was just very important.
No, that's very important information, and also I would be dead on the spot in your shoes, yes.
Haha, you're popular, dumbass.
Nearly fact Yoko Taro likes my work, that's all.
I need to find this.
Yeah, liked it enough to form an opinion publicly about it, which takes a lot of effort to do, if we're being honest with ourselves.
And is
Okay,
also
his
not
most-
a thing that Yoko Taro does very often.
He basically never endorses anybody else's things. Ever.
He barely endorses his own. His endorsement of his own stuff is, I would like it if you would buy this so that I make money.
So, his past Twitter feed, going through Google Translate, is 3 hours ago, everyone is afraid of the future. Mode. 6 minutes... 6 minutes ago, to be on one's mind, Steam Dreamscaper. And then Epic Plague Tale Innocence. Or, Plague Tale Innocence, Epic was, he put that there for the storefront.
Yeah, cool. So he's just going through his Steam games, probably. Not like, hey,
He's
Dreamscaper's
probably
neat.
looking at his wish list or things that have caught his attention. I don't know if he's played it, but I'm still scrolling back to see if he has.
Need to talk about it more, and honestly, I'd prefer we didn't, so I don't turn into a corn cob, but yeah.
Oh, it's not. When I turn into a corn cop, it's like, haha, funny son, isn't he? When Morgan turns into a corn cop, we're all like, oh no, he's
No
dying.
bully! No bully Morgan!
Nerd.
A good picture of peanut butter and chocolate ice cream.
Eventually, this robot will die.
Eventually, 3 of these robots will die.
You know, I hadn't
To
really
various
spent a lot of
means.
time looking at Yoko Taro's Twitter feed. I don't go on Twitter anymore. This is exactly the Twitter feed I would expect from this man. It is, by varying, insightful, funny, and crushingly depressing.
Yeah, that's his brand.
All right, here's one translated from a couple of days ago. That kind of fits all of them at the same time. He says, when I think, why are you making a game? I look into the darkness that I do not understand. At the same time, I want to eat ice cream, like something with nuts in it.
Yeah, I've thought about that before. The only reason I make games is basically an idea grips my skull enough that I have to do something with it, or else I'll just be unhappy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a lot of my games come from just well, I've had an idea and it won't go away, so I'm going to have to do variables about it.
That is basically all of my creative work, including the Exalted game, yeah? Once a creative idea has achieved sufficient purchase in my brain, I need to literally exercise it, even if it is not in a complete format. I need to get something down.
See, mine tends to happen because I'm angry that a thing doesn't exist for me to consume, so I decide to make it.
Also valid.
A lot of the choices
I need to
I
make
make
an
for
RPG.
Angler, and also for possible future characters, I usually think up at about 3 o'clock in the morning when I just wake up and go, I must put something on ground before I forget. Doesn't always work out, but it's fun.
My favorite repeatable side quest in the service game that I love to play, Fallout 76, the one called Cop a Squatter, where I just go to a location because a robot told me to and kill everyone there because there's squatters there. This time it was a pack of wolves at a carnival.
What if the wolf was just having fun at the carnival?
No, the squatters.
Why are you helping landlords?
Okay, all the robots in Appalachia were programmed, so they automated all of Appalachia. There's literally a town, it's called Watoga, where it's every day they just pick a random motherfucker to be honorary mayor to just sit there and make sure the robots don't burn everything down.
Okay, that's pretty funny.
And actually you can, so most people on a server will be the mayor of Watoga just because it makes everyone non-hostile to you in an entire city.
Alright, so we are here for crimes. Once again, we're here to rob that snake over there.
Can everyone on the server be mayor at the same time?
Yeah. There's actually
Okay.
a population counter in Watoga that's accurate. If a player walks in, it'll flip over from 0 to 1.
Okay.
My favorite robot is the shooting range robot that constantly and desperately asks you to get shooting targets and hates itself.
Strong.
Can echo. I was going to say can echo the opinion before even seeing that it was posted by Echo in the chat that spite is a powerful motivator.
Alright, address acquired. But this fight is
Nice.
inescapable, so the battle rages on.
Having
My
looked at
soul
these
still
photos for an
burns.
extended time, I think my favorite thing about this snake lady is that she seems to have a yellow bow on her head. It could just be shading, but I choose to interpret it as she's got just a neat little yellow bow as an accessory.
Possible.
What does Spore do again? Is that
Poison?
just poison?
Yeah, I don't have many options to make snake self-destruct. Yeah, large enough poison. Regular poison.
Poison, and also poison.
Should have re-equipped a sword.
You fool. You moved her closer.
It seems like Omega got too angry.
I feel like all forms of art are valid, and it doesn't matter what got you to start doing a thing in the first place, as long as you do something. Just make shit.
Mhm.
I can't think of a movie offhand, but it's probably a movie I've watched that was filmed entirely fueled by anger or spite.
I can think of a few, yeah.
Not offhand, but yeah, there's definitely some.
I'm pretty sure Babe 2 Pig in the City was one of those. It was entirely fueled by the anger that Babe 1 did super well when the guy directing it had produced Babe 1 but not directed it. And he wanted to prove that he could do Babe 2 all by himself.
The pig story?
Yes?
Yes.
This is actually a completely true thing.
What? Why?
Okay, Babe 1 was produced but not directed by the same guy who did all the Mad Max movies.
What?
Yes! And it was a critical darling because everyone loved Babe. So, but he was upset because he had thought it was impossible to make with the technology of the time, which is why he only produced rather than directed. But then it took so long the technology caught up and it did super well. So to prove he could do it too, he made Babe 2, Pig in the City, and directed that one himself. This is all true. It is
No, it's
documented.
not. You're lying to me.
No, Morris is telling the total truth.
I hate this so much.
Omega can decide to double tap wave cannon. That's just a thing Omega do.
Oh, wait,
Yeah.
did we lose?
So, yes, this is... We are
Babe
witnessing
2
why you don't generally fight Omega unless you can completely
Oh,
cheat.
wait, was that the quick league? That wasn't the quick league, right?
No.
No, that was the other party. Babe 2, Pig in the City is... I don't know if it can be called a good or bad movie. It is
Chemical
a very
Team will come back to this at
strange
higher
movie.
levels.
Loon, how do you deal with double tap wave cannon?
You don't. You're dead.
Good.
You die. Yeah, that's Omega for you.
It is a movie that exists deliberately. It is exactly what he wanted it to be. It's a movie by the Mad Max guy, and it is extremely stylized and weird.
I'm going to have to berserk this instead. This will have to be Kiss of Blessing, but when it is time for Chemical Team to do this, which will benefit from having more numbers. Though at the same time, I still need the attack option that doesn't involve bouncing off of his armor. Wait.
The other thing about Babe 2, Pig in the City, is that it has very, very little to do with Babe 1, to the extent that the Farmer Hoggett character basically doesn't exist in it. It's all about his wife and the pig and their trip to the city, which has an entire sub-city sort of entirely populated by animals. It's very weird. Like, really weird.
Oh boy, it's time for Dross Toss. Just fucking mugging this book.
Book does not have a wallet.
You don't know. That's why you check.
I love every cut back to Omega in the quick link. It's great. It's just very like it almost has the same kind of pacing and tone to when something cuts away from frenetic action in a show or a film and it's just somebody just chilling in the break room.
Namaste. Does Omega giving you side eye the entire time?
Kind of. More of a squint. Like, are you
It's
really gonna
squint.
do this? Are you
It's
gonna
really
do
like
this for the
it's
next 2
a
hours?
head-on squint. We're really here, staring at each other. Ooh, free circuit board.
Small blonde child, are you going to blink at? No, you're not going to blink ever. You're just going to stare at me for the next 2 hours as I slowly die of poison as a robot.
As I said, violently disassociating.
Yup. Krile has seen some shit.
You can make Kami Whackers legendary.
Question for everyone.
Yeah, what's up?
Favorite robots in fiction?
Oh, fuck, you can't do this. Iron Giant.
I've
I
not
stepped
watched
away
that.
to deal. I stepped away to deal with dog. Why are we talking about Iron Giant now?
Morgan posed the question of favorite robots in fiction. Aershin's not
Iron
really
Giant's a cool one, yeah.
Aershin's not really a... I guess Aershin counts as a robot, and yeah, Aershin's pretty good then.
I will accept robot
Who is
and
my
or
favorite
AI.
robot?
Oh god, AI opens up...
Oh.
Oh god, oh god.
Norris Packard's Goof Custom.
Tachikomas.
Tachikoma's really fucking high up there, man.
They're my children.
Not familiar.
I do have to give out to Shodan. Not the best, but certainly foundational.
I am very basic and HAL 9000 is still mine.
HAL is honestly where most modern robot, Beep has a conflict of some form. Story arcs just have their roots in that. So yeah.
I think my
Wait,
favorite
wait,
robot is Mega Man.
Mega Man.
Like, I don't have a good reason for this. He just is. He's cool.
He's an
He
amazing
and Roll are
fighting
both
robot.
cool.
He's a super
Each
fighting
one
robot.
Adequate fighting robot.
Doesn't need to be an underlying meaning to it. It's just interesting to see what
He
people
really
like.
loves Abe Lincoln.
But why did I die?
What else?
Oh, did someone reference Urshan?
Yeah, somebody in chat said Urshan.
Yeah, fair.
Oh, this actually reminds me. So, Elder Scrolls Online, speaking of MMOs that have actually kind of okay story content,
Yeah, that one's interesting.
the books and all
Yeah.
that are pretty well written because they have a writing team that takes the lore that no one ever talks about and just like sort of brings it out in the main line.
Yeah, they go into the deep lore, which is some wild shit.
Like they explain how space works in Elder Scrolls, and it's like some timekeep shit. Anyways, though, in Morrowind, there's this asshole called Narcissus Dren, who I hate a whole lot. And that's really, you should figure out where this is going to the name. He's an Indiana Jones adventurer bastard, basically. And the single best choice any MMO has given me is the option to push someone into a well for being an asshole. So I could just push the shitty Indiana Jones artifact stealing motherfucker into a well, and the game's like, alright. He calls out later,
That's
but,
fantastic.
you know, he's mad at you anyways.
And also, a lot of things just happen there in quick succession that I'm still kind of taking in.
is this
Firstly,
new
I liked
content?
that Iron.
Mulligan,
Meet Azulmagia.
Yeah, meet Alzamagia, the Blue Mage.
wait, this is
Is-
some good fashion.
That's
His name
blue.
is the Blue Mage.
Okay, hold on. Can we just reference what just happened to Kryle there?
Precision of
Wait,
the
why is the
arts
baby
is what
dead?
just happened.
I didn't kill you. You killed yourself.
Science.
That is an incredible look. We've got the butterfly sleeves.
Do you think we'll ever be at a point in my life where I can pull off a cane like that?
Yes.
Yes, you can
Yeah.
do that at any time. As someone with multiple canes, you can do that at any time.
No, like really truly pull it off.
Sana, of all the human beings I know, you are very high up on the list of somebody who can pull this outfit off and actually, like, make people respect you in it.
Aw, buddy. It's not. Yeah, it's ironic that the Blue Mage is wearing all red.
So, Alzamagia here is a Blue Mage boss. Alzamagia will learn what you do. There is a
Repeat it
very,
back to you.
very funny thing that you can do to Alzamagia.
I love his
Can you
collar
teach him
and
how to
hat
kill himself?
situation.
Yes, if you use the Blue Magic Self-Destruct on him, he's like, that's nothing, watch this. Boom!
Someone will die from you using it, but so will he.
Anyway, Azamagia here is the end boss, air quotes, of the Blue Mage content that has been added to 14. And
But he's a pro wrestler.
yeah, he's basically the ultimate heel in the pro wrestling storyline that Blue Mage turns into, because Blue Mage turns into a pro wrestling storyline, and I kind of love it. Highwang is playing through all the Breath of Fire games and is currently loving Breath of Fire 4. I'm glad to hear that.
But 4 has one of the best stories in all of Breath of Fire.
I am biased when I say yes, but
Also,
yes.
it is impossible to play through all the Breath of Fire games. It is current. It cannot
Oh
be
yes. Okay, I had to take a thought, but yes, you are correct.
Elaborate.
There's a mobile game that no longer exists, and I believe a browser game.
done. Yeah,
Whatever.
it got killed before it finished.
Basically,
its promised
every-
storyline.
Basically, everything after Dragon Quarter was all extremely niche or only in Japan products that never got exported because Dragon Quarter killed the franchise.
Unfairly, Dragon Quarter
Very
is better-
unfairly,
Yeah.
but
And to be fair, they could have revived it with the new Breath of Fire if they hadn't done
honestly,
what they did.
in this very sneaky way, Dragon's Dogma is kind of a continuation of some of the shit they did in Breath of Fire, because a lot of people who worked on Breath of Fire are on Dragon's Dogma team. And when you sit down and you look at the plot and you think about it, it goes into the same weird-ass territory pretty consistently.
Yeah, but you can't. It does not have.
You
a
don't
complete-
you don't turn into a dragon, and that's a crime.
Yeah.
Yes. I would do unspeakable things for either a just straight up new Breath of Fire old style, or like a character action Breath of Fire where your devil trigger is I'm a dragon, eat shit. Dragon's Dogma is a game I would not say everyone is going to like, but if you like Dragon's Dogma, it is going to be a game you... It is a weird, strange, deeply shameless about being like 5 games stapled together and not being all the way there, but by God, it's swinging for the fences. I adore it, but I can also completely understand anybody who can't stand it. Breath of Fire Pixel Remaster. Don't taunt me with things I know will never exist.
My favorite Breath of Fire is 2, but 4 is, I think, the one with the best writing.
4 has the best writing, and 2, really?
I really enjoyed 2 as a kid.
Okay, fair.
You played it recently.
No.
Don't.
There's a problem.
As someone who streamed it, don't do it.
2 has a lot of good parts that you remember, and then it has the gameplay in the way of all of that.
I think
Most of what I remember is I really just enjoyed the characters of the party.
Those are good. The
I
character
think
writing's
2 has some of the biggest highs in the game. I think it also has a series, excuse me. I also think it has some of the biggest lows. So it kind of averages out to it's worth playing
also,
once.
yeah,
But,
the original and the translation is notoriously
it's bad.
abysmal.
Yes, it is. But again, I was 12 and I loved it.
Oh, yeah. No, this is not a dunk on you. And,
Yeah.
it's more like... Also, honestly, thinking about it, I don't think 4 needs a sprite remaster. It is already some of the best sprite work.
Yeah, there's not a lot.
period.
The biggest thing I would change about 4 is the planes.
I would say 3 things. The planes, the third act has a ton of padding that you could just cut and do economics.
All the stuff when you're on the water route or whatever it is.
Basically everything, including is it the Pabu Pabu or the Puka Puka is their name? I know that's the song. It's the little fuzzy gerblins out in the jungle.
Right,
Like-
those things.
Everything from there up until you get to the Imperial City is completely pointless filler. Like, when you're stuck on the island, when you're talking to them, when you're chasing chickens around a ranch, there's like a third, like, I think you have to make sushi for somebody for one of them. It's like, there's a bunch of things that are very clearly, we don't have enough game for the back part of this. Which, honestly, if you cut that, you would still have a, 15, 16-hour RPG if you're really booking it,
Yeah.
and that's fine. And third thing, if you were really making a remake, is I adore the PS1 models, they're beautiful, but if you would update a single thing about it, it would be the backgrounds and 3D model. Leave the sprites untouched, because the sprites are seriously some of the most gorgeous sprite art to ever be put in a game.
Yeah, updated 3D models would also mean updated dragons, though.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying, you update the
Yeah.
3D models and you just don't touch the 2D sprite work. Because there is so much unnecessary love put into the spear effects for the sprites and stuff.
Loon, I really appreciate this run where you can go from one boss fight directly to the other without missing a beat, and it's just, yep, we're having fun here.
Yep.
Also, yes, in reference to the person earlier is for the one with the dog. They all have a dog, unfortunately.
Yeah, every
No,
single
no,
one of them
take
has
it
a
back.
dog.
They all
person.
have a dog. I'm not even going to say unfortunately. They all have a dog person.
The best
Yeah.
dog is in 1, I think.
Wrong. It's 3. It's Momo.
Okay, that's
Oh,
fair.
if you're counting
I
Momo
don't
as
like
the dog.
3. Yeah, I don't like 3 very much myself, but Momo is good.
3 was the first one I played as a kid. And by God, 3 tries is how I would put it.
Yeah.
It really does.
By God, it has ideas. by God, it wants to do stuff. By God, it gets in its own way.
And 1 is interesting to me for being the least plotty of them all. Like, the plot is, there is a bad thing. Stop it.
I mean, it is an NES RPG of the
Yeah.
earliest stripe, so yeah.
But-
Also, hi,
but then-
Catastrophe.
But then it had so much stuff that it was still also trying to do, like
Yep.
hunting and the thief stuff and the bird.
Ah, a festive gift of orbs for the orb.
You so long to figure out Momo was a planes runner? Yeah, it wasn't until years later when someone straight up pointed to me in a some information thing that she is a planes runner. I went, "You're lying. She's not a planes runner. She doesn't
And
look
you
like any other
yeah,
one."
her ears look like part of her hat.
Yeah.
Also, Myriad-chan from the... I am kind of sad for myself. It's like, wait a minute, is that... Oh, it is! Yeah. Oh, and I click on your name, you have the 3 spray for your avatar, yeah.
But yeah, Bo, the Wolfman from 1 is better than Bo, the Dogman from 2.
Yes.
So Bo, and
That's-
I think the dog man in 2 actually goes by the name Bosch. technically.
That...
No,
I think that goes on... That's your
Bo
translation.
B-O is 1, and then the original the translation I played for 2, the dog was Bo B-O-W.
Yeah.
And he sucked. I did not like him.
What it boils down to in 2 is you have 2 healers. One is a dog who's kind of a jackass. The other one is a 12-foot tall armadillo man.
And he owns, yeah.
Armadillo Man rules.
There's only one option here.
Also, I will back up the comment earlier that one of the things I will say against FFour, I would like a little bit more screen time with Zeus because a lot of him doesn't really make sense in the English translation. Okay, another thing I would say in the remake, actually put in a couple, you can leave out a couple of the cutscenes that got cut from 4 for the English release because they weren't necessary, they were just kind of crass, mid-90s, late 1000s, early 1000s anime humor. But some of it is important, like, that's not a stutter. Zeus is just drunk the entire game. Zeus is blackout drunk the whole time.
Yeah, he's not nervous.
Like, I like the English translation going with him being very shy and reclusive and kind of hesitant, and then having his moments of cheekiness, but it is also its own kind of entertaining to realize that he's spacing out so much because he's wasted.
I liked that Paulo boss.
Catastrophe is a very interesting boss. Big gimmick is, I cast Earthquake. Do you have an answer to Earthquake? No? Die.
I mainly liked its shapes. It had fun tendrils.
Yes. Also another boss in 14 that shows up and is very noodly and lumpy. Yeah, also implied to be a war veteran. There's a lot of implications about characters in 4 that don't get full discussion. There was actually a serialized manga version of the 4 plot that let Ryu have a fully voiced, dialogue and be an active participant in the story, and it was actually a really, really good read.
Yeah, that, I think, that would be cool to give more of an understanding of how and why he comes to not accept the viewpoint of
feel
his
like-
other half.
I feel like it is weighed out well enough in the base game
It
without
is,
having to say it, but
but it is. But I think that that having him take part in the plot as a character rather than this guy that is following the rest
Yeah.
of the plot around would also be good.
also it makes the Tyrant Dragon, or not Tyrant, the Kaiser Dragon scene in the manga is, it is a wild ride. Because in the game, it is just basically you go into Kaiser form, the guy who provoked you into doing it gets blasted, and you hoot and holler and get mad and you cool down. In the manga, you see him use the Kaiser Breath, and it cuts to a mountain range that has now been sheared in half. It doesn't even show you what happens to the guy. It's just, oh yeah, the scenery's gone now. That's what this dragon does.
And this is the uncontrollable killing machine dragon.
Yep.
Meanwhile, Ursula's sitting there about 10 feet away going, don't want anything of that.
Just Ursula very just carefully holding her chin. You know what? I think I'm gonna side with that thing. Pretty sure my best odds are if I follow him around.
Also, she's the best character in the game. Don't fight me.
I wouldn't. I would push back a little on best, but extremely good, yes.
In a game filled with lots of best characters, I adore her.
Yeah, if we're allowing multiple best characters. Yes. And also, yeah, I do agree that in the game as presented, Ryu is supposed to be a blank slate because he just kind of wakes up and, spoiler alert, I guess if you care, isn't supposed to exist. He is literally, I am a chunk of somebody else's soul that happened to get a body. What even is a body? Help.
So question, which Nina is the best Nina?
Oh.
2.
Probably 2. I really like the 1 and 4, but 2 is really good. 3 is an active... 3 and Dragon Quarter get an active anti-mention. Three just because it's just, they don't really do anything too interesting with her, and Dragon Quarter because... Dragon Quarter would have been such a better game if it didn't have the name Breath of Fire. Like, it's a perfectly good and interesting and really, really wild experiment on its own.
It's a good game, but it's not a Breath of Fire game.
It is an atrocious Breath of Fire. It is a pretty good what it is.
Each team is going to visit but not clear the island shrine. They need to pick up a local beast.
Is it a bear?
Nah.
Are we
I
done
wasn't
with
really paying
bears?
attention. Does
The
Lemon
Abyss
not
has
have a
as many
weapon on
bears
yet?
as it ever needs.
Did she re-equip? I wasn't looking earlier.
No.
A little bit of talk because it's been forever since I played Dragon Quarter. I think that the game was well ahead of its time, and it set up a lot of neat ideas that could have been explored, but unfortunately it got too much bad publicity, and that kind of axed it.
It was a prototype run for Dead Rising, and I will never be swayed otherwise.
That's fine. No, I agree. Again, I think it had a lot of phenomenal ideas. I think the only thing that really killed it for me is that even though it didn't matter, the small build-up on your death meter for rushing or dashing.
Yeah, I would say that... No, it actually ends up mattering quite a bit if you overuse dash, because it scales up the longer you dash. The mobility option being tied to your death clock was just really bad.
And these gargoyles actually absorb holy, so they're a bit rude to interact with. For some teams, since
Oh, that's
two of
why
the sealed weapons are
Excalibur-
holy.
Yeah, that's why Excalibur is a bad idea. Oops. Yeah, you can re-equip.
Like, the major two mechanical things I would put against Dragon Quarter, because I actually really like its battle system as the bones of it.
Yeah, I don't think the death clock itself is a bad idea. I think it's poorly explained, but tying your movement speed to it, not great.
The two big mechanical things I would put against Dragon Quarter. First and foremost is the absolute defense in boss fights is a terrible mechanic. It is basically, you must do this much damage to me in a combo to actually deal damage to my life bar. And that is either display a remarkable amount of system mastery or hit the fuck it button. And what you realize is that Dragon Mode is a trap outside of a certain set of boss fights that start near the end of the game, because you have to you basically salvo out, okay, it cost me like 12 or 15% per boss to just hit the fuck it button and say you stop existing. Or you engage with the boss and maybe spend that much D% anyway because it takes so long.
Yeah, the main thing is that they don't explain the intent of the percentage system, which is that getting game over because of it is intended and you're supposed to do it because
It's supposed to be a proto-roguelike, proto-Dead Rising. You're supposed to be doing this time loop more than once and seeing more of the story as you go further.
Yeah.
Except they're really bad at explaining that, and also really bad at delivering on that, because after a point, raising your D ratio is miserable. Like, at the end of my Breath of Fire 4 Let's Play, I vaguely promised, yeah, I'll get Dragon Quarter LP out there if I figure out how to emulate PS2, which this was 2010 at the time. There was no way in hell I was doing that. But also, it was the logistics of playing Dragon Quarter, and like, okay, if I want to LP Dragon Quarter, I want to have it show all the cutscenes for everything. So I want to have a D ratio of 1 in 4, and I want to be able to show all the content. And then I sat down, and I did the logistics of how many times I would have to play the game to do that, and I immediately decided, I have better uses of my time.
Hey, Loon, are any of your runs going to deal with those old men, or have I missed that
Nope.
part already? Okay.
There's no reason to interact with them.
What are in those chests?
There's a full set of dancer stuff.
What's up with the old men, anyway?
They're Altoroid.
They're
They're
rude.
Snurb.
Ah.
Will somebody
Just
actually
wizards
finally
in
broke the
prison.
curse and finished the Dragon Quarter LP? Because I remember there were like 4 attempts, and they all burned out for the exact reason I didn't do it.
I mean, I ended up burning out on my own LP of Phoenix Wright 2 just because I had managed to finish Phoenix Wright 1. And did you know that the final case of Phoenix Wright 1 is as long as the entire rest of the
It's
game?
8 million years long now.
Deeply
Like,
appreciating this party of all frogs. Aww.
Like,
For a moment it was perfect.
If I had frog
But, like-
compatible ways to deal damage, then I would be applying them.
Yeah, there
So
are
wait,
there are
did you steal
previous
them?
Fiestas that have had all frog murder Halicarnassus.
Did you steal a Staff of Light?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a steal from Hallie.
Huh.
Anyway,
She is
also
incredible.
Halicarnassus, also FF14 boss, also is fabulous, if not more so, in the 3D model. Has a really interesting and also kind of headache-inducing boss fight where,
He's one of the demon bosses, right?
yeah, they basically have a gimmick where they turn you into different shapes, and then the tiles on the floor underneath you start having patterns, and you need to match your shape with the pattern on the floor or you die, and then it starts introducing other mechanics.
Yeah, I got through 1.5 in the Let's Play, but it took fucking forever because it is literally the length of the entire rest of the game.
One of the... Sorry, go on.
No, good. I was just gonna say, and that's why I never got out of the first case of, or the second case of 2, because it's just like, oh, I'm dead. I don't want to do this anymore.
Yeah, one of the tragedies of Dragon Quarter, I would say, is that most of the good plot content is locked behind, like, D ratio 1 in 16 at minimum, which means that most players are never going to see it, so the plot never makes sense at all. It's like, if you sit down and you watch the cutscenes with all of the extra replay value for having a high D ratio and you get the entire story, it's a really interesting, neat, well-contained story. If you go in with the minimal content, you have no idea what's going on at all. The final boss just shows up arbitrarily, and it's just like, fight me. Well, the second to final boss. The final boss is the rival.
Plantania.
2 Tanias! Behold!
Those Tanyas.
Anya's
Okay,
here to
so
say
I
hi.
fought this boss in 14, and it didn't look like this.
So you fought Twintania the Dragon in Coils Bahamut.
Yes.
You didn't reach Archaeotania in the end of Shadowbringers, did you?
I don't think I've gotten there yet, no.
Have you beaten Shadowbringers?
Yes?
Okay, so in the area at the end of Shadowbringers, there is a rare fate that shows up in a fate chain. At the end of it,
Oh, no,
Hey,
I have not done that fate, no.
yeah, the end boss of that fate is Twintania, but named Archaeotania, and it is a world boss. It will kick everyone's ass.
And it looks like that thing?
Yes.
Okay. Why does the one in Coils look so different?
Because that was probably they were just digging for any name and didn't realize that they would be going long enough to reference actual Twintania.
Honestly, you're gonna have to be more specific about the super heavy stuff in 4. There's a lot of it.
I'm going to guess if you said the super heavy stuff, it's probably what's under the carronade.
Yeah, but I was just thinking it could also be the breaking points in the village, or
Oh,
meeting-
yeah, okay, the village. Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, that is about, second, it's like second highest peak of, fuck.
Yeah, the other place I was thinking of was maybe meeting what's his face's girlfriend finally.
Oh, yeah. That's beneath the carronade.
Yeah.
So I'm completely unmoored from time and space
Yeah,
for a variety of reasons. But where's current plot progression?
So this team is going to one of the optional dungeons that the rest of the team skipped in order to acquire a local beast.
It will not be finishing
Right,
said
okay.
dungeon, but he is hunting animal.
right now we are currently at the point where all of the teams are past World
One of
3
these.
into the part...
One of these needs to get in the gourd.
We're at the point, basically, where this is just the final dungeon stretch, and we are doing grinds and boss fights, and plot isn't really here until the end set of cutscenes, so settling in for a while on that.
Yeah, plot is that
there was...
Bad Tree has acquired the power and is brandishing it about. You need to go in there and break Face.
Gotcha. Thank you.
And there was a boss that showed up a little bit ago that the Shuffler will show again called Twintania, which has a hell of a design that I think you will appreciate.
Alright, if Karts is knocked out, then I cannot accidentally release the bird. Karts, that's good. We don't need to win the fight in order to secure the bird. So bird is now secure.
What does one of these do?
Bird does Rainbow Wind. This is needed to blind a thing. That means that Karts gets to pass along the gourd. This team also just needs more loot in general to pay for at least one more pair of shoes. Could just also steal some of the things that are in here.
Gotta get them kicks.
Yeah, here's Twitania. It's two Tanias.
You know, that wasn't what I expected from that name.
Yeah, no, that's why. It is
I don't
not.
know why. I was thinking of the fairy. That's not a fairy.
No,
Isn't
this
it,
is some kind of demon centaur.
Well, it could be a fae, but it's not the kind of fairy.
We were
I was
just in
thinking
the
of.
Scholar Dome talking about taxonomy. Do you really want to crack it open again? Like, this thing could be fey.
I was about to say, this thing looks fairly fey to me.
This thing is probably a slur, so would like count as fae, yeah. But like,
It does drop a Tinkerbell. Not like fairy, like it is a bell.
I have some questions about its lower body situation, though, which I think might be the real face.
It's very shaggy down there.
Don't worry about it.
I think that's what they do with the 3D models. They just kind of make it fur. Anyway, Twintania is very interesting in that it has a gimmick where it charges up the
Where it's
beam
fucking dead.
and yeah, okay. You beat me to explaining it. Twintania has
Ideal.
two states: charging the beam and has fired the beam and is waiting, and only while charging the beam it silently becomes vulnerable to instant death.
There is a book that tells you this. If you were walking around reading books like a weirdo.
No one reads books in this game, you fight books. Books are a tool of combat.
This team is now very close to the end. There are 2 asterisk more boss fights before the end of the game. Hello, Ramu.
Help! You left me behind in the forest. I'm very lost.
It's fine.
So
He's
Ramu is
fine.
a random encounter in one of the woods, and if you have Ifrit, he's like, Ifrit, buddy! And they basically...
All of the summons you get via random encounter show up here as well.
So yeah, in case you missed them, they will just show up in different... Oh, here's the Void. Here's the Void proper.
Welcome to Proper Void, Crystal Void.
Ah, the Fuma Shuriken. I remember that from FF14.
Stunning.
We
Yeah,
are in space,
this is...
home of space.
This is why I said I think the last tile set of the Void would be something that you would appreciate, and I consider very good. Also, hey,
Good
check it out!
that. Greg, are you okay?
Greg's been tossed into the Void for a couple of undistinguishable periods of time. He's fine.
Does seem to be having trouble telling that we are, us, though.
It's okay. You wander around in the Void full of King Behemoths long enough and see if you don't get hypervigilance.
Yes, it is exactly that. You deal a bit of
It's
damage
no
and
beast.
then...
Wait a minute. I know those punches. This place sucks, dude.
He has not dropped out of super mode.
Confessing like,
Since
I'm gonna have a
disc
breakdown,
2.
dude. Let me out of here. Cool. Let's fucking leave.
Bless. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, he got fired from his job as an evil minion. He's just a free sword now.
Oh, right. The world being eaten by the Void thing. Alright, fine. We'll delay.
I love Greg so much.
I love Greg!
Can't believe Gilgamesh's baby.
Yeah, there's a reason that, like, everyone who plays 5 fucking adores Gilgamesh. He's so perfect.
I love him. and I would pay money for a side game with just adventures with this crew and Gilgamesh.
Fucking the second he
Yeah.
snaps out of his martial trance, he's like, "Oh my god, please get me out of here! I'm on
This
the
place
edge of
sucks!
several panic attacks."
I don't know how to deal with this, please help me!
Alright, usual procedure here is we'll go fight both fights that are guarding save points are optional. So we'll go get the final save points that have the full run of the place.
Meanwhile,
Meanwhile,
Yeah, like, a solid 80% of why the Final Fantasy fanbase loves Gilgamesh is 5 specifically. It's all the other appearances are great and all, but no, it's 5.
I hope this game gets a 7 remake style treatment.
Honestly, if any
I said it would be nice.
Yeah, I'd play that.
if any of the older games could get that kind of remake, and I would really be all in on wanting to touch it, yeah, it would be 5.
And what I will say, having played Opera Omnia before this, is Opera Omnia takes the Gilgamesh storyline and just runs with it. He shows up in it, and he just is so happy he gets to hang out with everyone.
And you mentioned that he meets Galuf and then has an existential crisis when he realizes, wait, hang on, this means I'm in a time loop and I have to... Oh no, you die! I know you die! Oh, fuck.
And yeah, that eventually resolves when Galuf gets all of his memories back, because one of the things with Opera Omnia is that the goddess that dragged all of you into the world removed all of your painful memories, which means everyone shows up about like halfway into their game's plot and not sure what's going on.
That's... vicious, actually.
She thinks she's helping.
I'm sure he does.
Yeah, she has to get disabused of this notion several times. But eventually you get the memories back, and Galuf's like, oh yeah, I did die. Wow. And kind of makes peace with that. Because the entire existence of this side dimension that you're in is outside time, so it's okay for everyone to coexist in it. And once you get Galuf's memories back and Kryle's memories back and everyone's memories back, it's just, oh wow, that kind of sucks, but I'm glad it all happened.
Back
Let's all just hang out and have fun. We will save the world.
World of Final Fantasy implies that Bartz has been just traveling for God knows how long, and that Gilgamesh will ambush him frequently, just as a prank.
That sounds right.
It feels canon.
Hey, look,
that
trees.
is the other bonus boss. Also, roots in the crystal dimension. Strange.
I'm excited.
Low mind flares.
No!
Taking
A
your
green
hat.
beret? What?
Look, the Mind Flayer just got here from Delta Green and has killed and eaten some people from there.
No, they just got here from FF1 after ending a run.
What fucking tours of duty have
Alright.
you seen, Mind
No, the rest
Flayer?
of you shut up for a sec. I need to yell at Darren for that one. Stop it.
Look, man, I heard you.
Crystal. Which is
Crystals.
distinct from the problem crystal, right?
Why does that one have leaves? What the fuck is it growing out
They're
of?
tiny baby crystals. They have 3 health.
Yep, they're the seed crystals for other worlds.
Also, was that shuriken called the Fauna Shuriken?
Fuma.
Fuma.
Look at the fucking necromancer, by the
Also,
way.
behold the wizard.
That's a wizard.
Yep.
That's incredible!
Hey, that save point looks funny.
And here's the save point. Very
It's
ordinary
fine,
and
it's
helpful save
fine.
point.
It
It's
looks like the
fine.
save point in the forest. It's fine.
Necrophobe.
And
Final boss,
here
well,
it
the pre-final
comes.
boss fight, the last of the rush that is sitting here, just squatting on the last save point before the final boss, saying, "No, this is mine. Get your own."
These barriers.
That's what this is from.
Yes, the barriers for the channel
Here's
points come from
barriers.
this boss. With these 4 barriers, I am nearly invincible. And he's not joking. He doesn't take damage as long as those are alive, and those... Well, we have a chemist, actually. I don't have to talk about the chemist yet.
Barriers.
Barriers, you say?
I forgot you could just do that with chemist, fuck.
And they all have
Yeah, they have
innate
permanent reflect, so
yes.
they take turns bouncing spells off of each other.
Which gets through your reflect if you have it. This is one of
They
the
deal a
only
lot of
times in the
damage.
game that
It takes a lot to
mitigate.
mitigate, if you try to mitigate it.
Splat.
Why not? She wouldn't want it this way, though.
Does flare count as a poison?
No, I think it's explosive.
I don't think Necrophobe is the inspiration for Necron. Necron's his own weird thing. Necrophobe is just a dude who is terrified of dying. It's in the name.
And that's why he had barriers.
That's why he had the barriers of invincibility. So, now nothing can kill me. Wait, where'd they go? Oh, fuck.
Alright, the
Does
fight
he
is not
not
finished
have
starting
any
yet.
attacks of himself, of his own?
It was going to switch phases in a moment.
Scripting is taking a moment to catch up to how
He hasn't
badly-
taken his next turn yet. There he is.
Yeah. Usually you don't kill the barriers that fast.
Chemist.
I like that he talks a big game and his first attack is just blind.
Huh. You have thief gloves.
What?
You're a brigand.
I never...
You're a
Oh, what
rogue.
the- Huh!
Who are you
Anyway.
stealing from, Necrophobe?
The whole operation.
It's run by a panda.
Goodbye, darts. It's been
Well,
fun.
rude. Okay, problem solved.
It's okay.
I like that if you die while confused, you just keel over where you were standing.
You stand at the confused spot.
Mhm.
Oh, you can crit while doing the rapid fire. Okay, neat.
Yep.
The earlier rapid fires had not had a crit animation go off, so I wasn't certain.
It makes her look like she's curled into a ball, and it makes me want to destroy anything that has harmed her.
Why do you
That
think
is the
they're-
goal.
Beating the shit out of this thing with her bare hands.
Okay, now, Panda, do that, but to the one who's still standing. Come at me. Come on.
Not that one. Or that one.
Well, that
I
one's
think
fine.
Web's a free move.
True.
There we go. Taste the
This-
bones.
Is this okay?
so long as drain happens enough to keep our bones in place.
Remember, everyone, monks are terrible.
Ferris gets to deal 1,000 damage a round like this. Or more.
Monk has to try so hard to get to the bar of mediocre by the end of the void.
Bones restored.
Bones removed!
Oh my god, you're kidding me.
Why did you miss? Fight
How
harder.
did you miss?
Magic evade exists.
No, I know, but Ferris shouldn't have very good magic evade.
Monks gain 4 magic evade per level.
Oh, okay.
Huh. Huh.
Taste the bones. The exchange of bones for bones.
You have one more shot in you. Damn.
This is very silly. This is
Oh my God,
extremely
you're kidding me.
silly.
I can't believe that fucking worked.
I cannot fucking believe you did it.
This is fine.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mug.
Gonna need some more Phoenix Downs, though.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
team
it's
is not going all the way in with
Absolutely not, especially if we are engaging. Oh, wait, no. This is not the team that engages.
This is darts. This is team
Yeah.
basic clear only.
Yep. I mean, even for basically, that's nowhere near enough.
This team needs more money.
Time to go punch wolves in Karnak.
They have all of their sandals. All remaining. Well, yeah, money has to be converted into
What up, Davis?
vital supplies and then into ammunition. You know,
Yeah.
the other fallback vital supply.
If I remember right, money works fairly well on Ned, so...
This is one of the teams that needs more level.
More level and many shotgun. I love how elaborate the ninja sprite is.
Scuff.
I believe they kept this ninja sprite almost 1-for-1 in 6.
Yeah, I think so.
Is that ninja flashing the peace sign?
I don't know what
Okay.
fingers those are.
Uh,
It's hard to tell.
I'm pretty sure those are the non-grippy fingers, since the
Fair.
sword is remaining in the hand.
Right, but you could hold it with either, you know, pinky and ring or index and middle.
Pinky and ring finger.
He's holding the katana, but he has 2 fingers extended, so it reads clearly as a hand holding a sword.
Shut up, artist. Affectionate.
What? Just saying.
You ask a question and the artist of the room will answer it.
I know what that is.
that's free money and experience.
Is this Omega?
This is non-money.
Oh, that's prototype. I'm sorry. I forgot which one it was.
Why'd it blow itself up?
Because that's what prototype does.
Strange machine.
Control is a hell of a drug.
You touch the machine and then you find the button that makes it go boom.
We really should make those.
Alright, that's as much as I need out of here. I'm
And
ignoring that
chronic
box
pains.
because there is a mini boss in it, and I don't think that the stuff that's in there is necessarily worth my attention.
What's the
Todd.
Todd, god damn it, Todd, get out of the way. Right, Beastmaster, we could just make him get out of the way.
Big.
White bird.
I forget what's in that box.
The Rising Sun. The
Oh,
better boomerang.
Have you ever 100% Final Fantasy V?
Are you
Not
asking?
in any particular run, no.
What, as in, like, empty every treasure chest?
No, also just max out everything, I guess.
Look around every dungeon. I think Loon has done, or at least shown, all of the non-sealed temple content over the course of the however many Fiestas it's been at this point. If there is something that has been missing, it is quite small.
Alright, so carts here. Night Beast Dragoon. Yeah, so I use the Crystal Helm directly. I'm here to sell off. Right sword doesn't need to be here. The protect ring. Good cash density. This is not a team that has Thief, so the Thief Glove doesn't need to be present in this inventory. Diamond Plate out of there. They're close. Morning Star isn't for anything.
Could you sell the Dark Matters, or does this team need them?
This team does not use them. The Ether.
If you don't
This
have a
team does
chemist,
not
you
cast
don't
any
need
spells. There we go. Third sandal.
Or are Dark Matters just not worth anything?
Yeah, it's 1 gil each.
No one wants to buy Atoms.
You hand someone a glass vial and you say that the thing inside the vial is what you are selling, and you open it up onto the counter and nothing falls out, and you say you would like a gil.
And the adventure continues.
Why is Cryo a flight attendant?
Why can't Kyle wear what she wants?
Oh, it's
You got something against the jaunty little hat?
it's impersonation.
Could flight attendant, could be guild mom. Could see Crow giving me quests in Monster Hunter.
Well, she
Yeah,
is
yeah.
a ranger.
It does
I
have
abs-
some guild marm.
I absolutely see Kyle making friends with the Brachydios and fucking somebody up with them.
Cryo would be in Monster Hunter Stories, not really Monster Hunter.
Again, making friends with the Brachydios and fucking somebody up with them.
Thinking about the term guild marm.
Yeah, same. I said it, and now I'm just sitting and thinking about it.
Yep.
Got a good mouthfeel. Also baffling.
Hey, so where's your pants?
They're nude.
They're what?
Your pants. You need those for sword dancing.
Why?
They don't. They have only mantle, hat, and shoes.
And
Shirt and
swords.
pants, illegal.
They've got a belt.
Yes, and
No,
swords.
that's wristlets. The two blue
There's
orbs.
also a belt
I see a hint for
underneath
belt.
the arm.
Well, yeah, no. There's a belt.
The belt is there to hold the swords.
Oh yeah.
It's a utility belt.
Why are you wearing a belt when you're completely nude?
Where he
Because
keeps his
otherwise
snack.
there'd be nowhere to put the swords.
I guess it's a statement also.
I want to be
Like-
nude, but I also want pockets. I'm not gonna budge on this.
In pocket.
You know what? That is the most reasonable argument I've ever fucking heard, and I accept them completely.
It could be flesh-colored leotard. That's true. But like, okay, to be fair, if he wants to be nude and sword fighting, then fucking
Go live your
you've
dream.
chosen your hill. Yeah, it's just very much like I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, no, FF. Very rarely, not unheard of, but it doesn't usually do nude sprites. Like, the Melusine in this game is a boss that is mostly nude with censoring.
And the orb lady.
Or Blady, yeah.
I think part of my surprise was seeing it on a masculine shape. Honestly, it's a nice,
Yeah.
it's a nice change
Are
of
you-
pace.
Actually,
A
now
utility
that,
bolt for the practical
that-
reveler.
now that I think about it, does Forza have pants?
No. He just has orbs.
Hang on, Forza FF5.
That's all you need, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Orb is
Orbs and
pants.
pockets.
No, Forza's butt-ass naked.
As
Do you
are
want me to
most
guess?
of the- as are all the Gigasuses.
Yeah.
God, Hilgigus' remastered sprite is very challenging. Well, in 2, not in 1. In 1, it's a delight.
Still just appreciating Azulmagia's fashion also. It's real good.
Azumachia is extremely good.
The texture is quite good also and suggests a blend of silk and velvet with actual gold embroidery. Okay,
We're back!
Back with Necrophobe.
back with the guy who reminds me of the Dragon Ball Z man.
Yeah, he looks
Yes.
like Cell a little bit.
He looks like any. Yeah, he looks like a. Oh,
Well, Frieza, I guess.
Yeah, more Frieza.
Or, Buff Alien Man
He's got that weird Bugman look.
Yes.
Also, once you are in the you may deal damage to him phase, he is vulnerable to everything. Everyone.
Everything will deal lots of damage to him because he is extremely invincible without his barriers.
He's having a bad time, is what's happening.
I feel kind of bad for him, honestly. Like, dude, go outside, touch a leaf.
Well,
Well.
he couldn't go out.
Right?
Meanwhile,
He couldn't go outside for most of this time because he was stuck in the void. It's not until the void got torn open that he could go out and touch a leaf.
Greg, what are you doing?
Oh my god.
I'm here to help!
God.
I love this line.
God. Oh my god!
I love Gilgamesh! Yes!
Did you just steal his fucking pants when he came to help?
Yes!
It's the only opportunity.
Gilgamesh is drunk.
Oh no, do something.
Gil is not good at speeches.
Gil does not get it, but he has the spirit. Ferris is just like,
Hey, stop it. That's
He's
at least
trying.
my interpretation. That I've heard. It's like just no.
It's basically betraying he knows nothing about fucking Ferris.
yes.
Just like, what are you talking about?
And
dude?
Lena's just sitting there like, really?
Ferris, you are there.
You participated!
he is. This is the entire lead up to have a fucking monologue with Bartz because he had
Yes.
the biggest crush on him.
Yes.
Yes.
He was here for Bartz and here for Galuf, but Galuf's dead.
And Kryl seems like she's cool, but he hasn't really met her
I like
much.
you. Your grandpa was cool. The other two, I don't really know too well.
I have no qualms with you. Could maybe balance your lives out a little bit, but whatever.
Your habit of just stuffing poison into your face is extremely admirable. Fuck Gilgamesh!
Yup!
It's fine. He's fine.
So, later material does clarify that that's not him blowing himself up. That's him tackling Necrophobe off the cliff into the abyss.
Yeah, they just kind of fly off into space, and he's fine. He eventually figures out how to teleport out of the abyss.
They
He
say he's
basically
still out
lands-
there somewhere.
He lands on a crystal eventually, and that's how he ends up in other games. It's just his solution to this wizard threw a nuke at me is like, you call that fighting? Watch this! Tackle, fly off ledge. Oh no, I didn't think this through.
Yeah. Opera Omni-
Nuts.
Icon.
Yeah.
What an
Opera-
absolute himbo.
I adore Gilgamesh.
Yeah, so
Opera
up those stairs
Omnia-
is the way to the final battle. It is now time to go pursue bonus bosses.
But Opera Omnia establishes that he eventually learns how to make portals and just go wherever he wants.
Depending on the game, he can still do that, or he just arbitrarily shows up, whichever is more soothing. Anyway, we have a dragon to visit.
Yeah, the thing with Opera Omnia is only the heroes lose their memories, incidentally, because there are two gods bringing
Of
people
course,
into
it's
this place.
probably whoever's Heidelin this time in Chaos.
Yes, it's the light and dark forces.
Yeah.
It's not Chaos,
Heidelin, Altana,
but
Matea.
it's the woman and the man who take over for Chaos and the Light One in the continuity of Dissidia.
Okay.
And she brings in heroes and wipes them of their memories so they can have respite and peace, and this is a bad idea.
Everybody has to go. No, stop it.
Yeah, and the Darkness One brings in the villains because they're powerful, and just is like, okay, I have a problem, I need you to solve it, and then just kind of face palms constantly because none of them listen to him.
You abducted a bunch of supervillains. What did you think was going to happen?
Yep. There's like 3 villains that actually give a shit about what he's saying.
I'm going to guess it's Garland,
No.
Golbat. No, not Garland.
No, not Garland. Garland loves it here, but he's doing his own thing.
Okay, so Golbez, because Golbez is always the one who's always hedging his bet.
And also because Golbez is a good guy right now.
Yeah, he's a good guy, but he keeps getting caught up in the evil schemes because he's registered wrong.
Yep.
And my third guess would probably be like, did they even take a villain from? Oh, right, you said the villains from 11. Yeah, they wouldn't give a shit.
It's Golbez, Vane, and trying to remember who the third one is. General Leo.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And Gilgamesh technically counts as being on the villain side because he was brought in by that guy, but no one ever notices.
Gilgamesh just gets grandfathered in.
Yeah, he got summoned and immediately opened a portal and wandered off elsewhere into the world without noticing anything happened.
Golbez is meaning to unsubscribe from the email fucking
Yes.
newsletter, but just keeps getting notifications, and he's like, oh, I really should turn those off.
But yeah, Garland has found out that he becomes chaos, has decided this is predestination, and is just running around shouting about how awesome everything is and how he's going to fight everyone.
Yeah, it works.
As you do.
Yeah.
I just found out that the terrible handman who watches over one of the cities has been given an orb companion.
What?
The terrible handman.
What?
Have I not told you of the terrible handman?
No.
If you have, it's under a different label.
Morgan,
I'm
you have
pretty
a
sure
lot
I
of
would-
stories about random crazy people. It's kind of fascinating.
No, this is a sculpture. Behold, the terrible handman and his orb companion.
What in the...
What the
What?
fuck are you talking about? Hold on, let me look at this.
Is that the
What the fuck
Wellington
is
Public
this?
Library?
What is this? What am I
point
looking
stands.
at?
I think
Seriously,
my favorite.
that's the Wellington Public Library?
Yeah,
I think my
that's where the
favorite
terrible
villain
handman
thing.
lives.
My favorite villain thing for Opera Omnia though is Seymour, because Seymour shows up after all of X and X2 have happened. He's fully aware of all of it, and he's just like, oh my god, nothing has meaning anymore. I'm just gonna go full nihilism and destroy everything. This is all so stupid.
It's just quietly trying to resolve how you were describing this image perfectly, and you could not have done it better, actually.
There are no three words that I would... Yeah.
Yep.
I
brought
can't
him
believe
up
that
because
was
he looks like
optimal
he'd be
already.
straight in this game.
I mean, you could go with Naked Glover.
No.
Peeled Glover!
No.
Like that one. That's even
No.
worse, actually.
No, we're not talking about Flayed Lover. No.
Degloved Glover.
Ungloved.
There is a change in
Just
Seymour
for
from
me.
his game status to
What?
Opera Omnia.
Hold up, Morse.
Yes.
Y'all heard that, right?
Yeah.
That's all I'm ever going to say about it again. I'm going to die now.
Okay, go on.
But no, the difference
this group
from
considers
game
our time to
Seymour
game
to
numbers.
Opera Omnia Seymour is essentially that Opera Omnia Seymour has essentially reached the point where he's just cackling at being given the chance to destroy, to ruin hopes and dreams now because he can't believe anyone was so stupid as to pull him out of hell, basically. It's just everything with the villains in Opera Omnia is kind of amazing because all of them are.
I'm
What were you
assuming
saying?
that Cloud of Darkness and Next Death are over in the corner hooting and hollering about the void again.
Yes. Yeah, Cloud of Darkness shows up hanging out with Sephiroth in the FF7 mansion and just kind of being vaguely menacing at you.
Look, Sephiroth needed the surrogate mother figure if Genova didn't get ported over.
Yeah, Sephiroth is spending his time just being extremely upset that everything is happening. He would very much prefer if this would all just stop.
I want to go home to mom.
And Crayola, my cat.
And Exdeath is having the time of his life. He is just being as Exdeath as possible to even more people.
Say for one specific instance, when is Exdeath not having the time of their life?
Fair. He also spends quite a lot of time just kind of being smug at Golbez about how, oh, look, you're trying to be a good guy. You're being real stupid about it. Because Exdeath seems to know what's going on and just not give a shit.
I mean, yeah, that's Exdeath. Yeah, I understand what's going on. I have my own thing. What do they even have the 11 villains do? Because
The 11 villains are essentially the older brother one who looks like he should be the younger brother one.
The actual
Nebula-
mastermind.
Yeah, has decided he has some nebulous plan to take advantage of the transtemporal of the world, which he will use to remake it into his perfect world.
Yeah, he wants to bring back. Oh, they're the last of the precursors in 11, so he's probably just be like, I can bring back the Zillard.
Yeah, he's like, I can use the weird time travel nature of this reality to do that, and his brother's just kind of being loud.
That's his brother. That's basically, for a while, that you think his brother is the big smart mastermind, and then it turns out his quiet little nerd brother has been running the show the whole time. His big brother is actually his younger brother and an idiot.
But Shantoto actually does okay because she basically splits the hero party into two categories: people she doesn't have to listen to, and the ones who are actually intelligent.
Yep.
And spends all her time with the smart ones.
That's Shantoto.
And specifically seems to exist mostly to have angry smart person crushes at Papalymo.
Yeah, they would.
Alright, this team now begins to touch void.
God, they would have a crush on each other and hate every fucking second of it.
Yep. Although the actual best part of it is that Titus and Jekt actually sit down and talk things out, and this is a major
Holy
plot
shit!
point. Yes. Like the entirety of 10's plot, essentially, once you kick Seymour's ass for a bit, is okay. Now you two need to sit down and talk, and we're not letting you leave this room until you do.
Work out your issues. Be clear and communicative and open about how you feel.
Yep. Also, the recurring joke of Squall and Pain from X2 are just the same person. And they can't stand each other.
Knife pig. This is known to the science. Death Dealer, why do you have a rise? Beyond to be useful to me at this moment.
That's. I'm trying to
Find
think of
the
situations in
the
their
strangest
encounter
things
tables.
in enemy lists.
I'm trying to think of any situations in encounter tables that would matter, and I can't think of any at all.
Anyway, Darts has enough firepower now that they can just kind of sleepwalk through encounters in some sections of the void.
Yep.
Which means they have what they need in order to commence to final grind.
I should probably check back in on Opera Omni at some point. Last I heard, they were bringing in Theodore.
No!
I am deeply, deeply concerned with how they're going to do that and have it make any fucking sense.
What?
I can't too escape. Shut up. I can get away from Theodore.
Theodore isn't real. He can't hurt you.
The other fun part of it was Golbez showing up, knowing the entire plot of his game, and finding that his brother had somehow reverted to being a Dark Knight. And just being like, wait, what? What the fuck happened to you? Get your shit together.
God damn it, do I need to put you through punch therapy again?
Yes, he did.
And I'm sure it was just like, who are you, giant man in
Yeah,
evil
it's like,
armor? And it's just like, oh, son
you.
of a bitch.
Yep. It's like, you're a villain! What are you doing, you idiot?
Look, just because I'm wearing the old uniform doesn't mean that, oh, you got your brain wet, didn't you?
Yeah, so every single part of Golbez being on screen is him just being intensely frustrated.
Yeah, extremely just tired.
Especially because he has to deal with Kefka at the same time.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh man, of all the villains to pair up with Golbez, Kefka may be the one that Golbez would just actively actually reach over and strangle to death.
Yeah, Kefka spends the entire game just giggling madly and deciding he's going to just hit anything that happens to be in front of him. He literally ends up giving you the power to call on him in battle solely because he thinks it's funny.
I mean, it is.
Yeah. The Emperor attempted to take over the dimension so he could use it to invade
He
all
does that
worlds.
every time!
Yep. Yeah,
I'm in a new universe. Time to take it over.
Well,
New plane of existence.
he realized that this dimension touches all dimensions. If I take over here, I can use it as a staging ground to invade everywhere.
I made this.
So, who does X-Death get paired up with?
Mostly he is the one who gets paired up with a bunch of people. He does not do his own thing for a while.
That makes sense. He's just the one in the side. He's the one in the corner of the boxing ring, just scooting about the void while the other villain is doing something plot-related.
Yeah. He just kind of shows up every few chapters to holler about things. And to make fun of Bart's. Really likes doing that.
That's canon.
Yep. But the Emperor's big attempt to take over the shadow dimension essentially is what gets Vayne to switch sides and just become good guy for now. Because he's just like, no, I'm not putting up with this. This is stupid. I refuse to work with this man any longer. And Vayne is still awful and bad, but he's not that.
Anyway,
And oh hey, Shinryu.
Shinryu.
what's good? Shinryu does Shinryu things unless you immediately change the situation.
Shinryu is very geometry.
Yeah. There's a reason that his tail looked like that at the end of 14.
Vayne's thing in 12 is that he is a revanchist monarchist who wants to make his empire the strongest nation in the world.
And then is also manipulated by space ghosts. Ghost
Yeah.
to Ghost. And then eventually ends up being the answer to Bahamut in that game by fusing with an airship. It's complicated.
And none of this
also
really
absorbs things,
none of this
so-
especially matters to his showing up in Opera Omnia because he's showing up before all that happens and is essentially just he's an imperialist asshole, but he's not nearly as big an asshole as any of the other villains.
Yeah, Vayne is dialed down and, is willing to think about things imperialist as opposed to the dude whose idea of a good afterlife is going to kick Satan over and take the throne, or any given Garlean in 14.
Yeah.
Really, a lot of Vayne's bad decisions were a combination of inevitable decisions he would make as an Empire revanchist, and also because he was being messed with by space ghosts.
I see a giant dragon.
Yeah, that's Shinryu. He's angular.
Like his
And
special
sharp.
tail. Also, hello, I've stabilized my internet.
You've recovered?
Hi.
I've also recovered, yes.
Shinryu is in the process of having been disarmed to a degree and is being bullied.
Good. This feels mean.
Nope.
Look, okay, you know what Shinryu does. when you
Shinryu gets
get-
free soup.
Also, look at that!
See?
As I said before, this feels mean.
I missed what you said there, Lynn. What was that?
Shinryu gets free soup.
We fed him soup to make him mad. Because Shinryu's battle script, normally, is nightmarish. It is full of horrible spells that will murder you, and is all sorts of nasty things up his sleeve. Or, you can take advantage of the fact that he is both able to be driven berserk and blinded. So, you turn his attack script into I punch you, and then you make him very hard for him to hit you. However, if he hits you, then he does that. Shinryu with Berserk can hit the damage cap quite easily. So it is, you turn the fight from a very difficult puzzle into rocket tag. Shinryu being the easier of the two bonus bosses by far to disarm and handle. Because there are many ways of inflicting both Berserk and Blind. That's all you that will value.
I assume trying to play him the way he was intended to be played is a
It's
bad
quite-
time.
Fighting him head on is vicious.
Yeah, fighting him head on is actually really fun, but also basically impossible for Fiesta teams.
Procure sword.
Just obtained Ragnarok, huh?
Sword big.
Sword
Oh,
with
it's
the
a
runes of the
sword.
gods, yes. This is a team that actually benefits from killing Shinryu because we get the best sword in the game, basically.
It's very big. This is a team that gets to sword big pretty good.
Hold up, do we get to do dual wield Excalibur Ragnarok? Did I miss
If you
that?
really want to, that's a thing you can set up.
Is it worth doing?
If you want to.
It is solely
It's too
in the
sword
static.
big.
It is solidly in the status of, once you have done this, you have overkilled everything but the sealed temple, where this is the requirement for entry, is being able to do stuff like that.
I really like the floor on the battle maps here.
Yeah.
Crystal Zone has a good look.
Anyways,
This place also has a good look, but it's just not the same as, like, eternal frozen fucking ice floor.
just bricks and stone.
Eternal ice crystal hanging in space.
Or Meatport.
Yeah, there's been a lot of standout locations. Although I do like the ruins in the background that are slightly out of focus up on the top right.
Yeah, the whole next building over that's way out there.
Yeah, it's cool.
You know what one of my favorite incidental things from Opera Omnia was? The fights over who got to drive the airship. Because every game has someone that wanted to drive the airship.
God, all of the Sids on the airship just get into a fist fight.
It's like there's Sid from FF7. There was Ferris. What's his face? The gambler from 6. The kid from 12 who never gets to drive the airship.
What, Vaughn?
Yeah, Vaughn desperately wants to drive the airship and no one will let him.
Good.
All of the other people who want to drive the airship get to, at some point, but not Vaughn.
Good.
Cecil drives the airship at some point, because they bring up that, oh, you were in fact an airship captain. You led the Red Wings. Golbez gets to drive the airship. The actual guy with a gun gets to drive the airship from 12. But not Vaughn. Vaughn never gets to drive the airship, no matter how much he wants to.
Vaughn gets to drive an airship once and it explodes. Sorry, sinks. But that's in Revenant Wings. We don't talk about that.
Balthier, yeah, that's the guy. Yeah, they kind of end up splitting the hero parties into different groups just based on shared traits, like mechanics, or all the kids hang out together with Vivi.
Oh, Vivi and Vivi's friends.
Yep. And most of the summoners hang out. Get confused about how different summoning is in every world. All the nerds hang out. Vivi actually gets a lot of plot focus, because at one point the Emperor replaces him with an evil clone Vivi. I just really like the writing for Opera Omnia. the gacha element, not super fun, but once you get a team that can wipe through most things, you can just kind of do the story. Is there any way to tell how much longer this has to go?
No.
Okay.
You have to estimate how much time has passed and how much damage quick leap
It'll end when it ends.
Alright. Yes, Ferris does discuss Lena's issues with poison.
I mean, say issues. Visionary.
And Lightning gets an intervention from the rest of her cast, including her sister.
Oh, what? She has no personality traits.
The intervention is to keep her from essentially trying to kill herself, like commit suicide by villain.
No one would miss her.
And then there's some weird dumb thing about the evil time-traveling villain from Lightning Returns, and I don't know what's going on with that.
And Stars in the Void are also really lovely. However, I'm taking
Space.
face on the Gorgon mirror and having a moment there.
Well, since you've opened the door to my office, let me tell you about the lore behind Final Fantasy 13-3.
Oh god.
I mean, no, the
So
plot
there's
as
God, and then there's Fake God, and then there's the even further away Fake God that is responsible for everything, that has never done anything because it does not give a shit. It's all Fake Gods all the way down. Probably even nothing's real. Lightning's in Tokyo. Shut up.
My understanding from
$60.
my understanding from Opera Omnia is that there's two dudes from the future, and one of them is evil, and he really wants to use lightning to revive his dead girlfriend.
Yamamoto Toriyama went into fucking Opera Omnia, and that's Lightning.
But there is not an adequate explanation for what this dude is doing in Opera Omnia. It's just, he bad, punch him.
I believe that is entirely true to the source material.
Yep. There is no depth to any of this plot.
There is no explanation for anything. Move along.
Yeah, the entire 13 cast
Wait, I can
stuff
just lock it.
essentially revolves around Lightning's sister trying to keep her from killing herself, and then the rest of them being like, okay, we're all going to support our two lesbian friends and help all of you guys and never talk about what our world was like because we don't understand it.
Sounds about right.
Most of the games that you get that show up in Opera Omnia, there's a pretty clear understanding of what's going on with their plot, and 13 is not one of those.
13 doesn't have a plot. It has character moments, and that's it.
Remember that mothers are tough.
So if you change the future, you change the past.
I suppose that explains why until Kaya shows up, 13 doesn't have a villain representative.
Caius is barely even the villain of 13. Okay, so there's Pulse, which is a god, and then there's some other god. They abduct Lightning for a couple centuries and retroactively erase their existence. And then that god's fake, and then Bunavelze or some shit is like, okay, I'm the real god, actually. He's not. He's lying.
Omega.
Omega, come on, dude.
It's fine.
Stop
It's-
spawn camping.
It's fine.
I love his little round walkie sprite. It's very good.
Alright, so this team is now resituated out here. Attempts can resume. At robot fight. Just
that's
to remind, just to demonstrate here.
That's the other villain that actually starts being helpful in Opera Omnia. Kuja. Kuja starts getting over himself.
I mean, yeah, if he doesn't have the death clock over his head in this alternate universe, he would have some time to actually sit and healthily process his own mortality.
Pretty much, yeah. His main thing is that he's still a drama queen, but other than that, he actually starts processing his own shit and trying to be helpful. So he and Golbez kind of form a team of former villains that are trying to do good things now.
Right, I was considering the move here might not be to not get fancy, but to instead... Alright, so... Turtle... Holy water. Will you drink the cider? Well, you will fire the beam. Might I interest you in the cider? No. So I have to go with the stronger option. I want that to be the way this goes. Is where are you on the chart here? Well, we'll get to that.
Good. Take your son.
Right, there it is. Holy Water Maiden's Kiss. Haste, Image, and Berserk. We're putting those together into that package. Lets it sneak around immunity. Alright, so I'm gonna go turn that 70,000 into a big pile of feathers for this team. Feathers and disposable houses.
Every time I see it, I appreciate the sprite for Bull Damneders more, because there's always something new for my eyes to focus on and try and understand what's happening.
Yep.
Do you ever manage to reach that understanding?
What does level checker do? It checks your level.
Checks your
and
level.
then if you meet the criteria for math, it throws math at you. You do not want math to be thrown at you, trust me.
Ancient sword.
You know, I'm looking at the difference of the coloration on the sand around the land crawler and the lichen on the land crawler, and I'm looking at the difference in the ground. You think that there's so much lichen on the land crawler that it's just falling off onto the sand?
Yes. We don't see how big that thing actually is. That thing is probably absolutely goddamn enormous.
Yeah.
I mean, I assume it's the same size as the sandworm that was fought as a boss.
I think of the giant worms you fight in Final Fantasy X in the desert. Which are, as I stated before, goddamn enormous.
The conclusion I come to is that they are ambush predators who can, like, go for an incredibly long time without food, and that's why lichen has grown on them.
Yep.
No, they basically, I assume, stay underground until they notice that someone's walking. And no one goes to the desert.
Alright, so a crown was accomplished, and a crown is in progress. Guess which mix I was preparing to do before, well,
Oh
so.
dear.
You were planning the special sauce to make
There's the
Omega-
sauce.
Yeah.
So
Well, here comes the
the
party.
problem being that when you do that, now the sauce is in effect.
Now comes the dancing.
Now it is time for dancing.
So what are the complications of this strategy? So Mega's really fucking fast.
Mega is already very fast, and then you hasten to go. How useful a Mirage Vest would be for this strat is, maybe, reasonably. It would take some time to go and acquire a full set of them. That could be done. Mostly at this is the end of the session.
Fair enough. It was
Okay.
very late. We will almost certainly get 3 neds this next session.
Chemical team has equations to balance.
Quick Leak will eventually end.
Eventually.
Next time.
Next.